There we go. All right, what's up, guys? We're here at.
No, that's good, Ian. That's good. Go ahead. Give him the start.
No, I couldn't.
Okay. All right, we're live. We're gonna do we're gonna talk about the Legion Sports. We're gonna watch the Legion Sports Fest with you guys. So if you guys want to go to, let's just put it in the chat. I'm gonna put the link in the chat.
Can you pin it in the chat so they can see it there?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that here. I think this is the right link. Put this in the chat. Oh, there we go. Pin message. Okay. So I pinned the link for the Legion Sports Fest if you guys want to buy the live stream and watch it with us. And we're going to discuss it as it's playing. But before we do that, let's talk about the Tsunami.
Oh, they're doing the awards right now for the Tsunami.
On what page? Oh, you're watching a live stream.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, this is very different than I thought. They have Enrico Hoffman came fourth.
Why did you think Enrico was going to win?
Because they had him. They moved him into the center of the call-out right away. Moved James out.
Yeah, but are they doing that lineup where they go like 1, 2, 3, 4? So 2 and 3 are in the middle.
No, it was a 4-man.
So what's the place?
Yeah, no, I know, but they're not putting anyone in the center, right? They're doing.
Mark Hector came third, so now it's Alfred and James top 2.
James gonna win.
They're gonna have James win here.
Yeah.
Interesting, because in the call-outs they moved him out.
Maybe they moved him out because they already knew he was gonna win.
Yes.
I've seen that happen before. Okay, so I can see the chat. Fuad, have you seen that Sean Ray is sick with ligma? I don't know what that means.
Ligma balls, bro.
Is that what that is?
All right, here it is. Second place.
For $5,000 and presented to your second place finisher.
I can hear it. Who is it?
From Romania.
James won.
James won.
Good for him, man. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look at James in this photo. Looks nuts. All right, so this is the Tsunami picture that I have. Yeah, I mean, James looks fucking crazy there. Like, this is stupid amount of money.
I can't see it on your one.
You can't see it on mine? Why?
I can't. No, it's small. I want to see it on my phone.
Oh, okay. 1 second. Let me see if I can.
Oh yeah, his legs are fucking.
How's that?
Very hard.
Is that better, Ben?
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. Look
Yeah,
at
his legs are harder.
I mean, he's definitely the best in that shot out of those 4, without a doubt.
No,
Mark,
he looked fucking humongous in that lineup for sure.
You know, it's funny. Mark, for all the muscle that Mark put on, still does not look even remotely close to the same size as James.
Well, he's not. He didn't put on that much muscle, though, right?
But I thought he did. I thought he put on like 25 pounds.
He's like 15 pounds lighter than he was at the Arnold.
No. I'm talking about.
He's also standing way behind the line there.
No, wait a minute. I'm talking about Mark. So didn't Mark?
Yeah,
on
Mark's
stage?
15 pounds. Isn't he like 10 to 15 pounds lighter than when he was at the Arnold?
Oh, I don't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
The Arnold this year.
Yeah. So he was 265. He was like 265 or between 260 and 265 at the Arnold, from what I know.
Oh wow, that's way too heavy.
So
I heard he's a lot lighter for these last 2 shows.
So he didn't actually put on the 25 pounds that they thought he did.
265. That's fucking like Jay Cutler weight, you know.
Well, I know. Listen, I don't want to say something that's not true. I know he said when we did our podcast together a week before the show, he was 271 and he was looking to drop like another 5 to 8 pounds max.
If you look at
in the last week.
if you listen to,
he's trying to drop 5 to 8 pounds in the last week.
It was 2 weeks. It might have been 2 weeks we did the podcast. All I'm saying is he was looking to be around 265.
I might be quoting this wrong, but I know Cal said that they got off stage at the Arnold and went like 0 carb and back on cardio, and they didn't peak him at all. He just ran 0 carbs into the France show last week.
Yeah.
and he was 10 to 15 pounds lighter.
Somebody here says Mark was already 11 pounds lighter in France.
There you go. Yeah. There
Yeah,
you go.
yeah.
Is there any way? Are you the only one that can see the live chat, or can we?
No, you guys can too. If you open another window, and go to my YouTube channel, you can see the chat on the right here.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, I can't see it on my thing.
Are you on a laptop or a phone?
I'm on a laptop, but I'm just on the thing, you know. I'm
Yeah,
not
but
on
open a new window though, and
Which
then just
YouTube?
with YouTube, and go to my channel, and you should be able to see the chat.
Oh yeah, there.
Who had grab a stogie? I probably will. This is going to be a long one. Mark was lighter in France. This guy says. Can you see it, Ian?
Yep.
Okay, good. Ben, I don't know if you're on your computer.
I already got it up. I
Yeah,
got
you
it
got
up.
it
Yeah.
up. Okay. So congratulations to James. Fuck,
Yeah.
I want to go back to this photo, man. He looks nutty.
Yeah.
That's crazy, man.
There's like 4 pictures. Click across. There's like more.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Yeah. Look at his legs. Just so stupid. It's like,
Yeah, his legs are impressive. Do you know he's always going to have that midsection issue?
I think he looks fucking great there.
No, he does. But I'm talking about James going to the next level. I expect James to win pro shows.
Listen, Mark did bring it down, man. Like, I don't know if it's the editing and the photos or whatever, but
And these are crazy sharpened photos.
No, I know, but I mean, if you look at James and look at Mark, like their conditioning is like Mark's in much better condition than he was at the Arnold. That's for sure.
Yeah, I need to see the back shots there. You can still see Mark needs more to come in, you know.
Why though? I don't know. I see some striations there in the glutes and the hamstrings.
Okay,
are
but
stripped.
striations and thinness of skin is different. There's guys who have striations in their glutes in the off season, like Derek Lunsford. It doesn't necessarily mean they're lean, you know.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying.
Like you can see the skin texture between Enrico, James, and Alfred is all very similar, hard and crisp. But Mark's not quite that thin, you know.
I got to defend him a little bit. I think it's a little bit hard to tell in this photo with how dark he is.
He's in the shadow and he's dark. Yeah. He's too far forward. He also needs to drop his arms a bit in that back double. His arms are too high.
To me, looking at this, like his condition looks
solid there. Yeah,
his condition looks good.
See, but I still see when I look at that his legs need to come up more.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, look at this over here too.
I mean, even compared to Alfred's, you know.
Yeah. He definitely still has like it's weird. Like the weight that he's dropped from the Arnold now has made him look like he still has a lot more mass to put on that frame.
Yeah.
James, let's see. This guy says James needs more arms.
Yes.
James needs more arms to cancel out his waist. I could see that.
I mean, I don't think
that's right.
I don't think you justified and you need more arms to cancel out your waist. You just need more arms because you need more arms, you know.
I do love his side leg on those shots.
Great side try for sure. He's got good shoulders there, good triceps, side leg is good. But these shots are what's hurt him his midsection. But I mean, his fucking quads are just gigantic.
Look at this fucking leg, dude.
Yeah.
Fuck, man. That's a better ab shot. He's got a little flex. See, I think this is before the flex.
See, I think he should be hitting it like Alfred is, you know. I think he should stay
this way.
Yeah, I think he needs to stay in that kind of position, you know.
Yeah. Those are good shots. So Alfred, so who ended up second? Enrico?
Alfred. Then Mark third, Enrico fourth, and Milan Sadik was fifth.
I could agree. I don't know what Milan looked like, but I could agree with that.
Yeah.
Alfred, we should go back to that actually and give Alfred a little bit of praise because this guy looks nuts.
He's made some crazy progress, this guy.
He's put on
He was
a lot of muscle.
212. Wait, that fucker was 212.
Right? Yeah.
Put on a lot of muscle, and this condition is phenomenal. Like,
yeah.
Razor sharp.
And he's gained a shit ton of tissue too. I mean, he can stand next to any of these open guys and look good, you know?
Look at this. Look at how separated everything is.
Patrick just texted me. Patrick just texted me, said he was only 230 pounds. When you consider James has got to be what, 260, 270?
Yeah. But I can
but if you put another 10 pounds on Alfred.
Yeah.
No, but you don't see 40 pounds difference there, Fuad.
I don't know, guys. Look at the difference in size here.
40 pounds of muscle. I mean, like I see a difference in size, sure, but 40 pounds is a lot. I see like a 20-pound difference there in muscle.
He doesn't look like he's being dominated in size.
Not at all. No, he looks.
I don't think. I would say. I bet you James is 260 here.
Yeah. Like obviously, James's legs are dwarfing everyone's, but I mean.
Yeah. I mean, that looked, guys, I'm sorry, but that does look like 20 or 30 pounds of muscle. Like, look at the legs.
Yeah. No, in this shot, I agree, it does.
Yeah, like that's crazy. Look how thick his chest is.
Yeah.
Like he's just a different human altogether.
James has got to be on those crunches, like as heavy as possible, sets of like 10 for fucking rope crunches, you know?
SP asks, how would this package of James do at the Olympia?
This Olympia?
Yeah.
I hate, man, Olympia predictions are so hard. Like,
Well, it's not a prediction. Let's just, I mean, look, just that, like this in this shot, fucking James is like crushing this shot.
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm not even going to predict that.
I think I don't see James. I'm going to say this. I don't see James in the top 6. I could see him in the top 10, but I'm trying to think of who I would have in 10th. Like, who's 10th?
Top 10 is steep, man.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Like you're going down to you're really going down to guys like fucking Derek, Andrew, Jack, me. Like those are the guys like that are in that 6 to 10 battle, you know?
Well, what about what this is going to get you guys a little bit fired up. Or I can't use my I got to shrink this back down. Okay.
So Ian and Hunter were getting into it yesterday.
Were they?
Who?
Passively. Ian and Hunter. It was a passive. Here's mine. Yeah, here's mine too. Fuck you.
I didn't even think of that, but we both did. He posted a picture right around when I did.
Yeah.
So what were you guys? Were you guys talking shit to each other or no?
No. It was very passive, like linear, like parallel to one another.
Let's see.
But that was like the first real like progress pick, kind of. I posted this prep, so
yeah.
Don't kick Ian out of the top 7. James can beat Kuklo for sure. Why is Kuklo even? Kuklo's
not even qualified for the Olympia yet, numbnuts.
This is what I was gonna say though. So yesterday we saw this happen.
Oh God.
I knew that was gonna get.
I don't even want to get started with this guy.
What's wrong, Ian? Tell me.
You think just always with these fucking European guys that are like the talk of the town every weekend, you know?
You think his neck is too long?
His neck is definitely too long, and his head is too small for sure.
Ian, you're so brutal. Okay,
I didn't criticize his physique. I criticized his head and his neck. That's part of his physique, but not what we're judging, you know?
So I thought his waist. Remember we brought up his pictures when he was at the gym, and I remember you defending him, saying that his waist was like that because probably post-workout and he was eating or whatever. And now I'm like,
doesn't look any better here.
Yeah, he's on stage here, and I still feel. And I also don't like when guys pull their trunks down like this. I'm like, why don't you just pull it right into the groove because it'll make your legs look better.
You should never do that. They need to follow your body lines. They need to be high and high, not low.
Yeah, it's a strange because like here especially, right?
Oh
like,
yeah, it looks horrible like that.
Just pull it right into your.
I don't understand your rationale in your mind when you're doing this.
Well, I think he's trying to show that like his waist is separated and it's lean. I don't know what he's trying to do.
But if you have those following up your oblique and your lines, it's going to make a lot more nice, clean taper into your legs, you know?
Yeah, I agree.
I'll say like his physique, he has a ton of muscle. I think he can easily be a lot leaner, right? And I don't think he was maxed out here in the slightest.
Look, I'm going to disagree with you here. And if you go to a back shot, I don't think he can be much leaner than we are saying. There's a back shot somewhere.
I know. I think
he'll be peaked a lot better than he even.
I think he'll be peaked better, but his body fat is still quite low.
But what I see on him is the way he is on stage is very amateurish, though. Like the way he poses, the way he holds himself.
Yeah, I agree there. Like, look,
that's
he's
where
got
I'm
some
like,
great shots. I mean, like his most muscular crab is awesome. His side chest is good. Like he needs some more hamstrings on the side chest. But his front double, front lat, back double, side try, I don't think are top 10 Olympia shots in this current condition.
Yeah.
Somebody said here, Josh Weaver, who's a fan of the show, says, I think James can beat Patrick Johnson for the 10-11 spot. I don't think Patrick Johnson's in the 10-11 spot.
No, I think he's lower than that.
Patrick Johnson's definitely not in the top 10, or I would not.
Patrick will have a hard time making the top 15.
Yes.
Because I mean, like, look, now in that group, you have guys like Rafael Brandau, like all these guys that are fighting in that like 10 to 15 spot. you still have a lot of really good bodybuilders I think people are forgetting about, you know?
Yeah.
Antoine's there. I mean, there's still a lot of guys that are in that battle, you know?
Yeah, I don't see Patrick Johnson making a big dent at the Olympia, and that's no offense to him.
No, he just doesn't have enough any like standout features enough to really make a dent in a big show like that.
I saw him back.
How much better is he going to be than France? Like he was pretty conditioned. Like his condition was pretty on point, and he's not going to get bigger from now to the Olympia. So,
you got to give this guy though. He's got some cannons of arms, and he's got a great chest. That's for sure.
He's got great body parts. He just needs to. I think his legs still need to be a little bit bigger, and
his legs are small, especially his hamstrings and glutes. You know, his glutes are way undersized. His hamstrings are undersized.
I think
this is all relative to the rest of him, though, right?
Yeah. That's what I was going to say.
Before people start going, "Oh, they said his hamstrings are small." Like for the flow of his physique,
his hamstrings are bigger than everyone in the comment section, just not big enough for this.
Yeah.
I think with the width of his shoulders, the size of his chest, and the fact that his waist is not really that narrow.
I think what hurts him a little bit on the front shots is not that his waist is big, is his rib cage is wide. So his rib cage all the way down to his waist is kind of the same. And then it also ruins his like taper into his lats because his rib cage is wide. So there's very little pump out from the lats, you know?
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I meant was his stomach is not distended. It's just he's got a wide stomach.
Yeah,
and
that's a great shot. His crab looks awesome.
Yeah. But I think it's also because the crab hides his stomach. Like when you're here, when you
it hides the stomach, shows off this gigantic arms, shoulders, and chest. You know,
when I look at this from here up, it's good, and I think it loses the flow because the legs just aren't thick enough to match this upper body.
Yeah, and he wasn't like, look, I've done it before too, so I'm not going to like knock on him for it, but he wasn't staying, especially on his right quad, on keeping it contracted.
Josh asks again, so does James make the top 10, but Patrick that beat James doesn't battle for? Patrick beat James, but James wasn't at his best. That's Josh. That's why we're saying that.
James has a lot more runway to improve his look, whereas Patrick was pretty much nailed down.
But we also both said that we weren't sure of either of them making the top 10. So it's, you know.
No, I'm just saying if we're gonna say who beats who at the Olympia, if James is in the same shape he was just now at the Legion, he beats Patrick.
Yeah, I also think people need to understand that.
Or at the Tsunami, sorry. Different
lineups and different shows kind of yield a different outcome in terms of judging. Judging the Olympia versus judging the fucking, you know, buttfuck pro is two completely different things. You know, when you have 35 guys that are all pro show winner calibers and you put guys in a lineup, guys tend to look very differently than when they're one of only 3 good guys in a show. You know, and you stand out differently or less or more in the lineups, you know? So I think people need to realize just because they didn't beat someone in a small show doesn't mean they will not beat them at the Olympia. It is a very, very different show. And different criteria does better at the Olympia. I'm not going to lie either. I think, you know, certain things like size and fullness and conditioning were rewarded differently than they are at smaller shows. So I think you need to, you know, realize what the show is and bring the according package.
This guy's offended. Why does it matter that they're European? You wouldn't say, God damn these Africans. Well, if every bodybuilder from Africa put their trunks like that, then yes, we would say these Africans have, why do they wear their trunks like that?
Or I would say those Asians or those Americans or those Canadians.
It's not racist.
Don't try and make it into something it isn't, buddy. You
know? The wellness is up, I think, at the Legion. Unless these are just bikini girls with like big asses.
Bikini girls.
They're not bikini girls, are they? No.
I haven't even got the live stream up. It's not even working.
It can't be. Let's see. What else do we have here? To everyone asking about Nick, it's probably best to leave it for a bit. We'll see if he's back or not. Oh, they're asking about Nick being on the podcast. Listen, I have respect for Nick for being awesome. I have respect for Nick for being honest. I don't wish bad for Nick at all, and I'm sure he'll be back on the podcast one day. I don't know if it'll be this week or next week or the week after, but if he wants to be on, I'm sure he'll be back on.
And it's wellness right now.
Yeah, I knew this was wellness. It had to be.
Yeah, those ass booties and legs.
Jesus,
better be a bro chat tomorrow, or else what? Where does Ian think he will place this year? Oh fuck, who knows?
Yeah, I literally, this Olympia is impossible. I literally have no idea. When you have that many bodies and so many guys that are kind of in a close realm, it literally just matters who is on that day. And you can't predict the future. So it's like, I know I'll probably be on. So let's say I'm confident I'll be on. I can't speak for anybody else, whether they're on or off or how well their prep goes. I can't speak to. If you have to assume everybody is 100%, well then, yeah, it's going to be a lot harder for me to maintain a 7th place or better. But I think I'm a lot more consistent in my conditioning and my packages than a lot of guys. And I think that's something that I have historically capitalized on and will capitalize on even more so in a bigger lineup like this year.
When is Fouad signing Ian?
Don't start with this shit.
Fouad's not signing anybody. Fouad has Samson, who's been with us for 2 fucking years, and we've just signed Dean White, and we have Nathan Epler, and we have a good team, and we're going to run with the team that's been with us.
Ben Chow, what the fuck?
Well, Ben's no longer, he's retired now. I mean, Ben's the best coach in the world, but he's not.
So I'm useless, is what you're saying.
No, Ben, you know I love you.
By the way, can I just say, and this is going to come across as real fucking ass kissery, right?
Okay, I like that. Go ahead.
But for all of the shit that Ian catches about Andrew and Krizo, and he's only jealous, I don't think I've heard a pro at that caliber give a fair critique of his own physique and chances as I do Ian. He's very honest with his own abilities.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And I think a lot of the reason I do catch a lot of flack is because I'm just outwardly honest with my opinion. And I think people attach a negativity or a jealousy or some kind of emotion to it that isn't actually there. When I'm giving the critique of someone, I'm not doing it as a comparison or something towards myself. I'm doing it completely as an individual entity, how I think they would do if I was a judge. I don't put it in, it's different things, So
which I do think
I can give my own, how exactly I think I will place in a very realistic world. And I can also give where I think someone else will place in a very realistic world. You don't need to agree with it. If you think that Andrew Jacked is going to win the Olympia, you're fucking more than entitled to think that. I mean, that's great. I think there's a lot of people that think a lot of different guys will be 1st through 4th, and some other people will think those people won't even be in the top 10. It's all just an opinion. And I just base mine off of what I've historically seen of guys, what I think their chances are peaking well for a big show, and in a lineup that is of that caliber, and that includes myself,
Lucian says, where is Uncle Paul? Paul is judging the Canadian Nationals this weekend. So
do you want to talk about that at all?
He's away. Sure, if you want. Who won again? Joey Pontica.
Pianca.
Is that how you say it? Pianca?
P-Y, yeah.
Joey Pianca won the Canadian Nationals. He's let's see if I can find the pictures of him.
The big old boy.
There's only one photo I can find. I have to go to his page to show everybody who he is.
Yeah, he's fucking huge. I mean, up top, he's gigantic. His back was very, very dominant. He needs a little more leg to match his gigantic upper body. But, I mean, he looked good. I mean, he's been around a long time and kind of slugging away, in that top placings for the supers.
Yeah.
Jordan Janvier turned pro.
Jordan was competing when I was competing.
Jordan was competing as an amateur when I was competing, before I was competing.
Yeah, so this is Joey. How do you say it again? Pianca? That's kind of, let's go to some better stuff he's got here.
We'll go to the tag photos. Maybe you'll have
this is a good representation.
That looks ridiculous.
Yeah. He's not. He's got a good physique. I think he needs to bring up his legs a little bit if he's going to compete.
Yeah, only because his upper body is fucking humongous.
His fucking back is nuts.
Yeah. You're getting to very old photos here, but
I know it's okay. I just kind of give people an idea of what his physique looks like. So we'll go to tagged photos, see if there's something from the show. No,
nothing.
That's what the only sad thing about the Canadian Nationals is there's not very much. Oh, there's some.
So
you can see here his legs just need a little bit more to keep up with that fucking massive upper body.
Yeah. But no, you look good. Deserving win. Big boy.
Yeah, that's a good shot for him. Anyway, so that was yesterday. Jordan Janvier got his pro card in the Masters.
Yep.
See if I can find a picture of him.
He was peeled. He looked really good. He's just you can tell his physique is has a lot of wear and tear on it,
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, he's been competing since I was. But yeah, his skin is fucking grainy thin.
Super dry.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was junior Mr. Canada. When I was coming into bodybuilding, he'd won juniors a few years before me.
I remember when he came up, I definitely thought he was going to turn pro before me.
Yeah.
And then I don't know, you know, things happen in life, and he just, I don't know what happened, but he just it never really panned out. But he always had a great physique.
Yeah.
Like, this is pretty fucking nutty.
Yeah. That side try is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he looked good. Very deserving. I think he was.
Look at this fucking transformation.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Good for him, man. All right, where are we at here?
Still on wellness.
Fuad, if you were at your peak today, could you beat Ian on stage? Yes. I'm just joking. I love to get you riled up. It's so easy. No, I'll be honest. I think Ian is a real professional bodybuilder. And this is also not to kiss your ass, Ian. Sorry.
This is a great episode.
Ian loves today. No, but like, look, it's in every area, whether it be food, traveling, fucking on stage, consistency, showing up with the right package. It's always, you kind of check all the boxes. I don't think I did that. I think my physique was, sometimes I would nail it, sometimes I wouldn't. It's like, yeah, no, I don't think the best version of me could beat Ian. Do I think my physique was nicer? Yes, but I don't think it would beat him on stage. Can I say that?
I'll let you have that.
Everyone needs to smoke one on. Everybody wants to see you high now, Ian.
Yeah, people like that. I don't think they realize I'm high like a good 30% of the episodes. I was just like overtly high that time, you know?
When was that? The last one you did?
Yeah, to be honest, I completely forgot we were doing an episode that day.
Is that why you got so fucking blasted?
Well, yeah, I trained. I came home at 8, and then I smoked a fucking humongous joint. And I sat on the couch, and I was gonna watch a show, and then I get a text from you send link. I'm like, oh my God. I could feel how red my eyes were, you know?
Fucking Ben, you should have seen him, man. His fucking eyes were half fucking closed.
They were so pink, you know?
I can't do it. I've done one podcast where I got high and the same kind of thing where I got high and was like, fuck.
Yeah.
I just sat there and didn't say anything. I'm like, I'm not doing that again. I'm not.
If I'm a little high, that's fine. But I had literally smoked a fucking huge joint, 5 minutes before the podcast.
Wait, this is a good question. Yeah. This is a good question. Somebody said, has Mark gotten worse every show? Opinions, please. Seems like he's missed the mark more and more show by show. What would that attribute to, coaching or back-to-back shows? So before you guys answer that, I just want to say, I think Mark has gotten better each show.
Yeah.
But it's still not his best. But Ian or Ben, you guys want to say why?
I think the case you could make for this, and I'm not saying I agree with it, is that when you have a guy with a bunch of new muscle and it's fresh and he comes out that first show, he had a lot more fullness and pop to it. And then when you pull down 12 or 15 pounds off it in a week or 2 weeks, you lose a lot of that pop with not necessarily an equal amount of conditioning to compensate for it. So it's like the fullness and size is 15 pounds down, but you're not 15 pounds more conditioned. You just lost a lot of that fullness, that water, that glycogen, and maybe 2 or 3 pounds in conditioning, you know? So I think how much he improved in conditioning doesn't outweigh how much he lost in size and fullness, but I do still think the package as a whole was improved. Yes.
Hostile signing James. No, James just signed with Yamamoto and he's happy where he is. This one says, would Luke Sandow, our brother in Iron, have placed in the top 6 this year at the
Yes.
O? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, probably.
Yes. You think Samson will have too much new muscle at the O? He's made so much progression. I don't think the Samson scenario and the Mark scenario are the same.
No.
I don't think Samson will be. I think Samson's 330 pounds will definitely not be he'll definitely still be around 280 by the time he gets on stage. Mm-hmm. But I think his overall tissue will look different. I don't think his weight will be that much higher, but I think his look is going to be a lot different. Ben, I don't know what you think about that. We could see from, I'm going to try and bring up some before.
Well, his back is certainly going to look different. I don't know if his weight, and I would like to see him at the same weight with the new tissue and sharper than he was at the Arnold. And then
you can also say that as well. It's will he be heavier or lighter than the last show? And it really doesn't matter because he still had room to improve in terms of the conditioning in the last show. So even if he's the same weight, but he's 8 pounds leaner, well, then he gained 8 pounds of muscle, you know? So it's like,
Well, the reason I'm saying it though is just because I know people always ask this question, like, oh, well, he was 330 pounds in the off season. Why is he still 280? Because if it's a better 280 than that, it was a successful off season. So I just kind of try to manage.
Also, the way that Milos runs an off season, a lot of off season weight goes on with some carbohydrate and water weight. A lot of that comes off
right off the hop. Yeah.
Okay, but
he's already down. He's already down 15 pounds.
Yeah, he is.
Right?
But we also
compare. Go on.
Sorry, I just want to say we also have to look at this. No matter how much of this is water, fullness, whatever you want to say, there's definitely a lot of new tissue when you look at his legs and his back. Like,
yeah,
this is just from the Arnold. Like, that's a fucking crazy transformation.
It's 10 months, right? Because it's January to October. So
when the Arnold was in March.
Yeah, so it's 10 weeks out in January.
Yeah. No, not
Yeah, 10 weeks out from the Arnold, which is in March.
Oh, so wait. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Photo on the left would have been in January.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. So, so 10 months, but that's crazy for 10 months.
Yeah.
Like his legs have,
it's fucking impressive.
His legs have doubled in size. His posing
has certainly improved, which is helping him a lot. But I mean, there's obviously way more muscle on his quad popping out the side, a little more in the adductors. I mean, his lower lat thickness for sure. I mean, as a whole, he's really grown everywhere. I mean, you can tell obviously there's a little different photos, but still, it's very, very improved. You know,
here's my reservation.
This looks like a different human to me.
Yeah, I think for Samson, like, look, I think Samson's got tons of muscle now. He just needs to get fucking peeled. You know?
Yeah.
Agreed. And this is my reservation with it, because I believe if he turns up bigger and sharper, then everyone's got a fucking problem, right? And I hope he does, because he's a great guy. I love Samson. My reservation is, yes, his legs are bigger. He's like that whole back shot. Everything is improved, but he wasn't sharp enough at the Arnold. Now he has all of that new muscle. Is he still going to be able to retain it whilst driving it down into an improved condition?
Mm-hmm.
That's tricky.
Well, the thing I talked to Milos about was they want to bring him down early.
That's smart.
Because he thinks all this, because normally somebody with this new muscle or new amount of size is going to try and peak at the show, and they're going to lose a lot of that fullness and hydration as they try and peak perfectly
into the show.
That's right. So he wants to get ready early, Milos was saying, and then feed him and give him some water and all that, so the muscle looks full and round, and he retains a lot of this.
That's what we're doing too, and that's why if you look at the picture I just posted yesterday, I'm obviously significantly ahead for 10 weeks out.
I was going to say, Ian, this is actually not to make this whole episode about you, because we've already
please continue.
We've already
carry on.
We've already sucked your dick enough, but just to continue the Ian Fest. This is crazy for 275.
Yeah, I was happy with it for sure.
But I think everyone's at that, because I'm doing the same thing with Hunter. I'm bringing him down much quicker than he was last year, because I want to have the last 5 weeks where we're balancing it out and we're getting that look and that condition right.
Yeah, no, I don't want to have to. I know, and we know historically for me, and I mean, it's very evident if you look even at my competitive history with in previous years, my first show not being the best. And the reason for that is when I have to push into a show versus when I can be ready and eat into a show. Like if I'm still trying to push the cardio and still trying to get body fat off and it's 2 weeks out, I know I'm likely not going to be at my best. But if I can be 100% or 90% ready conditioning wise at 4 or 5 weeks out, start to increase food, start to decrease the cardio a little bit, let my body be nice and fresh and relaxed going into that last 4 weeks and not really putting it under a lot of strain. It's certainly going to be the most optimal for me. And I really think it will be for most guys that are carrying a lot of tissue, me, Hunter, Samson, these guys,
So This is also really impressive. I've shown this transformation before. This also looks like a different human altogether.
Mm-hmm.
And Ben, you said what? He's 285 right now?
Yesterday was no, he misquoted. He sent me his weight yesterday morning. He was 285 on the nose.
Look at this at 285. That's fucking
big boy.
He was 284.2 today, so food was a little lower.
So somebody just asked, can Hunter beat Nick again?
Can he? Sure, of course.
I fucking
Well,
plan on it.
I know can he is obviously a easy statement. I'm saying will he?
I can't have an opinion on this. It's because I'm biased, so count me out.
Those are a little too close to home that I don't want to comment on those ones.
I think it's very, very fucking close. I think Hunter with this new muscle is that back, because my opinion is this: Hunter's main fault was obviously his back last year,
And it's come up.
and this is a dramatic difference. So if he's in better shape than he was last year, Nick is going to be bigger. But if Hunter's in better shape than he was last year and bigger, I don't know, could be tough for Nick. But Nick is, I don't know, back with Matt now, so who knows if he's bigger, and that's going to be a better package.
Well, they're the same weight right now, right? They're both 285.
Yeah.
So Hunter's not going to get outside. He's probably going to be on stage. I mean, you tell me, how much body fat how much weight has he got to come off of that physique?
Oh, he's going to be mid to high 260s for sure.
I'd put him at 267 to maybe 270.
Yeah,
He keeps growing right now. So
if we're looking at this,
go back to yesterday's.
that looks like 15.
10 to 15, I would say.
I'd say at least 15 by the time he's peeled and ready.
Yeah, I probably think you have like 10 to 12 pounds of body fat, 10 pounds of body fat, then plus maybe a couple pounds of water. So
yeah. Which would put him, if he was 285 yesterday, that puts him at 270. If it's 10, 15, 20 pounds would be 265.
I could potentially see more than 15.
it's hard to say. I mean, either way, he's going to be over 264 or 5. I mean, I think he'll be around the same weight I am, which on his structure is going to be very hard to deal with for a lot of guys.
Because his midsection has stayed pretty damn tight. We haven't lost, for all that new muscle, he did not gain any width on his midsection.
Yeah. He looks good.
He looks better in, they all do. I would say that. Ian, Hunter, Nick, they all look better in person than these pictures and videos anyway.
The super white boys always look better in person.
Daniel says, I think Nick switching coaches so often is going to keep Hunter ahead. I would say that, except for Matt is who he's familiar with.
Yeah, this is not a new coach. This is someone who is still very accustomed to Nick and his physique and what works for Nick. I don't think he's at any disadvantage. Like, obviously, if he'd been with Matt the whole time, that would have been optimal. But I think getting back to Matt within 12 weeks out, it'll be business as usual.
Why the fuck is Ben Chow coaching Hunter? Because Ben's an awesome fucking coach. That's why.
Because he asked me and I said yes. I don't know what else to tell you.
I mean, I coached Chris for 3 Olympias. What the fuck was I doing there too? So, I mean, what are we,
no one's talking about Bonac. Well,
I was.
Let's take a look at William Bonac.
His last few pictures didn't wow me as much as he was wowing me a couple weeks before, though.
Yeah, I don't.
You're agreeing with me in that statement.
I don't know.
I just don't think he's got the legs yet. Like, his back looks crazy and his arms and upper shelf look crazy, but I don't think these quads are quite enough still,
I just don't know if I see him in the top 6 is all where I was going with it.
Fuck, it's hard for me to say, man. He's a dense little fucker, and he always gets in super good shape,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I can see him beating Nick or Hunter.
I didn't see that.
And Ian, if you're at 275 right now, I mean, you might be pulling ahead of him too. I mean, I don't know. It's tough. Like, if
has Brandon released anything yet?
No.
What year is this? He looks fucking stupid here.
18.
Yeah, I mean, he has
got to be, because Lockett wasn't in 19, so it has to be 18.
Yeah. I beat Lockett at Olympia, by the way.
Thanks, Ian.
Just so you know, I didn't come dead last at Olympia. I came like 3rd last, and Bonac Lockett was one of the guys I beat.
I'll say this: if he does place in the top 6, it wouldn't shock me, because he's
like,
still.
This is what I said. I mean, when you have so many good physiques that are so close in proximity, the peak is all that matters here. Like, if Bonac has peeled out of his fucking mind and looks like he's made of cement, and someone, like Nick slips up on his conditioning a little bit, or I slip up on my conditioning, or Andrew Jack's not in shape, or Brandon's not quite there, Bonac could easily jump up on any of those guys,
Yeah. Let's see what questions we have here. Fuad, are you working on different handlebar styles? No backing out. What? You mean handlebars for my motorcycle?
Yeah.
I already got them on. I already got new ones on my motorcycle. Y'all forget Bonac was second at the O. Yeah, but that was like 5 years ago.
Wait, no one forgot that. I didn't forget that.
Should we have not forgot that when Kevin Levrone did the Olympia like 4 years ago, or?
Yeah, like, I don't know, things change, man. I mean, if Bonac looks like he looked 5 years ago, yeah, he'll be second again.
Yes.
But we don't know if that can happen.
Yeah.
Nathan Ferrer says, Fuad, tell Ian I love him.
Love you too.
Do you think Ramy will win the O again? I'm going to say yes.
Highly likely.
Just for the shits and giggles, we can take a look at his updates.
I mean, if the 2-time or whatever he is defending champion is not the favorite,
that's
like there's an issue,
This is crazy, man. Look, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But
he is much leaner than I was expecting for this kind of time frame.
Yeah. No, I mean, he keeps that waist so tight for a guy this size too. Like, that is a crazy nice fucking waistline for a 340-pound guy, 320-pound guy.
This whole shot, man. The way the lats insert low.
Yeah, they bubble,
waist,
midsection tight, chest is full.
Chest is still thick.
And it's very symmetrical. Like, his arms are the same, his chest, like it's very even,
I just see the left lat looks a little flatter. That right
yeah,
one
I think that's a bit of the light, but I do see that actually, yeah. See, but I don't see it there.
Yeah, it's the way he's posing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It might be tissue work as well. On that front double, he might have something bound up on that left shoulder, stopping it from coming out on the double.
Let's see. Yeah, every shot is just like, the only thing is his back trips me out because look how wide it looks, right?
Yeah, but his lats are starting to migrate really high,
This is what I'm saying. Like, you see all this muscle here, and then for some reason, when he does a back double, it just disappears. That always, like, I can't understand it because look at how much.
Obviously, a very good back, but it's not as good as it was.
It's like he lost this in here somehow.
Yeah, I think this is a thing that happens with a lot of guys just over years of training and damage, and
I mean, that's crazy, right? Then
his back lat hasn't got any worse. It's only his back double that has been affected by it.
Yeah.
But look at the left and the right lat are different again.
Yeah, I saw it there.
He's got some sort of, I think it's a tissue thing. He needs to just have that worked out.
I also don't know if this is a posing issue. Is he leaning too far back?
It looks like it.
Yeah, he's leaning a little unevenly too.
The fact you can see so much of his upper pec, I'd say he's leaning quite far back.
That's a sick shot too.
Yeah, I don't see, if he's in shape, I don't see anybody beating him.
No, me neither.
I do hope he's more like 2020 than 2021.
Does Blessing beat Krizo? Yes, I think so.
Oh,
you were all over Krizo last week.
Wait a minute. That's before I saw him on stage.
That's a tough one, man. That's actually very hard for me to tell.
I think Blessing in New York, as conditioned as he was,
conditioning wise, yes,
will not. I don't think muscularity wise he can pull ahead of Krizo, but I think his flow and condition is better than Krizo's.
Yeah, I will concede that if you take the New York Pro of Blessing and the Krizo we just saw, that Blessing will win, but I don't think that's the same Krizo we'll see. I hope,
So,
we'll see Krizo next week in Prague, right? He's doing Prague for his pro qualifier or pro Olympic qualifier.
Yeah. Ben Chip says if Ramy is slightly off, they're not going to give it to him after his debacle in Pittsburgh.
Disagree.
So I will say this:
if he's good enough to win, he'll still win. Yeah,
but if it's really close between him and somebody else, that might play a part. But I don't know.
Yeah.
James going to win going to the Olympia. Boom. Yeah, we already sorry guys, whoever just logged on now, we discussed it earlier when James won. Will Ian have to get there early to have a spot backstage because there are so many qualified? What? I don't know. I'm not sure what that means.
It's a big room, guys. Room for everybody. Like, do I need to show up backstage like 4 hours before the show so I got like a spot to lay down,
James' new approach is working. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, question for Ian. As he's always in super condition, is it always the ones that suffer the most, or is it relatively easy for you to get your condition?
No, I mean, it's just like anything. Our guys with the biggest calves, the guys that train them the hardest. It's like there's genetic propensities to everything. Conditioning is certainly one of them, you know? I mean, there's guys that could diet 300 times harder than me and not get nearly the condition I can. I mean, like, look at Hassan Mustafa. I mean, that guy probably killed himself on like 0 carbs an hour of cardio to get in condition that is standard conditioning for me, where I certainly am not doing that. So yes, do I obviously have to work hard to get in that conditioning? Yes. But do I think I have to work as hard as others, as a lot of others, to get in that condition? No.
I think classic is up. I think classic is up, guys.
That's a good point, Fred. On to Ian's point, Fred, you know that guy I sent you yesterday that I said reminded me of Cedric?
Yes.
You disagreed. Okay. That was his first show ever. At like 2 weeks out, he messaged me and was like, hey, are my carbs supposed to be this high? And I'm like, dude, you're peeled. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, this is abnormal. It is pretty high. It's abnormally high. I mean, he was on like 350 on a low day and was peeled as an amateur.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's pretty rare, but it's not like Ian said, it's a lot of genetics comes into play, as well as I know plenty of guys that suffer brutally and can't crack that kind of condition.
Well, I'll give you the best example. Brandon Beckrich. Yeah. Brandon Beckrich has done every diet from like fucking 0 carbs to like 1,500 calories
in his life.
Can't. It's not a matter of how hard he works. He works very, very hard and just can't seem to genetically get it to where it needs to be.
I mean, he's a phenomenal amateur.
Yeah, and the amount of muscle he has in his physique.
I mean, he's got great parts and he's, you know, a very good bodybuilder. It's just his conditioning has held him back, you know.
Is this pro classic that's up right now?
This is pro classic, yeah.
I don't recognize anybody in this lineup. I don't know if you guys follow classic more than I do.
I recognize one of them, so I believe he's a pro.
Yeah,
hard to tell.
Is Nathan doing the Olympia? It's yet to be seen if he will be able to get to the US.
He's qualified, right?
Yeah.
Well, that way, yeah.
He's always qualified.
Let's see here. This is another round of classic.
Yeah.
I still don't recognize anybody in this lineup.
But it is pro. It is all the pro show.
No, I know. I think I need to start following classic more.
It's late in the season, you know?
None of these physiques really stand out to me.
No, there's nobody very good so far.
I think all the very, very good classic guys are already qualified, right?
I think all the very, very good guys in almost every division are already qualified, you know? It's pretty late in the season to be like chucking in a last minute qualification, you know?
Yeah.
Well, Justin Rodriguez is probably the last one.
That's right.
Yeah, no, like there is some, but I mean, Justin technically was already qualified. He didn't actually need to do the show.
Yeah, he did.
He was 3rd place in points. He didn't need to.
I thought only the top 2 go.
I thought it was 3.
I thought they changed it to 2.
Oh, well then, yeah, he didn't need to do it. Okay.
And isn't Muzi lining up another show in case?
When I look at the points, the next points behind him was a significant drop, and it was all guys that weren't competing anytime soon.
Well, the top 2 were Theo. Was it Theo and Muzi? Were the top 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Kuklow's after him, and I don't think.
No, it's like it goes. I think it goes
Rodriguez,
Muzi, Theo, and then Rodriguez.
Yeah, but I'm saying after Rodriguez was like Kuklo, Quinton, a couple other guys. I don't think any of them are competing.
But I think the.
But if it's top 2, then you're right.
I thought that was the reason why Justin was doing the show. I thought it was the top 2 qualified, but I could be wrong.
No, I mean it would make sense if that's the case. If I thought he was just like trying to secure it.
Yeah.
And I mean for him to come down and be in shape at 9 weeks out is probably, or 8 weeks out is probably not a bad idea anyways, you know?
Manager Matt said on the Cutler podcast that they fixed Nathan's visa for the Mr. O. That's interesting. Well, I'd be interested to see how Nathan does on the O stage. It's going to be the toughest fucking one for him to jump into. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Do you guys think Mark's width on top makes him unbalanced or gives him too many gaps to fill in the lower to make him a top tier bodybuilder?
Well, this is the thing with any attribute like this, they're both a blessing and a curse. I mean, like you take someone like Jamie being 6'5", it's like, yeah, when you fill that frame out, you're going to be a lot more imposing and a lot bigger than everybody else on stage. But until then, you're going to look like a fucking string bean. And I think the same thing kind of goes for having super wide clavicles. It's like, when you can fill that physique out, like a Jay Cutler having really wide clavicles, or even Justin Rodriguez, it's a huge attribute. But until that time, it's generally somewhat of a detriment.
So if you guys are watching the classic show here, the guy third from the right, I don't know his name, and he's
I've seen it before. Yeah.
I like his physique a lot, but he doesn't seem like he's in great condition.
It's hard to tell. This blue backdrop, it's too much lighting in the backdrop, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, he looks a little washy through the midsection stuff. Yeah, I can see that for sure.
Why are there superheroes in the backdrop? Is that part of like the
that's that branding.
Like the Legion?
I mean, did you see the one that had like the fucking Dragon Ball Z backdrop last weekend or something?
No.
Like, guys, put a fucking black backdrop and move on, you know?
Why? Yeah, I don't know why they insist on like doing that kind of.
It's ridiculous.
Denise actually did her last pro show was the Legion Sports back in 2019. That's when she did.
And the letters, the bright white letters I don't think they help, but I don't know, man.
They could have it all from like 8 foot up, right?
Yeah.
So you can have black underneath, and then all of the logos and everything else way over the top.
That's what we do. That's what we do at our show. We have a black curtain, and then we have the massive screen, but it's up higher. So the people that are standing there are standing against a black backdrop.
Right. Makes way more sense.
When does the Legion prejudging start? So I pinned the link. You guys can click the link at the very top of the chat. The Legion prejudging has started, but they're on classic right now. So I'm not sure when the open men start. I think this is going to be a Justin Rodriguez first, Tonio Burton second, or at least a battle between the two of them. Tonio looks really good, man.
He looks great.
This condition is not quite hard enough to, I think, battle this version of Justin. I mean, the pictures I sent you of Justin yesterday, he's in quite good shape. So
yeah, I just really like Tonio's physique. It's actually
I mean, it's such a cool physique, you know.
It's starting to impress me
back,
more and
like
more.
his back lat looks so crazy.
Like, look at this.
Yeah. I mean, go to that back lat shot.
Just 1 second. I want to see if he starts moving here. There's like nothing. He's not missing anything.
No, he's very round.
Man,
this is like if you don't compete and you just want to be fucking huge and rock a tank top around, this is the physique you want, you know?
Yeah. Is this the one you're talking about, Ian?
No, but I think he does hit a back shot here.
Yeah, he's got everything. There's like literally nothing missing.
I do. Yeah, he's going to get outsized though by Rodriguez.
Yeah, of course.
So there's some hamstring issues here. I can see.
His leg conditioning and detail as a whole is usually what gets him down. But
I mean, his quad size is good. I just think his hamstrings need more thickness because there's a really big gap there.
More adductor.
That back lat spread is beautiful.
You can see it from the side as well, right?
I think he's also not. I think too many guys look, and this is something I'm going to say for anyone listening in the feed as well. Don't fucking flex your hamstrings on a side pose. What are you thinking when you do that? Just don't do that.
Yeah, you got to let it.
Hamstrings contract upwards. When you flex them on a side pose, they get smaller. You need to push them against your back leg. You don't flex them. Stop flexing your hamstrings in a side pose.
Don't get mad though. You can explain.
Yes, I'm mad because what are you thinking? What is your logic behind that? There's no logic to that.
You can explain without getting upset.
Making me upset that people do that shit. So I suck at posing and I know better than that.
Somebody asked if this was the best of the new crop. And I
no, it's so wait, flick right. Look how heavily filtered it is.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Look how much muscle's on that physique, man.
Yeah, but his conditioning, man, he needs a lot of work on that conditioning still.
Well, that's filtered. That's filtered the arse out of it. That back lat spread is so heavily filtered.
Well, you can see it here. Look at the floor. The floor, you can see like every speck in the floor.
Same with the wall.
Yeah, the wall too, right?
Yeah.
I think my dog.
And someone cut his mustache off.
I was going to say that. Can someone go back there? Okay, anyone listening to this that's from Europe, why is this a thing in Europe? Having like a beard?
No, it's in America. Hey, it's in America too. I see it all the time.
No, there's no way.
There is. They do this beard and then nothing here. I'm like, what are you doing?
This is an Arab and a European. This is an Arab and like an Eastern.
Arabs don't do that shit.
Huh?
Ian,
Arabs don't do that shit.
Or like Jewish guys see doing it. What?
You know,
You're thinking of Hasidic Jews.
Yeah.
But when we went to Tennessee, the bet that if I lose the bet, I have to shave my beard like that. That's how bad it is.
No.
That's a fucking and the eyebrows. But the forfeit was the mustache off.
Like, why not just grow the rest of it? What is this? You know?
Maybe he likes the way his lips look.
Maybe, I guess.
You're brutal. Honestly, you're fucking brutal.
Why?
I don't know. You just
Well, it's a valid question. I was just asking, why do people generally from that side of the world do that more than this side of the world? If someone from over there has an answer like, oh, yes, it's very stylish because our favorite soccer player named this does it, and it became a, it's like the mustaches with Sebum or the fucking mullets. It's like someone famous did it and it got popular,
This guy says, how many cultures can Ian actually offend in one sentence?
Well, the Jews, the Arabs, the Europeans.
Let's see, Amish or Chechen style. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's like the beard look is Amish or Chechen.
Yeah, so why? Why
though? Let's see. Okay. The classic guys are up individually.
Yeah.
This guy's got a crazy back.
He's very wide.
I love it when you get the serratus that's like really predominant before the lat itself.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a lot of guys have that. Chris has that. That's what makes his lat spread look so good. Yeah, he looks good.
His back double looks really good. Yeah.
Oh, you're at the back. I'm behind a little bit, I think.
No,
he's just in the back double now. I got the back double now.
Is Derek's Lunsford in the top 10?
Yeah, he's in the top 10. It would be more unlikely for him to be out of it than in it.
I don't think he's in the top 5.
I would agree. I don't think he's in the top 6. I think he's in the 6 to 10 group.
Yeah.
Number 25. He's got good legs, good structure.
Yeah, it's got good too.
It's like to seem to you like you guys like they don't have a lot of oil on. He's very dry.
It's these kind of backdrops, man. When you have overly colored backdrops, it takes away from their physiques a lot.
Or is it that?
There's not enough contrast,
He really looks dry though. Like there's not any shine. Condition's good. Got all the body parts are there. I wish I knew their names. I wish I had a
little more, but I mean, overall, he's pretty good.
I wish I had a list of names.
I'm sure it's on.
Probably is. Go on bodybuilding.
Yeah, bodybuilding without borders.
I wish, this is one of the things I think I don't want to say the IFBB, but maybe the promoters that are part of the IFBB could do a little better is I think if they worked with some of the YouTube channels, they could probably get more people to watch their shows. Like if somebody sent me a list of competitors ahead of time or something like that, we could probably talk about it more, promote it more, talk more about all the people, but I don't know half these guys.
Yeah.
So I can't really help. This guy's peeled. Could James be, there's a whole bunch of the top 10 questions. All right.
You think Cody will drop in placing or improve? I think he'll be kind of in the same ballpark. I mean, he was third last year, so.
Hottie, eh? Is Hottie going to be better than Hunter and better than Nick again? That's what I'm wondering.
I expect to see a very same as Ian. Hattie's consistency.
Okay, here we have the answer here. Sorry, people are saying it's a Muslim tradition, like how Khabib has it, but this guy's
he's not Muslim.
He's not Muslim, is he?
No.
So yeah, I understand.
He can be Russian and Muslim. That's not the same thing, though.
No,
he might be a Muslim.
No, he can be Muslim. He can be Muslim and Russian. Yeah, I just don't think he's Muslim.
He could be, but we don't believe he is. Yeah.
How did you think Justin's wife did? Justin's wife won, didn't she? She won the overall?
She won the overall. Yep.
Yeah. I should agree. Actually.
It's funny how many questions there are in the feed here about where does this person place? Where does this person place? Like, dude, we can't predict the fucking future. Like, how do we know?
Competing questions to bodybuilders who start to flatten out on stage. What are the do's and don'ts? Water or food? Both.
A lot of it is usually water issue, I think. I mean, people usually cut or too much water, use too much diuretic, and have a lot of food generally. And I think they're flattening out once they start to pose and pull a bit of that water out.
I think the main culprit is guys trying to carb up too late or being too flat before they start carbing up.
Yeah. Or if you're in too much of a hole, I can agree there.
Because if you're way too flat before you start carbing up and then you try and carb up, none of it sticks and your body just keeps burning through it. And then you end up on stage and you get flatter as you get out there.
Like, listen to this question. Ian, what is your conditioning regime?
I can see that.
What does that mean?
Well, how much
No,
cardio?
wait. Hey, Ian, you're missing a trick here. You could come up with some like fucking snake oil shit, label it and sell it to these guys for the Ian Valliere condition concoction.
I smoked a cigarette after sex yesterday. Is that optimal?
It was good, right? For sure.
Ben, have you ever had a cigarette after sex?
I've never smoked a cigarette in my life.
Ian says that post-sex cigarette is the best cigarette ever.
I'm going to say a cigar will beat that.
No, Paul agreed with me.
I don't know if a cigar would, because a cigar's too long, whereas a cigarette.
No, you don't inhale it. You got to have that inhalation of the cigarette to like really feel that punch after the sex, you know?
That's funny.
I'm about to get harassed.
Why?
I'm sorry.
Why?
Ian, have you done zero water? Yes, I've done zero water before. It was a terrible, terrible idea. And I'll never do it again.
Every time I see an athlete cutting water back, I see it go wrong.
I know.
I cut water back my whole career. What are you guys talking about?
But did you cut it to zero or did you just reduce it a bit?
Friday, when I was with Chad, we used to do Friday like 250 mils, and then Saturday was nothing. Actually, Friday.
You looked better doing that?
Well, I looked the best with Hani or John. With John, I left a little bit of water in. With Hani, I left no water in.
Yeah.
So
I think it can be done. I just think you guys, I think things change.
It's the way I set things up. With my athletes, if I set things up and then pull their water back, they always look worse.
Look, I'm not saying you guys are wrong. I just think things change as time.
No, I agree. Look, I think there's
progresses.
obviously guys with physiques where water needs to be limited and pushed a little more aggressively. But I don't think if you're going to do like take 100 bodybuilders and you have to peak them all the same way, that cutting water is the ideal if you're going to do it for a large scale like that.
I don't think. I mean,
think you're better to just get in good condition and you won't worry about that as much, you know?
I don't know. I just have to say, because I think just times change, right? Because like, look, if you look at guys in the 90s, early 2000s, everybody cut water, right? And so guys still end up on stage looking great. I just think you guys have figured out a way to do it with leaving water in.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, you can certainly do it. I mean, it's not always going to destroy your physique, but I think in terms of bringing the best package of fullness and dryness and everything, I think to leave some water in is always ideal, you know?
Yeah.
Why not vape instead of ciggies? Because vaping is for hipsters and cigarettes are for cool kids. Duh.
An idiot. Where's Nick Walker? Nick Walker's probably training. Look, even if there was no issue with Nick Walker, Nick doesn't usually do these kind of things anyways.
Ian, are you still practicing the splits? No, I'm sorry. I gave up on that.
Why'd you give up on it?
Because I was getting so good at the split machine, but it wasn't actually making me any better at the split. So it was like, clearly there's going to be more work involved in that than I need to do, you know?
But okay, so that split, you're talking about the J Cutler like split machine, right?
Yeah.
Did you find, is there any crossover into training and your leg training? Does it help that?
Like make my leg training better?
Yeah, has it helped mobility? Has it helped anything where you feel around the hip joint?
Whoa, wait.
No.
I have to answer this question. Is Ronnie the reason that if your glutes ain't peeled, you're not in shape? Before him, do you think glutes were ignored? No, definitely not. I don't think Ronnie is the reason. Because if you go all the way,
I think the first guy to really bring peeled glutes was Rich Aspari, and then
I was just going to say that
become more and more normal. Yeah.
You got to stop finishing my sentences.
Sorry. You got to be quicker, bro.
Well, you're so like you just jump. Ben, what kind of mobility work did you do to get the type of dorsiflexion you perform in the squat? Is that genetic, or did you actually do anything? It's genetic.
Well, it's from doing deep squats.
Yeah, but you didn't actually do anything else to like get that.
No, but at a period of time to help when Luke and I were squatting, he didn't have that kind of mobility, so we both went through and stretched, but I didn't really need to. But I would basically stretch my soleus with my knee in the flex position. So like a seated calf raise machine, and we'd load it before we squatted, and we would just
before you squatted. Yeah.
Well, before we trained legs, that's what we did.
That makes
But
sense.
no, it's 90% genetic.
Yeah, I think people also need to realize like doing exercises is the best way to get a range of motion at an exercise. Like doing squats and putting that load on your, in causing that dorsiflexion under a heavy load is going to improve it over time,
Fuad, can you explain what happened with Nick, please? Let's just quickly go through it.
Yeah.
Nick expressed a desire to not be at hostile, so I let Nick go. That's pretty much all. It's black and white. Sorry if answer. What did that say? Shit, it just skipped on me.
Can you build great legs box squatting? If that's your only leg exercise, no, probably not.
Also depends on the box.
Yeah, is your box like 6 inches off the ground or like 16 inches off the ground? If your box is low enough that you're getting pretty substantial knee flexion, then yeah, I mean, I guess sure. But I would still think you need more in your arsenal than just that one thing.
Ian, would you fuck you guys? This fucking Ian, would you rather fight 2 Ben Chows or 3 Fuad Abiats?
Current right now?
Everybody who's right, whoever wrote that, fuck you, man.
Current, if we're talking current, probably 3 Fuad Abiats.
Oh yeah.
Ben's reach is going to be a problem for me, so I got to go with the 3 Fuad.
Will Fuad start skating with James? I can fucking inline skate.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Can you? You can inline skate?
Yeah, I can ice skate.
Wait. Can you inline skate, or do you just think you can inline skate?
No, we're Canadian. We all know how to skate.
I can ice skate and inline skate. And ski. But
I can't ski.
I'll have to say, this was like 20 years ago. So if I still can or can't, I don't. This was also 100 pounds ago. So I don't know if I can.
I skated relatively recently, and it wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
I took Denise to Top Golf the other day, right, for her birthday.
Yeah.
Now, I used to play a lot of golf. I played off for 14. I play golf. I'm so fucking sore everywhere. I feel like I have arthritis in my fingers from holding the fucking club. My obliques just terrorized. I can't believe how much. And I wasn't trying to rip the shit out of the ball. I was just trying to.
know, just the movement itself. Yeah. Fuad, rumors say Nick is with Yamamoto Nutrition. That wouldn't surprise me. Good for him. Listen, I don't know why people. This isn't a drama thing. It's a work thing. If Nick signs with somebody tomorrow, as long as he's happy, I'm happy for him. He wasn't happy with us, so that's all there's to it. There's no like drama or hate or anything you guys are looking for. It doesn't exist. Fuad, you need to commit a bank robbery with one person with a podcast. Who are you choosing? Ben.
Is the IFBB giving out so many pro cards and money grab? Ian, anything about your look at last year's Olympia you're focusing on specifically tan oil? Well, I'm just be better than it, I guess.
Wait a minute. I want to address that. Fuad it says, is the IFBB giving out so many pro cards as a money grab? I think obviously it's a business, so they're trying to make money, yes. But I also think, why not populate the industry and then let the cream rise to the top? Well,
people also say it's like, is it a money grab? But like, part of that is us athletes need to win money for doing the shows. And if they're making money, we're getting more money. So, I mean, there's no bad thing to having more pros. It's just more people for the good pros to beat,
I think it's obviously nice to have a prestigious thing where like one guy turns pro every year, but like Ian has said before, the cream rises to the top anyway. So it doesn't really matter if like
the Olympia is what matters.
It's kind of like, I don't know, Ben, you can maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but in boxing or MMA, don't you just have to announce that you're a pro? Like there's no barrier to entry, is there?
I believe there is. Yeah.
I thought in MMA, like, cause I remember there's an MMA girl from here that was trying to fight and she just had to like announce that she was going to compete.
Someone just gave you $10, bro.
Hey, thank you, Peyton. Best podcast ever. I'll share with you guys. We'll get like $350 each or something like
that. You said that last time. I'm still waiting for the fucking check.
Someone asked, did Ian hear about Lionel Beyeke's story and why he was off in France? Did you guys hear about this?
No. Was there a story for it? I knew there's got to be a story.
The story was literally that he just, well, because of his legal issues, he's very heavily monitored and can't use anabolics, apparently. Which, okay. So then he's just competing for the love of bodybuilding, which, look, I mean, I understand that, but when you're competing in professional bodybuilding shows, you'll never get me to agree with that, you know?
Okay, wait a minute. Can you say that again? What is it? He can't take anabolics?
No, because he's apparently heavily monitored by the police force in France because of drug charges he had.
Okay, so what I would say to that is, cool, I get it. So you can't do any drugs, but I would
Great.
also say, then why are you competing?
Exactly.
Well,
Because-
I got another question.
Well, go ahead, man.
Even if you're natural, you still hadn't dieted for that show.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you could get leaner naturally. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, because I just think of it like this. When I started doing steroids, it was literally because I started competing. So I'm like, I only did them because I'm like, I have to do what everybody else is doing. So if I couldn't do them, I would either do a natural show or not compete at all.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's an excuse, I guess, but at the same
Look,
time,
you can
it's
say
like,
the love of bodybuilding, but I watched that show and I watched Lionel on stage, and Lionel was not like so happy to be there. Like, he didn't smile once on stage. He didn't look like he was like super enthusiastic and excited to be there. And, I mean, look, when you know you're showing up in that kind of condition, it's hard to get excited about doing a show. You know you're not going to be competitive. You know you're likely going to get berated online after that. So I just look, outside of contractual obligations, which apparently he did not have, I don't really see a reason for someone to be competing in a professional bodybuilding event in that level of conditioning.
Fuad, do you think Brandon still got it? And if Samson is a better version of him? No, I think Samson is his own version of his own self.
They're completely different physiques.
The only physique I compared similarities to was Mark Hector has a similar shape and structure to Brandon when he was younger.
I would agree there.
And I do think Brandon still has that. I think he's going to show a much better physique than he showed at the Arnold, with more time in Kuwait. Fuad, what did you think? Fuad and Ian, what did you think of Canadian bodybuilder Tim Belknap back in the 80s? I don't remember him.
Me neither. I know the name, but I can't.
I know the name too, but I can't picture the face. Chelsea Foster says, love you guys so much. Hoping to meet you guys in the future. Single girl here who watches religiously. Chelsea, message Guy. He's single.
Yeah.
You should.
Oh, no. This is what I said. I said it in the group chat. His problem is he shouldn't date fans or anyone that's like a.
Why? Because they already know what they already know what they're getting.
No, it's a recipe for disaster, man.
You think so?
I agree.
Yeah.
I think if they already know what they're getting, then he's ahead of the game.
No.
I think Guy needs to be on like fucking Christian Mingle, finding himself like a good old wife, you know?
What's
Christian.
what is 1v1? Who on the podcast can 1v1 a 1,500-pound cow?
1 versus 1, fight 1-on-1.
Oh, that's a silly question.
Yeah.
What would Ian say makes his physique stand out at the O? Can I answer?
Conditioning.
Width.
No, you can't answer.
He's like, no, I'm going to answer.
Yeah, shoulder width, conditioning. Yeah, maybe, sure.
Width and conditioning. I think your overall structure is just.
I think I have a few shots that stand out. I think my front lat and my side tricep are like standout shots. So I think those give me a bit of ground. But I think what makes me stand out more, is probably my shoulder width and my conditioning.
Do you guys prefer the live format or doing the podcast in advance?
Well, they're both live for us, you know, like,
Yeah. Well,
it's all live for us, you know?
We honestly don't cut out that much, so it's all the same shit. Oh, I have a question for you guys I thought of the other day. Would you rather have your eyelids sewn open? Okay. Or have your asshole sewn 3/4 shut?
3/4 shut. Ooh. Sewn open though, like you're gonna go blind pretty quick if you never blink, right? Like your eyes are gonna dry out. That's gonna fuck them up real good.
Will you go
So
blind?
would you rather be blind or would you have the most excruciating, painful fucking shits forever?
What if you wore goggles though? Like what if you put eye drops and then wore goggles?
What if you took a laxative? What if you?
There's no lubrication in that.
I'm just living on laxatives.
Yeah, you'd have
I'm
to
just
live.
gonna
Yeah, but
lax-
imagine shitting through like the hole the size of a pin.
You're strong. Yeah, no, I'm with Ben. I'm gonna take the butthole 3/4 sewn shut and just live off of fucking stool softener. You know,
But that's going to be
Yeah.
worse. You're going to have to shit all the time and have like this pinhole to shit.
Maybe
better than being
water.
blind, homie.
Huh?
Better than being blind.
Yeah.
But I can wear
I'll do
goggles.
it
I think if I wear goggles, I'll be okay.
And I think
Ian's eyes are already sewn open. Are my eyes that big and open? Okay.
the quarter that is left open, I think will give a little bit over time.
It'll stretch out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shit, you got a big donation there.
$50.
Whoa. Alexander.
Alex, thank you, dude. I appreciate
Damn.
it. Would you rather have a hamster-sized dog or a dog-sized hamster? I don't know.
Hamster-sized dog for sure.
Yeah. A dog-sized hamster would be fucking terrifying.
Yeah. Hamster-sized dog is so cute.
Would you rather
Yes, I
not?
drink my fucking cat. Shut up. What? Go ahead.
Would you rather not taste food again or not feel sex again? Ian doesn't even care about food.
Food, yeah, food.
I'm thinking I would take the food. Yeah, I don't really care about food.
Why do you not care about food? That's such a strange thing to me.
Because I think food is a tool for survival and for performance. I don't look at it as a reward or anything to make myself feel good with.
You've never enjoyed food, like just the taste and been like, food's so good.
Well, of course, I've gone out and had meals at restaurants I enjoy, but it ends there for me, you know? Like, it's not like I go home and I'm like, ooh, I really want this, you know? Like,
really?
Not enough that I care to, no.
Were you raised with food? Like,
Yeah.
Being a big deal?
Were you raised allowed? Were you allowed to eat when you were
allowed
raised?
I was raised without food.
No, I mean, like, was it like an integral part of your lifestyle growing up, or no?
In what aspect? Give me.
Well, like as an Arab, like food is everything. Like you get together and you have a feast, and then there's like a birthday and there's a feast, and there's like it's a weekend, there's a feast. It's like everything is
sure. Like I had
I
had big Christmas dinners. I had Thanksgiving, birthday cakes and dinners. I ate family dinner sitting at the table every single night growing up.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, like, I mean, I don't know, just the older I've gotten, the more I've like, it's not something that like I think about really. Like, yeah, people are saying in the comments, like, yeah, I like McDonald's or charcuterie boards. I mean, there's clearly foods I enjoy.
Yeah.
But do I connect like an emotional response or feeling to it? Not really. Like, it's not something that like, ooh, I'm feeling down, I want to eat, or like, ooh, I eat and then I feel happier. Like, I don't think of it like that. I just like,
see, that happens to me. I eat and
too.
I get happy.
Yeah, me too.
I've never felt happier from eating food.
Oh man, I feel happy every night when I eat.
Like
I feel I can eat food and be like, this is tasty, but that's kind of the end of it, you know?
1 second, guys.
Like,
You gotta see this.
Oh, he hits the ab and thigh like Ian was saying he should in this one.
Look at this fucking most muscular James. Jesus. Enrico Hoffman's big dude too.
Yeah, he looked good.
I wonder why he ended up in fourth. His stomach, maybe a little distension.
Not bad. His tan's a little light, but
Yeah.
so is James's.
It's hard to say on these videos as well. In person, everything's so much different in person. That is really true, especially with these much bigger muscular guys. In person, it really translates.
Guys, I don't know, man. I'm sorry. And maybe it's just a really quick thing, but I got to see this video from Dead On, because the more I look at this video, I don't see Alfred in second.
I do.
I don't think I do, man.
I do. His condition is phenomenal.
Yeah. I think
but
he's very
like
well
we've
balanced.
said this-
It doesn't.
But we've
doesn't
said this
show
many
him.
times. It's not a conditioning show. We've said this over and over again.
Ian, are you still able to do a 500 kilogram bench? I think you have your measurement unit a little off there, bro.
Kilogram.
No, I cannot bench 1,100 pounds. I never could. Can I still bench 500 pounds? Unlikely.
I still wish I'd seen you and James off-season bench pressing. That would have been hectic.
Yeah, no, I don't press like that anymore. I clearly was doing nothing for my chest development, so I've had to reevaluate things a little bit. Which compound turns your veins into garden hoses? Low body fat.
Get more muscle.
Yeah.
That's something that smaller guys should know. You can't get garden hose veins if you don't have a lot of muscle.
Oh, this is one I want to address here. Do you think the reason so many bodybuilders are not good from the back is because they don't deadlift enough, or is it due to not having genetics? Deadlifting is not going to make you have a world-class back. I mean, guys like Regan, who have some of the best backs in the world, are not big deadlifters. You know, Jay Cutler was not a deadlifter, really. I mean, just because Ronnie Coleman deadlifts heavy, it doesn't mean anything.
I should have had a phenomenal back based on my deadlift.
When
I have zero muscle.
I consistently deadlifted very heavy and very consistently for 2 years between 2020 and 2021. You know, I was doing 700-pound deadlifts for reps weekly. and my back got 0% better from it. I got better glutes and hamstrings. My glutes almost got too big. And it was spending a lot of mental energy doing lifts that were really not making things better that I actually needed to get better. When I started focusing on lat isolation exercises and actually using my back in proper exercises, then my back started to grow.
Me and Paul were talking about this the other day. I actually think there's like an epidemic of like a lack of back development lately. Yeah, I don't see a lot of great backs. And usually when we're doing like these physique breakdowns, I find myself always saying, oh, his back could be a little better. Yeah,
but I think that's always been the way for everything. I think to develop a back is the hardest. And
I don't think it's always been the way.
I think it's to connect with your back is harder than any other muscle.
I will give you that, but I don't think it's always been the way in the IFBB. If you look at like, I don't know, look at any other time, really. Look at 90s, look at early 2000s.
Okay, but even if you look at the top 10 at the Olympia now, everyone's backs are still good. What are we talking about? Amateur bodybuilding or top 10 professional bodybuilding? You got to be consistent in what we're assessing here, you know?
I am being consistent. I don't think if you took the top 10 at the Olympia this year, the backs are as good as the top 10 Olympia in previous years.
I disagree.
Okay.
I think if you're going down to like, you know, early.
Our current Mr. Olympia has a back issue.
Yeah, but he still has an insane back lat and still has a lot of other good things.
His lat width is very, very impressive.
Yeah.
His back double though is lagging.
But I mean, also nobody's looking at, I don't even want to say it because people are going to jump on me.
Don't say it.
No, I'm not going to say it.
Anyway, it's just a something I kind of noticed, but I don't know. Ben, I'm 8 weeks out. Would you coach me for nationals?
No. Not 8 weeks out. I'm not taking on anyone at 8 weeks out.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't blame you.
No, you need to come at least 16 weeks out, guys. Come on. Why Ian being so annoying all the time? Because you people ask dumb questions. No, I'm kidding.
Why is being what the? Okay. Where is the question? Let's see. Do we know when the Open Men is on or no?
They're just finishing Classic. If it's not the next class, we'll have to come back because I mean, depends what's next, right?
Yeah,
if it's men's physique, count me out. I'm not sitting through men's physique and talking to you cunts.
You don't want to talk to me anymore?
No. Not for men's physique. There's gonna be like 50 of them.
What was your last binge and when? 2 days ago I had a pizza and chips. What?
I was wondering whether you were gonna lie because you were on the phone to me and you went, I'm gonna get off the phone now because I want to go eat pizza. Bye.
I was gonna lie, and then I remembered I told you already that I was gonna get a pizza, so I couldn't lie. Unlike Ian, I get a lot of joy from eating food and pizza and different things.
And do you get no guilt afterwards?
Oh, there's so much guilt.
So
wait. Not as much guilt. Not as much guilt.
Guilt is pleasure.
Yeah,
because I don't compete anymore, so I don't like give a shit.
As long as the enjoyment is here and the guilt is there, I'm okay.
Still worth it.
when you're competing, the guilt generally outweighs the feeling. So in that point, I can't really justify it. You know.
Well, when I was I didn't really cheat. I shouldn't say didn't really. When I was dieting, I didn't cheat at all. And in the off season, I didn't really feel that guilty because I was like, I need the calories anyway. I would just justify it to myself. So just one pizza, the guy said. Yeah, a large pizza. Let's see. Food, have you ever tried a banana bread burger? No.
Ooh, that sounds good though.
You think so?
Yeah, I love banana bread.
Yeah, but on a burger?
Anything. Yeah.
Oh.
I started putting raisins on everything recently. It goes in my rice. Goes in fucking everything.
This is a question here. Someone said, do you think heavy rack pulls, blah, 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 are good for building? Okay. Do either of you guys actually think rack pulls are good for building a back?
Wait a minute. Is Jay Cutler? Yes, I do. Is Jay Cutler in here?
I think it was the Jay Cutler TV.
I'm trying to look back now to see if it's there.
Have you ever tried Bonac, Fuad?
Oh, here it is. Jay Cutler TV. Who is your pick for open top three besides Justin boys? You mean for this show?
Yeah, for this show.
I got to go back to the list, but Tonio Burton for sure. I'm sorry, what did you ask me, Ian?
I can't remember.
Okay.
Pull up the open list. Pull up the. You got. The
I'm
open
looking
list
for it.
on-
I'm looking for it right now.
Oh, they said, yes, I'm here,
'Cause
fellas.
Jamie's there, right? Jamie Joe Howe's there.
Jay Cutler is here. Are you crazy? Jay, what's up?
Okay.
Is
Put
that
him on
actually Jay, or is it
Jay
actually
Cutler TV. That's not Jay Cutler, is it? Or is that Dave?
is it Dave or Jay?
Answer us.
Yes, I'm here, fellas. He said, "Yes, I'm here, fellas."
I know, but is it Jay or is it the
I
like
don't
his
know.
team?
Send him a link. See who comes on the screen. It's Jay. He says him. That's it. You gotta get Jay on.
Just came off a plane tuning in. Jay, do you want to come on?
I think that's a troll. Unless he comes on the screen here, I'm calling it a troll.
Quitting my desk job and going to start working with my wife full-time in the pet industry, grooming, sitting, boarding, etc. Any advice for working with your family? Yes, be very, very patient and allow them to have a win once in a while. I have gyno surgery soon. I won't be able to train for 6 weeks, apparently. Will I lose significant amount of muscle mass if I'm on a cruise until I can train again?
No.
And no, you're not. And I don't know. I personally, I wouldn't cruise if you're not going to be training.
Yeah, don't bother. And I mean, look, if you want to stay on a low dose, sure, whatever. But the biggest thing is just obviously keep your food. A lot of guys would be like, I'm not training, and then they eat no food or they eat shitty food, and then they come back after and they're like, oh, I lost all my muscle. I look like shit. It's like, well, yeah, even if you were training and you ate like that, you would have looked like shit. So don't double whammy yourself and not be training and eating like shit. So you keep your diet good. Like when I broke my arm, I was out of the gym for 6 to 8 weeks. And I kept my diet perfect. And I looked almost the exact same, like 2 weeks back after training, you know?
You asked me about rack pulls. You don't think they're good for back?
No, I think they're useless, but that's just
Really?
my opinion. Yeah.
Ben, what do you think? You don't like them either?
If someone is struggling to build a back, they're not going to do it.
Yeah.
Wait,
they're either developing a back anyway because they have a good connection and rack pulls can work. If they don't connect well, then rack pulls are not going to do it for them.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah. So I guess using like my own anecdotal evidence is not good then, because I always felt like I had a pretty good connection with my back. So I like rack pulls.
Well, Luke had a phenomenal back and he used a rack pull and deadlift every session and it worked for him, but he connected with his back. So if you're not, then they're not going to do it.
Yeah. This is the Legion lineup. So Jamie Christian is Jamie Joe Hall to some. Stan looks really good lately. His last like
It looks really good. Yeah.
Aaron Gawley, Kenneth Jackson, Jojo Notfuro. I don't know who some of these people are.
Hey, Carlos Emmanuel is the guy that from Mexico. He's the guy that did the
this guy,
the Texas Pro, and I think he got fifth, right? He looked very good.
This person,
very young kid.
Ian, when you come into Sri Lanka, like, dude, I don't have plans to go to Sri Lanka. I'm sorry.
Type in Longoria, Emmanuel Longoria, I think is his Longori.
There it is. Oh, no, it's Carlos Thomas. 1 second.
How much strength did you guys gain on your first cycle?
Tons.
I didn't gain any because I was already maxing my strength out before I went on the cycle.
I gained tons because I was not taking anything, and then I took Anadrol and I got fucking strong as fuck.
Is that what you did your first cycle? Just Anadrol?
No, it was like my second cycle.
That doesn't even surprise me at all.
Fuck you, Ian.
You're the kind of guy that definitely did like D-ball and Anadrol together first.
No, I didn't actually. Hey, this guy does.
And then you want to do a cutting cycle after, so you did Anabar and Winstrol together with no injectables.
Yeah. Fuck you, dude.
Yeah, this kid's got a great front lat spread, actually.
Oh yeah,
like
this is
really
great
lat spread.
Oh, here we got a. Hey, looks good.
He's got really clean looking muscle. It's really pretty.
Yeah, he's good.
Oh no, what have I started?
Why?
When are you coming to India? Ian, when are you coming to Iraq?
Look what you see. They like seeing you mad. That's
Ian,
why.
when are you coming to Spain? I'm not going anywhere. And yes, I have a passport.
Okay, so let's go back to the list then.
I think Jamie might do well here.
Yeah, Jamie will be good here. I mean, Jamie, in my opinion, Jamie's fighting for second.
No way. Maybe.
Yeah. He looks the best he's looked.
It's not that.
I don't think that buddy we looked at earlier is hand and fist over Jamie by any means, man.
Who? The Mexican guy?
What?
Tonio.
Tonio. Yeah.
I think Tonio, it's going to go Justin, Tonio, Jamie.
This fucking comment section right now.
Why? What is it?
It's just Ian, come to here. Ian, are you coming to Mars? Ian, when are you coming to here? Is Jeffrey Dahmer gay? Yes, Jeffrey Dahmer was certainly gay.
Yeah, they are. What the fuck? What'd you start, Ian?
Yeah, they're having fun with the joke. That's great.
Oh, this guy says Ian fist me.
If you pay me, I'll do it.
No, you won't.
If he gives me like 100K, I'll shove my fist right up his ass. Yeah.
No. You're so fucked up.
You wouldn't shove your fist up another dude's ass for 100K? What if you could wear a latex glove?
What's the setting?
What if you could wear a latex glove?
What's the setting? I need to know.
Doesn't
the setting
matter.
is.
You're
It does matter. It does matter. Do I have to go to?
Wait. For 100 grand, there's no context that matters.
No, it matters. Do I have to go to his house? Is it just me and him?
No, he'll come to your house.
So he's
wait. I definitely don't want it to be just me and him. That's even weird.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
People.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't think it matters for 100K. If he's like, "Yo, come to my house, shove your fist up my ass, and then go home, and I'll give you 100K." I'm like, "All right, I'll be there in 10."
I'd want to see that 100K in an escrow before I went anywhere.
Yeah, you gotta get cash up front for sure. Yeah.
I don't think I'm going to his house. If he comes to my house, maybe.
I don't know.
Ian, is there any open gay bodybuilders? How does Ian know?
Yeah, how would I know? I don't know. Do we know? I don't know of any off the top of my head.
I'm sure there is. There has to be. There's got to be. The amount of pro bodybuilders there are.
Do you think Jay is still watching this crap?
No.
No, I scared him off. No.
If he says I'm still here, please send a link to him.
I'll send him a link if he wants to come on. I doubt it. Jay's busy.
Not busy enough to come on here.
All right, what are we doing here? Is this women's bodybuilding? Women's physique?
Oh no. Come on.
Yeah, it's women's physique.
Fitness, if they do fitness and
well, Patrick said that he thought they'd be on at noon, which is in 45 minutes. So,
okay. Any serious questions from anybody out there while we sit here?
Jay Cutler said, "I am here, man."
No, he didn't.
Yes, he just said it again. Look,
he is. Oh my God, he's still listening to this crap.
Can you text him and see if it's actually him?
I'm gonna send him a link.
Yeah, he's on. He said he'll come back on when the men's on. Look, I'm dubious about this one, but I hope it's him.
I forget. I don't know if this one is this his email. Yeah, it's got to be. All right.
This is a funny question. Fuad, for you?
Yeah, sure.
Which steroid describes each person on the podcast the best?
Fuck you. Fuck you, Ian.
What? That's a good question. You have to give us all a steroid that defines.
Okay, fine. Ian's halotestin. Fuck, guys up there too, man.
Guys like a trend for sure.
Yeah, guys trend for sure.
You gotta be Anadrol. You are definitely Anadrol.
James is Anadrol. No. James is very calm.
James is like
James is like calm but strong.
He's like EQ.
Yeah, I was gonna say EQ.
Yeah.
I'm just test.
You're Anadrol.
I'm test because I'm just here all the time. I'm just test. I'm the base.
Look at this. This person just donated $2.
Where? What do you say? Give to Ian for the 100K fist fund.
Well, who we fisting?
Ben, I'm test. Ben's something sophisticated. Ben's primo.
I'll say primo.
Yeah, Ben's primo for sure. Yeah.
Ben's primo. Paul's
something old school. Like he's like paraboling.
I was gonna say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. James is primo? No.
No, he's too big
No.
for that.
No, James is definitely EQ.
Yeah, or like Deca or NPP or something, you know.
Who had his test master on? Who had his D-ball?
No,
Who had his Anadrol?
Fuad's test Anadrol for sure.
I'm suspension.
Paul is Viagra. Paul is Cialis.
No, actually, you know what? Paul's undecanoate. He's the undecanoate test.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Everybody's jumping in on this stuff. If you were Andrew Jacked, what would you do to improve his lower half of his physique from the side and from the rear? Build bigger hamstrings. Lots of stiff legs.
No, he's such a fucking hater.
I know. I hate Andrew. What was I going to say? You see, he signed with BSN, eh?
Yes.
Fuad, did you talk to Trigilli about Nick? Well, obviously. That's what he said, didn't he? Yeah, that happened because I heard a bunch of things going around, so I want to just set the record straight. So that's why that happened. Does Paul have a fiber? Paul is going to have a fiber. Fuad is turkesterone. No, I'm not. Fuck you. Samson is all drugs. What? Come on, guys. Be nice.
Who had a synthol?
Okay.
Who had his tested McDonald's?
True.
That's fair.
true.
That's a fair shout.
Who was your first sponsor ever? Who was yours?
Fusion Nutrition.
Fusion.
Yes.
Wow.
Well, at the time they were called, because it was what? No, it was Fusion. I think they just started Fusion.
Mine was GAT.
Yeah, I remember that.
That's big.
Well, no, I didn't get paid, but yeah, that was the first company. That was the first company I was with, and then the first paying one I was with was iForce.
You went from GAT to iForce to
ANS to
ANS to Raw. You've been to four companies. Ben, was Redcon your first sponsorship?
No, it was my first paid one. I did Adapt. It was a small, in the UK, Adapt, then Strom, Strom.
Yeah.
Nutrition. And then Redcon was the first paid, then AP, and then Hostel.
Yeah. I went Fusion, then Muscle Tech, then SciTech, then Canadian Protein, then Cage Muscle, then my own.
What were your day jobs before you're absolutely living off bodybuilding? I worked at a supplement store, and then I personal trained, and then I started doing online coaching to support myself, and then I'm a full-time bodybuilder.
I worked at strip clubs for a long time.
You bounced, right?
Strip in, or
well, I bounced and then I managed strip clubs and regular clubs. And somewhere in there, I did a bunch of jobs, man. I think I had like 16 fucking jobs before I was like 25. I just wasn't happy anywhere. Who is coaching C-Bump?
Who knows? It's mysteries of the universe, guys.
Why isn't Jose and Ian on the same podcast? Because Jose is in Buenos Aires.
I'm trying to keep us apart.
I'm never going to put them on the same podcast just to fucking rile everybody up. You wake up skinny, but you can, what did that say? Shit. You wake up skinny, but you can preserve one body part. What would that be?
chest.
Arms. I want to have big arms.
Yeah, big arms.
Because I'm going to be small everywhere. At least my arms will look good in a t-shirt.
You were part of the experiment brand with Muscle Tech Fuad. What was it called?
What?
Jay Cutler said you were part of the experiment brand with Muscle Tech. What was it called?
Halo.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they did a product called Halo.
Yeah, I remember.
And they sent me to get an MRI done because you're supposed to drink the product and then get an MRI, and it was going to show like what it did to your body. That's where I met Summer. That's where I met my wife. She was the researcher on that product. So we met there.
No, I'm not.
How does Jay know that? Fucking guy. How do you remember? I can't remember anything from like.
Look who you started in the comments here with this fucking C-bum nonsense.
Who cares who's fucking coaching
And who cares? He's gonna win the Olympia either way, guys.
Why's everybody freaking out? If I could coach C-bum, he would fucking win the Olympia.
Literally. I mean, just guys, he's the best fucking classic physique guy on the planet. Doesn't really matter.
What's your favorite cologne you wear?
What's the one I
What'd you say, Ben?
Creed. I wear the Aventus.
Oh, the Aventus Creed. I have the what's that?
I forget the name. I forget the name of mine.
Ah, 1 million?
Yes, you're gonna laugh at me.
What?
What's your cologne, Ian?
Paco Rabanne 1 million?
How do you guys choose a cologne?
Spray a bunch of them onto a thing and smell them? I don't know.
No, but is there like a no, I know that, but is there like a name brand that you like, or you just go and you try out a bunch?
Yeah, I just go try on a bunch.
Ben, you're kind of a label hoe. Is there like a name brand you look for before you go there?
No.
Like, do you know that much about cologne, or you just
I
go
haven't changed my aftershave. You could I call it aftershave. I haven't changed that in like 4 years now. I have a daytime smell and a nighttime smell. So I use the Chanel Blue in the daytime if I'm at the gym or something, and then I use the Aventus if I'm out and about.
Wait, I gotta read this question. Fuad, would you still suck the best 10 out of 10 girls' tits if they had no nipples?
That's weird, man.
What would you suck? It's nothing. It's like,
have you ever had a colonoscopy?
Yes. No, I've had a colonic.
A colonic.
Yeah. Where'd the colonoscopy come?
Someone's asked it in there.
Oh, okay.
Fred, you're answering all these gross questions, and then Jay's in there trying to have a conversation with you.
Where?
He's like, do you remember? He said, do you remember how many people we had at the booth? He said, I was at the end and had to wait for Phil to get through talking to everyone for 30 minutes before they got to me.
Where? I don't even see that. I'm sorry, Jay.
You just ignored him and going, oh, there's a question about tits.
I didn't. I do remember that, man. The booth was a guy stood at the booth for a long fucking time, man. I remember that. I know that. I remember those Muscle Tech booths. The lines, it's crazy. They had the booth set up in a way that you got to meet every single guy, and Jay was at the very end. And
that's how we do it. That's how we do it with Ron Revive with Chris.
Yeah, and the line would just like wrap around the fucking building.
Oh yeah, I mean we've had lines with Chris where he stood in the same spot and where it's only professional photos, so you can't like pull out your cell phone, ask for an autograph because it takes too long, and the line has gone for 7 hours straight. Yeah. And that's like that's every single event we do is like that. Yeah.
I honestly don't know how. It's okay. I know Fuad loves big racks. These fucking comments are going too quick, Jay. I didn't see it. I'm sorry. No, I don't know how the guys did it. I don't know how they did it. Jay, especially Jay, because Jay would sit there and talk to everybody, and Jay would remember people. And I'm like, how the fuck does he remember all these people from every year at the fucking booth?
What? Eat more in prep than off season works for someone? That literally doesn't even make sense, man.
Jay, I sent you a link whenever you want to jump on, if you want to jump on.
Imagine if he jumps on and it's like some complete catfish guy.
Well, click the profile. Does it actually go to their thing?
Yeah. Goes to the YouTube channel.
Ben's on top of it.
I'm doing shit. Don't put me in charge. That's a bad idea.
Will Ron Revive have a booth at the Olympia, and will Hostile will definitely have a booth. I'm not sure if our booth, one of the things we might be planning for our booth is we're not sure if we can do it yet. We're still talking to the Olympia people, but we might try and have a podcast booth in our booth. So if we do, then me, Justin, I think Guy might be coming. Ian said he'd pop by if he has a second. We're going to do a little bit of a podcast.
I am going to swing by. I just don't want to commit to a
No. I know. Ben's going to be busy with his clients, so he's going to pop by at some point too. But we're gonna do like that podcast thing all weekend if we can manage it, and we'll have fans come into the booth and shoot the shit with me, Justin, Guy, whoever else is in there.
You're gonna charge
So-
a premium like $100 and they get to
No.
come sit with you.
We're not charging. That's tacky. We're just gonna have
Right,
we're gonna have
all donations we handle by me then.
Okay.
And I'll let them queue jump. I'll just
Yeah. You can put a reserve sign like we used to at the strip club. Put a reserve sign on the table, and then they pay me, and you get to sit down. No, but yeah, I think it'll be fun. Kind of like a fan experience. Come sit down, shoot the shit, hang out for a little
Ian
bit.
looks like a tired hamster. Do I look like a tired hamster? Is it because my hair is maybe a little more messy today?
Look at
Yeah, a little, but like a dog-sized hamster though, not
Yeah,
one
dog-
This
Isaac.
is not.
I didn't know Isaac was a thing.
we're getting
Is this-
trolled right now.
Is this
Imagine if this is not anything.
Oh, there he is.
Hey,
Tired.
look at this.
Look at that.
There he is.
What's going on, Jay?
Man.
How are you, man?
A little more messy today.
It's not
Yeah,
the fake
but
Jay
like a
Cutler.
dog-sized hamster though, not.
Yeah,
one
dog-
We thought it was the
Oh,
fake Jay Cutler for sure. We're like, there's no way Jay's in here listening to this nonsense.
we're getting trolled right now.
Is this
Imagine if this is not anything.
Oh, there he is.
Hey. Oh,
Someone
Jay,
needs-
you guys,
Someone needs to turn the sound off.
Jay, you got to turn your sound off.
There he is.
No, not that sound.
It's not the fake Jay
A
Cutler.
dog-sized hamster though, not.
Yeah,
one
dog-
We
It's
thought it was
moving.
the fake Jay Cutler for sure. We're like, there's no way Jay's in here listening to this nonsense.
turn the YouTube off.
Imagine if this is not.
Yeah, you got to mute the YouTube, Jay.
We're hearing it like reverberating.
There you go.
Sorry,
there?
guys.
There we go.
Oh, it's
I just
All right.
came back. I just came back from Cleveland. I just got off a plane and I had to tune in. I was listening to you guys on the way back from the airport, and I was expecting to see the show, but of course it turns into Fuad talking about his perverted ways.
well, we can't show the show because then we're breaking the rules, right? They gotta people are tuning in with the live stream with us. We're just kind of commentating or talking about big racks, whatever.
We're just waiting for it to start. They're still on women's physique.
Jay, are you a big racks guy or no?
I'm more of an ass guy, dude.
Okay. What's going on? What were you in Cleveland for?
I went out for Dave Lieberman's event out there.
What was that?
One of these Natural USA so I flew out on Friday, came back this morning, and I'm back in Vegas right now. So
That's cool. How often are you traveling now?
pretty much every week.
Really, eh?
Still pretty busy, besides all the shows I promote, and then just doing, support of these events. I've been friends with Dave a long time. I go to Wisconsin next week. I'm in LA this week to shoot some clothing stuff.
Yeah.
And then I have my show in Boston the end of the month. So
How many shows do you have now?
4.
4, eh? Are they all different parts of the year, or are they kind of together?
Yeah, I have 2 in April, 1 in Vegas, 1 in Boston. Then I have Virginia in August, and then October is always back in Massachusetts where I was from. So,
You don't like to chill out a lot, eh? You like to keep yourself busy all the time?
man, you think you retire, and then you're like, man, I just want to stay busy. And I kind of enjoy it. I mean, it's you get at the stage, all the accolades with the stage, and then you step away from the stage and you kind of train for what reason, right? I mean, I guess I do a lot of social media and stuff like that, but I'm a fan of Ian, I watch your stuff, and I watch everyone's kind of YouTubes and see what everyone's doing. And, I'm a fan sitting at the Olympia watching these guys. It's hard for me to pick who I want to be, because top 10 is just stellar this year. I mean, the top 20 is, I'm listening.
Who's your top 5, Jay?
I would have to say I have to agree with a lot of the publicity out there that the top 3 will remain, I think, the same. The big question is I know, Ben, you're working with Labrada, and then, Nick, obviously, that's the big question mark, are we going to get someone that moves in? And, as history tells it, you got to remember the last few years, it's been Ramy and Brandon. So it's really hard to count him out. I know he didn't look 100% at the Arnold, but I mean, I just saw pictures of how he looked when I was coming back from UK. I was with Abdullah, and I mean, he's massive right now, right?
Yeah.
And he's still got the shape, but I think this may be close to, if not his last. This may, I mean, he's 40 now, so it's a lot harder. Ian, how old are you now?
Turned 32 in November.
Yeah, so like, you know, you haven't even hit your stride yet. That's the crazy part is, you know, I won at 33 and I was spectacular at 23. Just like, I mean, you were great early on also, but like you really start to get your rhythm in your 30s. And
yeah, no, I feel like I've only really started to get it like the last 2 years, maybe, you know, 2020, 2021, and kind of like getting into my groove a little more every year. Yeah.
And, you know, it helps a lot with your confidence because when you're winning shows and you're improving, it's going to make it easier for you to just find that rhythm. And then it just becomes routine. I mean, I see the improvements every show, but you know, that's the big question. I know you want to do better than last year. So the top, I think 3 to 7, 8 is just like, man.
Yeah.
It's like, who can it be? I mean, obviously I've seen Andrew Jack now in person. And I mean, if he got in shape from behind, I think he could do really well, but he may not be there yet. I mean, I know everyone's talking about Samson now coming up, but like, I mean, I saw the improvement from him from the Arnold, like the pictures but can he hold that coming down?
Yeah.
Because everyone looks huge off season. We've seen guys look incredible off season and we're still so far out. 10 weeks is like, I mean, guys diet for 12 weeks. Someone like Ian could diet for 12 weeks and be like from the starting point and be ready.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to judge. It's just crazy because we're looking at Ramy and he looks unbelievable. And I think he'll win unless he just does something drastic. I mean, we don't see Hottie and, you know, Bonac, I think can be dangerous. He might be back to form.
So let me ask you a more specific question. Where do you see Andrew Jack in this lineup? You see him in the top 5?
Not if he looks like he did at the last 2 shows. And the only thing that I kind of question is that, you know, when George brought him in at the Texas, Ben, were you there?
Yes. Yeah, I was.
So I heard he didn't look any better at the Arnold UK than he looked in Texas. And if you remember, they stated that, well, we're peaking for the Arnold UK. And if he's not any better, the question is okay, I just don't understand why you'd go into a show like that far out at like that low of a percentage of what you possibly could be. Like I went into every show, like I want to just be great. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, Ian, have you prepared for shows being like, well, I'm not going to be 100%, like not even close.
No. I treat them all like it's the Olympia for sure.
Hell yeah. Like, that's what I'm saying. And Fuad, you can say the same thing. Like, did you ever go into a show being like, well, I'm going to peak for 3 weeks from now or, 10 weeks from now? Like, screw that. Like, you're going to a show.
Especially in this social media era. I mean, like, if you come into a show subpar, like I'm known for my conditioning to some extent. And if I come in, I'm just going to get roasted online. Even if I win the show, it's like, it doesn't even matter if I win at that point. I'm just going to get fucking destroyed online anyways, But
I think that's one of the benefits that that Andrew has is
that it's only up from here.
Yeah, you can't go back anymore. So if he shows up even 5% better at the Olympia, they're going to be like, "Whoa, look how good he looks!" Right?
I agree with you, but then people are also in the mindset of like, "Well, this is only an 80%. He will be better at the Olympia, and if he doesn't show up at the Olympia better, then it's only a disappointment as well."
I understand that, but what I'm saying is like because he hasn't really tried to show his best, even if he's a little bit better, he's going to get credit for it. Because you guys know what it's like. If
you ban this, there's someone doing like
I know, I just did. I just did. So, but you guys know how it is. If you show up somewhere looking really, really good, that's where you're judged at that point every time after that. So he's got an advantage going into the Olympia that he hasn't really looked the best from the back. So even if he's like got some lines, some condition, he's going to be rewarded for it.
Sure. Yeah, so that's if and in but he can get his condition.
If he can get it, yeah. Where do you see Bonac? Do you think Bonac can bring it back, Jay? We were talking about Bonac earlier, and if he can bring it back to.
I mean, what I saw, he had the legs. I mean, at the Arnold, I could see. I know people really ragged on Brandon because he just wasn't the normal Brandon, but I still look at structure wise. I still think Brandon's still superior to Bonac. I mean, Bonac's a little shorter torso, but at least his legs were back, and Pete was kind of criticized on that. But, it's one of those things where, there's just so many different types of physiques where like Hadi Chupin, he's shorter, right? But he's just rock hard. If he wasn't so rock hard, he wouldn't fall in those top places. And I get tired of the talk about the shoulders and all the other stuff because, I mean, you know how it is. I mean, you could pick apart other guys too. We don't have to call names, but there's other shit going on,
Yeah.
But I think he could be definitely in that top 5. But listen, Lunsford's a big question mark too. I know, Ian, you said, you see him from 6 on, but man, like he's got the lat spreads, and the front double.
The only thing that worries me a little bit with him is when he gets down to that conditioning, he does lose a lot of leg, a lot of quad,
He can be shallow because remember, he's 20, is he 26?
He's in his mid 20s for sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, the density that
you can see it in his chest and legs for sure. Yeah.
And when you diet down, especially, this is the thing, guys, is if he was 212 last year, he tore himself all the way down. You need to hold that muscle for X amount of time before once you diet down, I'll give you a prime example. 2013, I came back after tearing the bicep in 11. I had a good off season. Like I felt like I was big, but I took such a break between 11 and 12 and I retired. I thought I was never coming back. So when I made the decision, I gave myself 6 months of training. I got back up to 280, 290. But when I started dieting down, I didn't have the density. It didn't stick enough. And that's the Regan syndrome, I think, where I think if he would have tried to pull it down for Olympia this year, he's made some progress, but it never would have held. So I have a feeling that Derek could have some holes if he really, once he gets down and drains the water, and you won't see it till he actually drains the water the last week, where those holes may show. And that's exactly what you're talking about. It's the density of the physiques that, you've been working so many years for. And like I told you, you have not even hit that peak yet of the density that you'll be able to carry. As you get, more, like mature muscle, you're going to be able to hold more when you diet down, and it's going to become easier for you.
Yeah.
Jay, what did you think about Derek's special invite? How do you feel about special invites in general?
I asked this question, I think, in our group some time ago in the circles, and I said, why was it created? It was created for Frigno, if you remember, because Peter loved Frigno when he came back in 92. So I just don't really believe in special limitations, to be honest. I mean, this is a big controversy because you have guys have to make the decision, like the Claritas, who won open shows. Was there someone else that won an open show also?
No, Kamal did an open show, but took second.
That's right. He didn't win.
Yeah.
I just, you know what? I don't know if I agree with these special limitations. I mean, the prime example, Ramy won the year he got a special limitation. And I know people questioned, the whole having the virus and everything else.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I think I've been vocal about being against special invites, but I think if you're going to extend them, you need to at least make a good case for some sort of extenuating circumstances. And I think in Derek's case, there was more than ample time to get in a show, compete. And look, he could have won almost any of these shows this season. He was in shape, looking really good all the way back when he guest posed in Pittsburgh. That was like a pretty easy, probably 8-week push into a show there. He could have been ready for Chicago or any of these shows that were kind of like July, August. So I think it's not so much that it's just why. Like, why wouldn't he just make an attempt? That's the only reason on this one that, we're Ramy or with Cedric, and some of these other ones, you can make some sort of a case for some kind of circumstances that may have prevented these guys. Not saying I agree with it, but at least there's more of an argument. With Derek, there just isn't that argument. So I think he should have been, in there doing a show just like Kamal was, just like Sean did. And I think even from a fan standpoint, all those guys would have loved, everybody, me even as a fan myself, would have loved to see Derek get out there and do a show,
Well,
I think
if he shook up the top 5, then it's going to be a problem, right?
Yeah.
I think this year is different. I think Ian's right. I think because there's so many shows left over at the time he got the special invite, that he had a lot of chances to jump in
Yeah.
and try and qualify. Whereas with Ramy, I mean, whether you believe he had COVID or didn't, we have to take him at his word. So that's actually an excuse that could fly.
But that's also another point is on what Jay was saying earlier, where you have to have time for the muscle to bed down and to stick.
Yeah.
Derek's had longer for that by not having to diet down and do a prep to qualify.
Yeah.
So
He's gained a significant advantage by not having to qualify. Yes.
sure.
Yeah. What do you, Jay, what do you think about some of the newcomers like Krizo? Krizo just got his pro card yesterday. Do you
Listen, I
think
saw him. I'm one of the few that's seen him pose in person. Was I impressed? Not so much. I still see a lot of holes in his body. I don't know, what show is he going to do can he even win and qualify to be in the Olympia? I don't know what shows that. I was just told that yesterday there was a show in Baltimore or something. I thought we were done with the US shows, but
he's doing, to my understanding, he's doing Prague next week.
okay. So, but who's in it? I don't know. I'm like with you guys. I'm sorry. I and I apologize. No disrespect to anyone. I just don't know a lot of these guys. That's why I asked you, like, who do you have today? Besides, obviously we know Stan and Jamie the Giant and Justin, right? We expect Justin to
Tony O'Burton.
Yeah. See, he's really good, but
yeah.
I don't, maybe you guys, Fuad, you do these like play-by-plays often, so you see a lot more faces. And I know Ian, you're on here, Ben, whatever, but I just don't know people as well. I know their faces, but
well, I know some of these people, right? This is the list for today. We have Tonio, Jamie, Stan first in the lineup. Then Rafael Del Real, I don't know. Stephen Frazier's been around for quite a long time. I don't know if he'll. Aaron Gawley, very, very big guy, but always still kind of working with the legs, trying to get the legs a little bit bigger. So I don't know if he'll be in that top 3 or 5. Kenneth Jackson just won the Masters.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's big enough to stand with these top 3 here.
Jojo Nick 4-0. Yeah, he did too, right?
Jojo's got a great physique, but also been around for 20 years or more. So I don't know. Carlos, we just looked at, did well in Texas, so he could probably be up there in the top 5. And then Justin Rodriguez, I think most people have him as the favorite. And I'm not sure who the last 2 are. So I'm not that much unlike you, Jay. I don't know all the guys on the list. But like I said, the main ones would be Justin down here, and then these 3 up top. And then, like I said, this Carlos Emmanuel Longoria did well in Texas. So I don't know if he'll be able to jump in again.
Yeah, I'm with you guys, though. I mean, Stan, remember, I knew Stan when he came over from France and didn't speak English. He walked into Gold's Venice, and then he became a men's physique guy. And I mean, he's made a lot of improvements.
Huge improvements.
Stan looks totally different than he did last year. It's
Is he working with your coach, Ian, or?
Yeah, with Patrick.
Yeah. I mean, this is the best I've ever seen him look, which I never thought he would ever look like this. So
yeah.
I mean, he hasn't looked like this the whole prep. I mean, I guess he's carving up, but I mean, he lives in Vegas, but I've watched him.
Sorry, Patrick sent me a shot of his back, and it's very complete now. It's not crazy dense, but it's very good.
No, I mean, look, no one's going to argue that he doesn't need more, obviously, muscle to be a top open guy. I mean, he still is a little slight in his density and his muscularity, but he's made crazy improvements for sure.
Yeah. He's made a lot of improvements in a year, Ian, honestly.
Yeah.
Like crazy.
His legs look a lot better in this shot than they did another one.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's trying to pull down a little too far, but if you look at this, his legs seem to have lost a little something from this shot here.
Yeah, so you asked me about Krizo. I got to see him stand next to people. I don't want to listen. I was at the top, and I always hated when people were like, "Oh, this guy's coming for you, Jay," and until they stand there. I mean, listen, the guy's got huge arms, and it's just the conditions definitely not going to make it. I just the lats. I mean, we've talked about this before. I mean. His back definitely needed him, but I mean, even the midsection. I mean, he's got to get more abs. I mean, that right there.
Yeah.
No, these are
almost. It's almost like he has a little bit of a distension, but from the top down.
Yeah.
Which is usually the reverse of what guys have, but he's got a wider structure in the abdomen, and he's got a little bit of a distension in the top.
Yeah, he just doesn't have. He doesn't have a good core. I mean,
there's not a ton of development there, and obviously you know, his control, like his posing as a whole is not fantastic, and a little bit of loss of abdominal control, combining that with not great development is not obviously a great look, you know?
I just think training your abs, guys, is super important. I mean, listen, I had a wider waist, but one thing I always did was focused on my ab training so I could have at least, you know, kind of deep abs. And I feel even James won today.
Yeah.
And obviously he's a beast, right? But he still needs to dial in his midsection. He needs to work. Like, I can say that to all you guys. I mean, even Ian, like, just make sure you're doing some ab training, you know, that.
No, I'll 100%, you know, concede that I was someone that early in my career, I heard the sayings of like, abs are made in the kitchen. You don't need to train your abs. They're just kind of how they are. When you get lean, they'll show. And that's obviously completely false. And, you know, over the last, I'd say 2 to 4 years, I've really, especially this last season, you know, knowing how much of an impact they could have on my physique, I've really cracked down on training them like I train everything else. Like part of my split consistently, you know, weights and reps and really trying to get as much stimulus to them as I can.
Yeah, I would do them every other day, training for a contest 16 weeks out. And that's, I had 3 exercises I did for 3 sets each. I did 20 reps. And I didn't do a ton of weighted stuff, obviously, because I mean, I know we were talking about deadlifts and I wasn't on the chat when you guys were talking about deadlifts, but you know, when I was chasing Ronnie, I thought deadlifts were the answer. And it honestly thickened up my waist a little bit when I started deadlifting, you know, 500 pounds for 12 reps. I mean, I did the rack pulls, I did, you know, deadlifts. And like you said, Ian, it worked, definitely helped my hamstrings and glutes. I mean, to this day, I deadlift every other week still, even at 49 years old. I don't go heavy, maybe like 225, max 315, but I still love how it feels. But I don't think it's absolutely necessary. Phil Heath never picked a weight off the ground ever. Yeah. I think what thickened my waist too, guys, honestly, is the heavy one-arm dumbbell rows and like pulling and twisting my obliques with that heavy weight, because indirectly you're going to work your core. Doesn't matter how tight your belt is. And unfortunately that thickened up my obliques. And for sure, Fuad, I know you'd say 2001 is your favorite physique of mine versus 09. And it definitely was the waist differential. I mean, you know, I had to offset the shoulders. And that's, you know, that was my battle, because I look back and I say, damn, I was so good at 240. Like when I was 240, when I was almost second to last at the Olympia 99, like I was great then, but I just needed to get bigger in order to battle the best. And Ronnie just pushed the envelope and I was chasing him. And then once he was gone, I was confused on how I wanted to look. And hence Dexter beat me. And I came in off in 07, and then 09, I put together a package. 254 was my weight. Lighter. I mean, my first Olympia was 273, the first one I won. So
was that your heaviest Olympia?
No, it was the heaviest. My first Arnold win was 273 also, which I thought I looked really good there. But, you know, I was 30. I was 20. I was in my late 20s then. So, I mean, you know, I was just kind of coming to my own.
Yeah.
Do you think it kind of happens to everybody, though? Because everyone's always chasing more size. And you can see the difference in every physique from like, you know, earlier on in their careers to like later on when their stomachs change and then their entire flow changes. Look
at my Christmas tree in 01 versus 09. I had no tree left. I had the Ramy syndrome.
Yeah.
But we just talked, you heard you talking about
what do you think that is, Jay?
Because I think it's scar tissue. I think it's just constant training. You know, remember in 09, I came back, I was 36 or 7.
Yeah.
And I just think all that heavy training, some people just can't be Dexter Jackson, man, you know, and Dexter had the formula and he didn't, you know, when you're coming down in a big weight, and this is something Ian needs to take into account every time, because when you do multiple shows, remember I was doing the Arnold every year and the Olympia, and I never took any time down. I mean, I don't believe in, I'm going to take a break. Yeah, I was pretty much training all the time, although every workout wasn't pushing maximum weights. Like I was still full training. I was eating 6 to 10 meals a day. I was a full-time going for the ultimate body. I mean, that's all I did. And I told you, I mean, I mentioned I lived in a fucking box and I zoned everything out. And I think the video showed it. You know, I was very robotic with my routines. And I think that's you know, with someone with subpar genetics, I still consider me not Phil Heath genetics or Ronnie Coleman. That's what I had to do.
Hey,
and
Jay,
I think, yeah.
sorry to interrupt you, but I have an important question to ask you.
Yeah.
Todd McHenry wants to ask, would you rather fight 3 Fuads, 3 Guy Cisterninos, 2 Ians, or 5 Pauls?
I don't know how tough Paul is. So is Paul older than me, Fuad, or?
Paul's 50 years old.
Well, I'm 49. So, I think Guy would be the easiest one. I saw how you took him down in that little challenge. He's going to see this and be like, that motherfucker.
Somebody asked if I'm going to sign Blessing. No, I'm not going to sign Blessing. Jay, you don't sign a lot of athletes, eh?
No, you know, I haven't. It's hard,
Jay,
man.
so.
It's hard when you're me and with the social media. Like, I got to get someone that's outside my demographic, and I feel I have quite a bit of that, right? I mean, I guess I could tap into men's physique, or, you know.
Yeah, so you feel like you're covering enough of the bodybuilding market that you don't need to sign anybody else.
Yeah, and you know, listen, I know you're like, your products might be a little different from mine as far as like that's the groundwork, right? Was the bodybuilding, where, you know, I came out with like my pre-workout doesn't have beta alanine in it. My original one, I just launched the high stem, but like, so I focused on a lot of women's side and you know, different types of products. So I think that, you know, with the hardcore bodybuilding, man, I just don't know. Like, you seem to pick them right, dude. I have to give you some credit. You know, I mean, you've with Samson and obviously, you know, Ben, you were on your way, and obviously you work with a lot of great bodies. And
yeah, Ian, somebody wants me to ask. Jay,
Don't ask.
Don't ask.
Don't ask it.
What do they say?
They want to know how you feel about Ian's position.
No,
that's
not what the question is. Read the question as it stands.
Ian, you read me the question.
Can you ask Jay if Kevin Levrone was overrated?
No, that's not the one I was going to ask him, but you can ask that one too.
No. I'll give you context to this. I got a lot of shit for this question because it was taken out of context.
Remember, dude, I think he had the record besides me in second place finishes, and he was second to Coleman and Dorian. I mean, I just think like he was a phenom. I don't know if there's anyone that can take the whole. I've seen him so tiny, and in 3 months. Like, remember, I was in that era. Like, he was my idol. I mean,
but I see Brandon doing a similar thing, because we were with Brandon in July and he was 230 pounds and off everything.
Yeah, dude, I don't like Kevin was just. I watched him drink in his tour bus with his band in July. And me saying, how is this guy ever going to make it to the Olympia? And then the guy's second in the Olympia. Like, I mean, literally, dude, he was in leather pants and a tank top, and he just looked like a normal singer of a band sitting on his tour bus in Virginia. And then, you know, 3 months later, he's on Olympia stage getting second.
Yep.
Yeah. So I think that answers your question, Ian.
Yeah, well, it wasn't my question; it was their question. I'll tell you the context from this is I got flack for this once because we were doing a podcast.
I know, I heard it.
Yeah, and I just said that I thought he was overrated in the context of being compared to Phil Heath. When people be like, he beat Phil, I'm like, man, Phil would destroy Kevin Levrone. No offense to Kevin. I think Kevin's awesome, but in this conversation, I think he's overrated. That's just my opinion. I think Kevin's amazing, but I don't think he's Phil Heath, you know?
Well, dude, no, Phil Heath. I mean, people discredit Phil Heath a little bit, but as tie-ins and physique wise, I mean,
one of the greatest physiques ever, for sure.
I sit there and talk about Ronnie Coleman being like the greatest of all time, but I mean, really, Phil Heath was pretty damn. His Olympias, and I don't know how many of you guys actually witnessed in person, but like he handedly won a majority, even not being at his best. How's that?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're getting a lot of requests for some.
No, don't ask that. Do not ask that. No.
All right. Any real questions out there from anybody? Jay, what do you think is what do you think about this lineup? Who do you think is going to win? Do you think it's Justin Rodriguez?
Justin should on paper, but like we talked about, the early season didn't really tell that story, did it? We expected a lot more from him in the early season.
So go back to this then. Go back
They're
to
on
the
men's
look.
physique right now.
I don't know if he was just trying to come in too big or what at that. He was big at the Arnold for him, I think. I think everyone tries to get too big, and I did that too. I think Phil did it. I think Ronnie did it. You know, if I can give any education to the up and coming guys that are watching this, because I know a lot of the pros watch it, you know, just, you know, try to be like Dexter and just do what come in your best. You know what I mean? And I know everyone wants to get bigger and bigger and bigger, but it's not always the answer.
It's so hard. It's so hard to say that though, Jay, because like, if I think about my physique, I liked it better, like when I was 30, but I kept placing third, fifth, fourth, and they're like, you just got to be bigger. So it's like, it's, I don't know. I just feel like you're not wrong in saying what you're saying, but at the same time, it's like, if they're looking for a certain thing, everybody wants to win. How do you not go there?
Dude, I mean, I'm 5'9", and I think my best is 255. I mean, I won Olympia's heavier. I told you 09 was 254, 255 was 01 also. So, yeah. I mean, that's...
I did that. Sorry, I did that from a coaching perspective with actually, Jay, you were at the Arnold. So I think actually Dean said he hung out with you and had drinks with you after the show, the little 212 guy from England. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So he won a pro show, and then coming into the Arnold, I was like, okay, I'm going to push him to be like shredded. I really want to have him sharp, and it wasn't the right look for him, and his whole physique looked worse because we tried to push for a condition that his body didn't really want to look like. And so I think that's to the same point on the flip side. So yes, don't go and try to go too big, but also don't try and chase a look that isn't yours because you're trying to compete with other guys that might turn up shredded. Like the guys that are going to try and out-condition Ian, and then the whole physique is going to fall apart because they'll never get there.
Mm-hmm. Jay, what do you think about, somebody's asking you how important are politics in bodybuilding if you were being honest? What do you think, now that you're retired, maybe you can speak differently on it? Do you think there's politics in bodybuilding? I
think there's a name game. I think in 01, like I drew the number next to Ronnie Coleman. I don't think I ever would have got the call. And if a lot of you guys don't know the history, but when Ronnie won the Olympia in 98, he was like in the third call out in the first rounds.
Yeah. Milos
and I actually don't think he was winning after prejudging. So I think that the name game is still, and that's why I can probably comfortably say like the top three at this year's Olympia, like they're going to call out and give everyone that shot. Right. Yeah. And that means Hunter and Nick and all those will be given that shot, but then they're going to start mixing the guys in. And if the guys get a shot to stand in there, but I think there's going to be someone on the outside, guys, that would, you guys will get on a podcast, for the weeks after and say, this guy got totally overlooked, because when you have 30 guys in the best show in the world, this is my opinion. Okay. Ian, I have mine too. Like the Mr. Olympia is very hard to judge when you have 30 guys qualified or more. Like it was 15, it seems to be like the top elite guys. So when you have so many contests now and you have points, I think it's very difficult to say, okay, like a lot of these guys are going to waste their time going there. Like it's unfortunate. And I was one of those. I didn't get paid, the first times I went.
Jay, we were talking about this earlier in the year during some podcasts, and we're talking about the qualification system and how to reduce the 30 to 15, because I think it was me and Guy were talking about it. We agreed that 15 is a good number, maybe 20 max. But how do you do that without, like how do you make that happen? If you're going to say pro show wins, get you to the Olympia, then how do you get 15 guys out of there?
I think a part of the problem this year is now that since the COVID years, the Olympia's pushed so late. Now that you have a show in December, there's more opportunities to have qualifiers before. So if you fit another 10 qualifiers, well, you have another 10 guys. I mean, it's
But Ian, I don't think it really makes a difference if the show's in September and they just do all those shows after and they just qualify for the next year. Like it's still.
I guess, but we really didn't have that problem until this year, and this was the first year we had that many shows, and they've been piling up in these late months.
No, I know. I'm just saying maybe it's just a number of shows total. That's too many, right?
For sure.
Like, and also we've seen shows that have like, like the show you did, Ian, in Vancouver, was like you and Antoine.
Yeah.
No offense to anybody else, but really, you were the two.
I agree completely.
You were the two premier guys at the show, so it's like, if they reduce the number of shows, are you going to get more competitive shows?
Yes.
you know, and then you're going to get less guys at the Olympia. So is that the answer, is to reduce the number of open shows?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it is an answer. Yes. Is it the answer? I don't know.
I mean, think about, I would love Chris's opinion, Ian, on classic when there's 50 to 70 guys.
I know he's not looking forward to that. I can tell you that.
Like, hey, I just finished the Mr. Olympia. What'd you place? I got 40th.
Well, at least you'll only know if you're not in the top 15, because it'll just be 15 and then a bunch of 16s, you know?
See, I would say they should do, you know, tier 1, tier 2 shows or qualifying shows only. But then all that's going to happen is
just get you more points kind of thing.
Yeah, but then all that's going to happen is nobody will do the 3rd and 4th tier shows. They're all going to jump into the 1st and 2nd tier shows.
Well, it depends. I mean, if you're a guy that's like, hey, I'm probably not going to win New York Pro if Nick Walker and all these guys are there, then maybe I can jump in a couple of the tier 3 shows, collect a little higher points, and get my ass in the Olympia. You know, I mean, it depends who. If you're realistic with yourself and your prowess as a bodybuilder, I think that could be a good option for guys. But yes, a lot of guys are unrealistic with their abilities and will still go into bigger shows for sure.
But what I'm saying to you is, then 1st and tier shows are going to be the only ones the fans want to watch, right? Because if you get all the good guys jumping into the 1st and tier shows because they want to do the Olympia, then you're going to end up with a bunch of promoters that have shows without any big names in them and nobody's watching, and they're not going to make any money.
That's true. Yeah.
Right. So it's like, I don't know what the answer is, but there's got to be a way to reduce the amount of people that get to the Olympia.
The answer is just have less shows, but I mean, then, you know, it's promoters less with less shows, and you're taking money out of their pockets. I mean, like, where do you go with that, you know?
But it's also a symptom of, you know, what someone asked earlier, are they handing out too many pro cards? Well, potentially, because now they have to put on so many shows to cater for that many pros.
Yeah, but I don't think they have to put on more shows. I think they have to put on more competitive shows, and that will bring more money. Like, you get some promoters that are complaining that they're not making any money because, well, nobody bought my live stream. Nobody paid for tickets to come watch. Well, that's because there's so many shows that you only have 2 high name pros in your shows. But if there's only 8 shows instead of 15, now you have shows that are stacked and more people are buying the live streams. More people are going to watch.
I have a question for you. Now, what do you think of not having it so that the top 5 requalify, so that they now will have to go back and cover some of those shows?
I've already said that. I already think only Mr. Olympia should be able to not.
You know, if you now throw Hottie back in a show, Brandon back in a show, Nick, Hunter, you know, all these guys, that's 5 guys, 4 guys that are going to go win shows, and you're going to take 4 weaker competitors out of that lineup. You know,
that's right. I've said that many times because
that's only doing 4 shows. That now brings us from 30 guys.
No.
One, you know,
but you're not. Ian, think about it. Because let's say Hottie goes into a show that he normally wouldn't have went into. Well, let's say the 2nd place guy is you, for example. You're going to go do another show now. So you're not taking away 1, you're taking away 2.
No.
Right? Yeah, you are, because Hottie's won that show. Now
Ian would have won. Ian would have won it.
No, I'm saying if Hottie doesn't have to compete, Hottie goes into like the Tampa, right? It wins Tampa. Then Ian's got to go do Texas. So now you've taken away a weaker winner from Tampa and from Texas.
No, because Ian would have won Tampa.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
So you're only helping one. It's only one.
No, I'm saying Hottie won Tampa.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, I know. And Ian gets 2nd. But if Hottie hadn't turned up, Ian would have won it.
You're not listening to me. You're not listening. Let me start again. Hottie is at Tampa, right?
Yes.
Hottie wins, then takes that one away from a weaker competitor from the 30, right?
So you're saying Ian in this example.
No, I'm not saying Ian. I'm saying just look. I think of the back end. Now it's 29 spots left, but Ian now has to go to Texas, right? Because Hottie won Tampa. So Ian goes to Texas. He wins in Texas. That takes away another weaker competitor.
Okay, so what's the difference then if just me not going to Tampa and only doing Texas, and I win Texas and Hottie wins that? It's the same thing.
It's only one. It's
only one spot. It's the same thing either way.
No, I don't think it is, because you're going to have those top 5, right? Or how many go on? 5 or 4? You're going to have 4 guys that have to compete now. And then the 4 guys that would have won those shows are going to have to do other shows.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but you're only taking, it's only 4 guys. It's not 8 that you're taking away. It's only 4.
It's still only 4.
Okay, it doesn't matter. I'll discuss it with you off air. It does. I'm telling you, it's not just 4. But regardless, I agree with you. It should be. It's not just 4.
The comment section disagrees with you, Fuad.
Okay.
Well, this year, guys, is going to be awkward because we had a later qualifying season, right? Like Ian said. So this is, I think, a year that we'll have the most qualified people ever. If the show goes back, we don't know what the date is next year, right? Even I don't know, and I'm inside with what goes on.
Yeah. I'm assuming it'll be back earlier in the season, but I mean, who knows, you know?
We're on men's physique here. Is this the last class before open?
I don't know, man.
We've been on for 2.5 hours now.
Yeah.
Jay,
We just come back when the open's on?
I don't want
That's what I said. I said, well, join with men's.
when the men's come on.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone's saying Fuad's wrong. I'm gonna have to like break this out so I can show you guys what I'm talking about.
You don't have a schedule, Fuad, or
No. I was just saying this earlier, Jay. I
I
think.
know I heard that they should give you a schedule. So
Well, not just me. Anybody that's like does these kind of things. You know, whether it's like.
is this a live chat right now, or
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what do you want me to pause the
Well,
live? Is something
No,
I'm saying?
no. I just yeah, it's a live chat. So I mean, everyone's chatting in and waiting for obviously the open classes, right?
Jay, do you think if Arnold, Haney, or Zane were walking on stage? Oh, fuck off. Okay, sorry, I almost read like a dumb question.
I hate when they compare generations to.
I know, it's impossible.
You know what I mean?
You don't ever do that?
No, man, because I think my 09 would be very competitive with anything, but I mean, it's hard to say until we stood there. I don't know if Phil Heath like could stand next to Ronnie like in 03 just with the size variance, but I don't know. Maybe Ian can chime in on that. I don't know. Maybe.
I got a question.
I don't see the best Phil beating the best Ronnie just because of size. I agree with you there.
Yeah.
I got a question. Forgetting like who won the Olympia in terms of competitiveness across the board. So this year's very competitive. What's the next best one, or what was one that was better, more competitive across the spread?
As far as what Olympia that I
like the top, yeah, or even witness, just like the top 10 was just so tight across the board.
I mean, I attended 05 Olympia, was the first Olympia I ever went to, and I always kind of thought Dorian Yates in the magazines. I never understood why he won. And when I sat in that, I was in the top 10 rows or something. When he walked,
this is 95. You said, sorry,
95. He was fucking ridiculous. Like just, he didn't have like the crazy separation. Like you see someone like Sean Ray was phenomenal at that show. I think he was. I don't know if he was second or Kevin was second. Kevin was great too, but Nasser El Somebody was third. It's the year he got disqualified for the diuretic test.
Yeah,
he was great, but Dorian just dusted everyone. And I found out at that day, like why Dorian won when he had, because if you really broke his body parts down, he didn't have crazy body parts. The back was wild, right? And the calves were wild, but the legs or the arms and the shoulders, the chest, there wasn't anything that was, it just a combination and the graininess. So 05, I would honestly tell you guys like the 90s, like the guys were smaller and a lot more guys were in condition, and like there was only 12 or 15 guys. Cause remember the only shows qualifying were like NOC, Arnold, maybe like Toronto Pro Ironman and like maybe a couple other shows. That was it. So to go back to the qualification, there's just way too many shows. The top 10 requalified back then. So like when I did 01, I was 8th the year prior and I was able to take the whole year and prepare out top 10, but we were very limited on how many guys were in the show and the international shows didn't exist. But Fuad, I'm with you. Like all I hear out on the circuit is like the promoters say, well, there's no money. I can't make money because if you don't have the big names showing up, and even if the big names do show up, guys, like social media has changed this whole thing.
yeah.
I mean, in our own sense, like everyone's a content creator. So every day people are on their socials showing what they look like. And I mean, just like when I used to guest pose every weekend and get big dollars to do that, I don't know if anyone, like I promote 4 shows. And if you said, Jay, who would you love to bring in if they could come for free and guest pose for you? I don't know if a lot of guys would sell a ton of tickets because the audience that are coming to these shows now, unfortunately, guys, they're coming to watch bikini, like classic physique or men's physique. I mean, they're
coming. Well, they're just sorry, Jay, to interrupt, but at, I don't know, my shows anyway, the 2 I have, they're coming to watch their family members.
Yes.
It's like, so, and like you said, most of those class members are in bikini, men's physique, classic. I kind of agree with you. Like, I paid Samson to come in and guest pose at my show, but it was more as a treat for the audience, not as a moneymaker. Because I agree with you. It's like people aren't going to buy tickets just to come see Samson. They're buying tickets because they're loved ones in the show, and then that's an extra treat they get when they're there.
Yeah,
But,
I mean, listen, did any of you guys think about the shows? And I'm sure every one of us paid to go see someone guest pose, correct? Like,
yeah.
someone
Oh, yeah.
came, like, tell me who, like, maybe came to, like, you came to see back in the early, before you were a pro or whatever else. Ian, you probably, Ben, I mean.
Yeah, no, I never saw anyone guest pose, but I obviously went to a lot of events, like store stuff. Like I saw, Ronnie and these kind of guys back in like, 06, 07, 08, like just when I was kind of getting into it. But to store appearances, yeah, but not
You went to see, okay, how big is this guy, right?
Yeah, exactly.
This is going to
There
sound crazy,
wasn't
but
much in the UK in terms of guest posing guys
I went
coming
to
over.
see I went to see Dave Palumbo. Sorry, not Jay Palumbo. I went to see Dave Palumbo because he was like 300 something pounds at the time, but he was putting on a seminar in between, I think, prejudging and night show at the show. So I went to see Dave talk about being fucking 300 pounds and how he got there. So, but I agree with you, Jay. It's like now with social media, it's like, it's hard to get people to come out when they can just talk to you online anytime of any day of the week at any time.
I mean, C-Bum could sell a shit ton of tickets. He's about the only one, I think, that could just show up and stand there.
Yeah.
And did he ever talk about doing guest posings, Ian, or?
I don't know about guest posing, but I mean, every event we do with Chris, I mean, you're talking, I mean, you know how it is. The lines kind of guys, you could stand there for 24 hours and the line would keep going if you didn't end it,
He guest posed at my show twice or once.
Yeah, but this was before he was the C-Bum of today.
I gave him a chance. I gave him a chance when he was nobody. Now he doesn't.
I guest posed with him at your show. Yeah.
Now I can't get him to come to my show.
Now you're going to be
Ian. How much did Fuad pay you to guest pose at his show?
$500?
No, you did me better than that.
Did I? I don't remember.
I think you gave me like 1,500.
Did I?
Yeah, 1,000 or 1,500 and paid it at the time, which was good. I mean, obviously, if you said that now. I mean, I'd probably do it now because you're my boy, but
Ian wasn't even good then.
No, I hadn't won any pro shows yet.
Yeah,
but so it was big as hell. Ian, when did we shoot you at Gold Venice with who did you shoot with, Nick Walker?
Yeah, I was there with Nick Walker. Yeah, I was training with Nick before Nick
Didn't Dave shoot you guys together or something? Or
yeah, he did. Yeah.
What year was that?
20. It was LA Fit Expo 2020, I think.
Yeah.
I was like full blown off season there. I was pretty big.
Dude, you were massive then.
Yeah.
Dave, or I keep calling now. I was calling Dave. It's called Dave Palumbo. Jay Palumbo. Now I'm calling Jay Dave. What the fuck? Jay, these men's physique guys are getting too big, man. Do you think there should be a cap?
Dude, I love it, man.
You don't care? I'm looking at some of these men's physique guys that are up right now. Some of them are fucking bigger than the classic guys.
You know what, dude? Like, a lot of these guys train hard. I see them train in Vegas, and I know like they get a lot of criticism, but fuck, these guys train pretty hard.
Why would they do men's physique and not classic if they're that big anyways?
I know some of them got pretty big legs, dude.
I think some of them just like it,
Yeah. I always wondered that.
I'm not into the waist trainers and shit. Hani wanted me to wear a waist trainer one year. I said, no fucking way. I'm not doing
You didn't do it?
No, dude. He sent it to me and everything.
I wore one season. I don't think it did anything.
He made me do that shit. Didn't do anything at all. I didn't wear the waist trainer. He wanted me to wear my belt. He's like,
I wore a waist trainer pretty religiously for one whole season, like doing all my cardio, my training, like during the day as much as I could get it on. I don't know. It's not the same,
Hey, that's a good question. This guy says, ask Jay if he thinks this year's Olympia lineup is better than any of the ones he ever did.
I think it's more competitive, to be honest. I can't remember this many big names and competitive, meaning this could go either way, right? I mean, Ian, what you were 6th or 7th both years?
7th both years, yeah.
Okay, so I mean, that's a good question to ask you. Like you want to get better, right? I mean, you want better placing. So like this may be your most competitive one yet, don't you think?
Oh, for sure. This is the most competitive one I've
Okay.
done. I've done 4, and this will be my most competitive one for
Yeah,
sure.
so I just think that there's a lot of guys that, I mean, especially like we just threw in Lunsford, and I still think Andrew Jack can be in the top 10, but yeah, man, there's just who else? I mean, Bonac's thrown in that mix now.
Yeah, no, like I'm not naive to the fact that maintaining my 7th place will be a lot more difficult this year, But I also think I've improved. So it's yeah, I mean, it's going to be a very good, exciting Olympia. I mean, I'm excited for the opportunity for sure. Yeah.
See, I would love to hear you say, I want to stand with Ramy, because honestly, dude, every Olympia I went to, I was like, I literally thought I was going to stand next to Coleman the first one I went to. I'll be honest, like my first night of champions, which, I was like 24 years old, 98. I remember, I didn't know how the call outs went in the pros. I mean, I had rarely seen pro shows. It was like my 4th contest ever. And when they called out the top 5, I literally was backstage waiting for them to call me in the top 5 because I had so much hype leading into the show. And I didn't understand with the call outs. They compared me, like gave me opportunity. But when they said, Jay, you didn't make the top 5, I was like, damn, I didn't make the top. I literally thought I was going to go out for the top 5. I was clueless.
Yeah.
So people thought I was nuts. I mean, people thought I was crazy for thinking that I was going to go stand with the best, but it just sucked. I never got the opportunity to stand, even though I felt like I could compare size-wise, maybe not conditioning or maturity, but it'd be nice to compare with those top 4 dudes,
I mean, I don't think that there's many guys in that top group that size and conditioning wise I can't stand with. I mean, if guys are beating me, it's because they're prettier. I don't think many guys are going to out muscle me or out condition me. So, I mean, that's after that, the chips are kind of where they are, right?
Yeah.
Well, I was going to ask Jay though, too. Do you think guys can't really say the things they used to say now because it seems like everybody has a much more of a spotlight on them, or they're under a microscope for all their comments. So I think guys have to be a little bit more measured in how they speak because everything's so scrutinized, right?
Yeah.
So if Ian comes out and says, yeah, I want to stand with Ramy, I'm going to win the Olympia,
I'll get shit on.
Yeah, it's like constant, like just barrage of shit that he has to deal with from here until the Olympia. Whereas if you're a little bit more measured with your comments.
So Ian is measured with his comments right now. That's terrifying.
No, but I think if you ask, wait a second. I think if you ask Ian in his own mind, in his heart of hearts, when he's laying in bed at night, does he want to be in the top 3, top 4, top 5 in that call out, stand next to those guys? I think he would say yes, 100%, right? But I think for him to say it publicly and be like, I'm going to stand next to Ramy, is it because I don't think it's something the average person can understand.
No, I mean, look, I agree with Jay in a lot of it that, opportunities matter. And I think if I get the opportunities to stand next to some of these guys, I can't expose a lot of things that, if I'm not getting the opportunity, you're not going to see unless I stand next to them. So, obviously I want the opportunities to stand next to everyone. And that was in last year's top 5. I think I'll be improved enough that I'll make it. I won't make it easy for them to make that decision to discard me outside of that top group. I'm going to make it very hard for them to throw me out of it if they're going to,
I think also one of the really interesting things about the Olympia, and somebody just mentioned the top 15 is, I remember previous Olympias where the first group would come out, maybe the second group would come out, and then you kind of lose interest. I think there's a lot of battles in between here in the first call out, second call out, third call out. You're going to guys have like who knows where James is going to land, who knows where Blessing is going to land. There's a lot of popular guys right now that are going to be in 1, 2, 3, 4 call outs.
And Jay, when you were competing too, they did a lot more 2 and 3 man call outs, eh? They don't do that anymore. Like they used to, just random fucking comparisons of guys. They get, the guy that they had in 4th and compare him with a bunch of different guys. They mix them around. Like they don't do that anymore,
Yeah, because of the depth of how many guys are probably there, right? I mean, especially this year, like I said, some guys will get overlooked. I feel Steve does a good job. They're a little more aware of it because obviously there's a lot more voices out there shouting it than a damn magazine, like after the fact, right? So now they're a little more conscious. I think Tyler's aware of it. But the luck of the draw is, ideally Ian, if you can draw a number next to Bonac, next to Nick, next to Hunter, next to Hottie, like that's your exposure, right? And that's, like I mentioned in 01, I drew like it was 12 and 13 with Ronnie and I.
Yeah.
So I got to stand there, and you know, my position from the front was strong because of my shoulder width, abs, and quads. And he was slightly off that year. So it really helped me in that sense. And like I said, I don't think I would have got an early call. But yeah, they only did like, you guys, like they did like what'd they do, Ben, last year with Hunter, like top 5 or 6, 1 call or something, or?
They did 5.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, they did 5. It was Ramy, Hadi, Brandon, Nick, and Hunter. Yeah, they flipped those around.
And I don't know if they did it to kind of solidify, like, hey, okay, judges, this is who our top.
They also did a second group then with Bonac, me, Hunter, and Nick.
Yeah.
And someone's here in the comments said, why doesn't Ian do the Arnold? I came second at the Arnold last year, guys. Come on, pay attention.
Maybe they mean this year. Are you gonna do the Olympia or the Arnold this year?
I don't know. I mean, maybe not. It depends how, the one show at a time. Depends how I do at this Olympia. Like if I come top 5 at the Olympia and get myself a requalification, then yeah, maybe. I mean, you know, I'm in shape. You know, I think I could, you know, come off for a bit, relax for a bit over Christmas, and then push it back into the Arnold. And then I can chill after the Arnold and have the whole year till the Olympia. If I need to requalify, it's making the season a little tough on me. I got to go to March, and then I got to pick a qualifier around there, and then I got to go all the way till the Olympia at the end of the year. So maybe, I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility.
I always felt like when I did, you know, the early season and the end of the season, it was just, I was more in routine.
Yeah.
Because remember, I was guest posing every week, and I don't know how structured a lot of you guys were when you were, you know, at your top, but like when I was like zoning in on a contest, like I never missed a meal. But I'll be honest, when I traveled, like it was really hard to get food sometimes, especially the international stuff. And Fuad, you know, I stood at the booth for endless hours, right, without taking breaks. So for me, it like, and then the training was off with the gyms, because like my training was just very, I planned everything out. Like I knew every day when the next day when I was going to go, and I knew what order exercises I do. I knew what weights already in my mind I was going to push. So it's just like I said, it was very robotic in a sense. Like I just had my system. And when I wasn't able to train in my facility and be in my element, it was really, really difficult for me to stay zoned in. And I felt I could have been so much of a better bodybuilder if I didn't go out there and promote and take on these guest appearances. And so that's why I applaud the Yates vision and some of these other guys that stay home. Although I was obviously built a huge, you know, platform.
Sorry, Jay, can I interrupt for a second? Do you think you be Jay? Like, okay, so Jay Cutler is a brand of itself, right? Obviously. Do you think you would be that brand without meeting all those people? Because one of the things I noticed this year, so we did the Orlando Europa this year. And one of the things I realized was I never met enough people when I was bodybuilding, because being at that expo and watching people interact with Ben and with Nick and with all the people that we had at the booth, Samson, Justin, everybody who's there, people would leave really happy. And all I could think to myself is those people are telling their friends about their experience. So you almost have like this ripple effect of, you didn't just meet one person, but you met them, and they tell their friends, and how important that is. So I'm like, would you really be who you are if you didn't go to all those places and meet all those people and do all those events? You know what I mean?
I don't believe so. And because I was very introverted through the videos, you guys know, from all the DVDs, right? I didn't speak a lot, and I had to come out of my shell to do that. And meeting people, I realized that, you know, selfishly, like I said, the training to be the best, I gathered a lot of people that supported me. And my fan base is just so, like, it's such a vast majority of people, from, you know, guys that don't even really work out to, you know, people that are hardcore to, I mean, the Ronnie Coleman battles was what made me really, like, people respect that, okay, you came back time and time again. And I was hard-headed, but I truly believed I could win. But remember, I was still the second best body in the world. And, Fouad, I was a huge earner, so financially, like I was able to do what I did at the highest level comfortably. And I feel a lot of guys don't have that opportunity, and it's disheartening a little bit. And I sometimes wonder why guys pound their head against the wall and they don't really make a revenue doing this, and they spend a fortune.
Yeah.
Because in the end, we want to retire with something successful from what we did for the last 10 or 15, 20 years, right?
Do you think guys are thinking of it that way, or are you thinking as long as I can do it and make enough to live off of, I'm happy?
Yeah, because in the beginning, like I loved just training, and if I never made any money doing it, I still would have gone to the gym like I did until I started making a great living from it. But dude, I was so excited. The first show I won, Night of Champions, I won 15 grand. That's just kind of the sad part though, is like I won 15,000 at the Night of Champions, basically New York Pro now in 2000. I don't know what the prize money is now.
10,000.
I won 10 when I won New York. Yeah.
So I bought a house with that money. Back then you could put 5% down, and I bought my first home in California, and I was like, damn, I made it. Like I bought a house from bodybuilding,
Yeah.
And then I won in the European tour, and I got 8th at the Olympia that year, and I got 14,000. I remember these numbers like it was yesterday.
Jay, let me ask you, is there a period of time where you would have quit bodybuilding if the money hadn't started coming in? Like, did you give yourself a deadline? Like, I want to make this much money or else I'm out of this thing?
I said I'd retire at 30. I don't know if any of you guys read that.
I've
never seen that. Yeah. So if you didn't make any money, you'd have retired at 30.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Because it's like you're not a kid anymore. You know what I mean? Like you have a responsibility, and I never I don't know. I had this certain vision, and I thought like I was Lee Haney, like, oh, Lee Haney quit at 31. And like bodybuilders didn't go into their 40s and 50s, like not Dexter Jackson, but like I thought I'd be irrelevant by this point. I'm 49, guys. It's like, how am I still getting bookings every weekend and still getting attention on social media, and still people give a shit about how I train? Because I feel like I train like a fraction of what I used to train. I mean, Ben, you're retired now and you're still training and whatever, but like, think about what your mindset was a year ago.
It's a shadow of what I used to do. Yeah, I used to.
You guys realize? Sorry, Ben. You guys realize I haven't recorded any of that.
How long have you not been recording for?
Since we started.
Since the beginning of this entire podcast?
No, but it's been live.
Oh, no, it's been live. It's not just us. I'm just saying we were not recording.
Yeah.
Ahead, Ben,
no.
sorry.
Look, if I look back at and I've got logbooks of when Luke and I were training, and like I couldn't even hold a candle to the sessions we used to do then, and even the mindset now, it's a struggle. Like I'm like, do I really want to be doing this? And I'm not even doing half of what I was doing. So
yeah. My question for you though, would you be happy just going to Olympia stage? And Fouad, I want to ask you the same question. I can't ask Ian that because he's still there, but like, did you ever think, oh, I just want to stand on the Olympia stage once?
I don't know if I ever thought that. I mean, I must have thought that, because I remember when I qualified, I cried.
Well, you even said when we were having this conversation the other day that you wish you had done every Olympia you qualified for, whether you'd been competitive or not.
That's true. Because looking back now, when I think of people like, I've heard Sean Ray say, I did the Olympia 13 times. And granted, he was in the top 5 all the time, but that's an impressive record in itself to say I was on the biggest stage in bodybuilding 13 times in a row.
Sorry, you've done 13 Olympias, Jay? Is that what you said?
No, Sean Ray.
Sean.
Sean Ray is, I'm pretty sure that's the number he said. He said, I've done 13 Olympias. To me, that's an impressive record in itself, whether he was last or first, just saying you got to the biggest stage in bodybuilding 13 times, right? So sure. I qualified 4 times. I only went once. And I would rather be able to say I did 4 Olympias, even if it wasn't the best placing.
Yeah.
Why'd you sit out 3 of the 4, dude?
Because the first one was just to see what it was like. Right. I was like, you know what? I don't care where I place. I just want to go see I just want to be on the Olympia stage. I just want to see and feel what it's like to be there. And then after that, I felt like I wanted to be competitive. And I just never felt like I was ready to be competitive. So I just, whether it was my own lack of confidence or anxiety that held me back, I don't know what it might have been, but I just never felt like I was good enough to stand on the Olympia stage and be in the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand having that feeling of wishing you'd done more in that circumstance for sure.
Yeah. So I just didn't. I should have put myself to the test and done it, especially in 15, because 15 I was my biggest ever, and I'd won 2 shows.
Yeah,
and took second at the third, and then there was no reason for me not to do the Olympia that year to see where I would have landed with that package. But for some reason, I don't know. Maybe it was an anxiety thing. I don't know what it was.
Do you remember the internal debate, like at the time? Like, okay, I'm qualified. I'm 10 weeks out now. I'm not doing it. I'm not good enough. Like, would you remember what you were thinking?
I think taking second to Max Charles, I wasn't at my best at that third show. I had but that doesn't mean you wouldn't be at your best at the Olympia. I know that, but I don't think I saw it that way.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought, you know what? I've won 2 shows, but I just lost to Max. Maybe I shouldn't do it. And sometimes I tell people this all the time. I think my own doubts and my own mental state probably held me back in bodybuilding more than anything else.
Yeah, no, I could see that for
because
sure.
physique wise, I think I could have stood there, and who knows with that physique where I could have landed. I don't know, but I think other circumstances held me back from doing things I probably should have done.
Yeah.
Because like looking back now, wherever I placed, I should have done all 4 of those Olympias.
Yeah, I've done all the ones I've qualified for. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Jay, you only skipped 1 Olympia, right?
Yeah, the year after I failed the drug test in 01, But Fouad, if you would have came out and trained with me when I invited you that time, you might have
Here we go. He's got to fuck with me.
If I would have called you up in my prime, and I said, Ian, come out here and train with me, what would you have done?
I would have been on a flight that night.
No matter how old you were?
Fuck yeah, obviously, why not?
Yeah.
How old were you at the time?
Old enough. I should have went.
Yeah.
He's fucking with me because he knows I feel this way.
Why didn't you go? Were you nervous or what was the issue?
Yeah. I was kind of like, I'm going, Jay wants me to come fucking train with him. What the fuck? And it just felt, I don't know, something about it felt too big.
trying to make you the best Canadian bodybuilder ever.
I know.
Okay, Ian, who is the best Canadian bodybuilder ever?
Me, by far.
Jay's causing shit.
Come on.
No, I'm asking this because like Canada's the fucking map right now, dude. Like they got every division. Like they got some. I mean, Jen Dory, right? Bumstead.
Ian is the best Canadian bodybuilder.
Like placing at the Olympia.
Not just that.
No, that's not true. I'm not the best placing at the Olympia as a Canadian bodybuilder. Paul Dillett placed higher than me.
Who did?
Paul
Dillett.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I mean,
but he didn't win any pro shows. I've won 5. I won 5 pro shows.
And counting his hand.
Yeah. And I've come second at the Arnold, and I've got 2 Olympia top 10s.
Yeah. I think Ian is, but that doesn't mean that he could hold it forever, because we have Regan, we have Quentin, who all have great potential. So you got to keep winning, brother.
I know, but you know what? These guys are kind of like, they're cheating a little bit, though. You know why they're cheating? Because they all come to the USA for
the guidance. Yeah.
The greater facility and the greater weather.
See, I stayed here.
I'm just getting rolling, man. I still got another at least 5 to 7 pro wins in me.
How many? You think 5 to 7?
I think I can win 10 at least. Yeah.
Do you want to make it your mission to have the most wins or the best Olympia placing?
He wants to be Mr. Olympia, dude.
Yeah. I mean, look, obviously right now in my career where I still think I'm improving, and every year I get a little more confident in my prowess that I can do serious damage at the upper echelons of the Olympia. Like if you'd asked me this 5 years ago, I wouldn't have said that even getting 7th place at the Olympia was realistic for me, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
So now I'm starting to think, like I want to do as much damage at the Olympia as I possibly can. And pro wins are secondary to that. Obviously I want pro wins, but it's not as pertinent in my mind as trying to get the highest Olympia placing is.
This guy says Paul Dillett won 2 pro shows.
Probably international, probably the European tour.
Okay, but either way, he's won 2, I've won 5. So I mean, it still doesn't change, you know. But I think he has a top I think he came 6th at one Olympia, if I'm not wrong, where I've been 7th.
Why do you think is it important that guys do that? Because I know British guys do that too. Like, who's the best British bodybuilder? Like,
I brought it up. I apologize.
No, it's okay.
No,
No, don't
That's good.
apologize.
I want to piss on my tree on this one for sure.
No, don't apologize. I just wonder why, because it happens in every country. Every guy wants to be the best.
But
guy
it doesn't
from his
really
country.
happen in the United States because the US
No.
is so big and so good at everything that nobody really thinks about it. Like,
Well,
if you're the best in the US, you're probably best in the world, you know?
Yeah, well, I think the Olympia is really the US, right?
But I mean, yeah.
But then again,
most
not
of the
really.
Olympia winners are American, you know?
Well, I mean, Dorian held it for 6 years.
Yeah, but I mean, look at all the others outside of that. I mean, you know,
Ramy,
Dave,
Ramy's,
Bill, Ronnie, you know?
yeah, the majority of them are
You
American.
think about the top 6. How many Americans are in the top 6 right now? 2.
Yeah, that's true.
3, right? Nick, Hunter, and Brandon.
Oh, and Brandon, yeah.
Yeah.
True. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, I have
That's only 50% though.
Yeah,
Super chat's question. Didn't Fuad have a bet with Ben, Guy, and Nick on an episode that Ian would have 10 plus wins at the end of his career? Yeah, I think I did. I don't see that being a problem. I'm pretty sure you can win 5 more shows before you retire.
I mean, I haven't lost a regular season show since like 2019.
Are you gonna go till you're 40?
Such a hard question to answer, man. You know,
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do if you don't? Nothing.
No, not bodybuild. Look. Okay.
What other skills do you have?
If I remained in the exact same health and continued to improve every year from now till 40, then yes, I'll compete until I'm 40. If something arises where either my health starts to decline or my physique starts to decline before that, then no, I'll probably retire.
What skills?
I think Ian. I think Ian should be
know,
a judge. I think he should be a judge.
Is that what you want to do for the rest of your life? Be a judge?
No. I mean, I wouldn't mind judging some shows, but do I want to be a career judge? No.
We're trying to figure out what you're going to do after bodybuilding.
It's a good question. I don't know.
I think Ian would be great at anything he does because he has the intensity, and hence that's why I think people shout out at him, because he's confident in what he states, and I think he doesn't hold back on his opinion because, I mean, it represents his training. His training is intense, right?
Yeah.
And like, if I look at a lot of the guys these days, like I've mentioned this in a few different interviews, that I admire the way that you train because I know it's intensity, and I think a lot lacks intensity because they're sidelined by social media. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Who else do you think, is there anybody else you put in that category of training hard nowadays?
I mean, listen, remember, I'm only limited to what I see on social. I mean, I think Nick trains hard. I think, I mean, I've seen Hunter push, hard in his thing, having his own gym. I mean, that just tells you right there, right? Branch is just like next level. I mean, he's retired now, but is he training Martin the same way is the question,
I think he's training Martin, from what I heard, he's training Martin with the same level of intensity, but not the same technique. Because Martin, I think, I forget if it was Martin who told me or somebody who told Martin who told him that he just couldn't do what Branch was doing because it was too much for him, like physically to handle. I don't mean like his muscle recovering. I mean more like his joints and all that. Like, I don't think he could do
that intensity of training.
Yeah, that type of training. Yeah.
Like, I feel you have to train a little angry. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
100%. We've had this conversation about. I asked the guys before.
It's like controlled rage and anger.
I've asked the guys before. Do you train with emotion or do you train technical? Yeah. And I was always an emotional type trainer. Like, that's why I want the music and all that kind of shit, right? So is that kind of where you're coming from, Jay?
Yeah, I mean, like I always like Phil Heath, I always felt like he genetically was gifted, but when he did his sets, dude, he was zoned in, Yeah. I feel like definitely guys train more balls to the wall than him, but when he really like put on his headset and he actually pushed through the sets, like and Phil he trained angry. He really did, because he had kind of that chip on his shoulder anyway. And I don't think he necessarily was insecure. And he obviously got like shout back from the fans too. I just think he was just confident, and that's like Nick. Nick is super confident about what he what he states, but I feel it isn't as arrogant as like some people set out to be. That's understandable.
Yeah. There's a question. I don't know is that noise coming from mine?
I'm not sure.
Can you hear it now?
Seems to be gone. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There's a question here. Ask Jay, should there be a monthly subscription? I can hear it again. Is that me?
I don't know what it is.
It keeps going back to Ben, or I don't know why.
Oh yeah, Ben's sound's gone. It's Ben.
It's Ben. Can you put your thing on? Yeah, okay. Ask Jay, should there be a monthly subscription Olympia IFBB app where all the shows are live streamed and archived? That question's been asked before. What do you think, Jay? You think they have like a UFC, like a kind of like a UFC app where they have all the IFBB shows and everybody pays like $10 a month or $20 a month or something like that?
Yeah, Fuad Abidad podcast channel.
Pretty much.
Because you need commentary, and I feel like, you guys, could do good breakdowns, with the majority of different people. I feel like the commentary is key, right?
Yeah.
So
especially because I think the casual fan doesn't really know what they're looking for. They don't really know what they're looking at. They don't understand why one person's placed or picked here. They don't understand how the call outs work. And I think to have good commentary kind of helps guide their eyes as well,
Well,
yeah,
Chris,
I just don't know if they'd put the right people in place. Does that make sense?
will Chris Bumstead be more famous than Ramy and Cutler 5 years from now?
He already is.
Yeah, I was going to say that too.
I mean, I don't listen. I'll take that back. I think that Chris definitely has a broader range. I think a lot of old school people know me and Ronnie. I think around the globe, like our battles are recognized more than Chris Bumstead right now, but Chris definitely has a unique following. I mean, Chris has all the opportunity in the world, dude. I mean, he's way bigger than what this thing is. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And he's young enough.
And when I go to the events with him, I mean, most of the people that come out and follow him and support him at these events don't follow bodybuilding. They don't bodybuild. They're the casual 16 to early 20s, Gymshark lifter,
And listen, I remember when Chris, in a very short time ago, had no lineup. I remember him at LA Fit Expo.
Yeah.
I think he really became popular after this third victory, really popular.
Yeah.
But I mean, it just goes to show all the viewers out there how important YouTube is and being real with your fan base, because like they just want to see. I mean, I think the Olympia, like, I don't even know if any of these people really follow the Olympia, what he does on Olympia stage.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I would say that 60% plus of the people that come out or follow Chris wouldn't even know who Breon is, Yeah.
The
Jay,
scary part is if he's gone, where does the division lie?
Yeah, I mean, the division is very Chris-centric at the moment, for sure.
I mean, Brazil popular, obviously is hugely popular but I mean, Ramon is super, not to take anything away from him, but domestically, US based, I don't know if the fans know, they know Terrence Ruffin and whatever, but no one's like Chris.
So do you guys think Chris is carrying that division?
I
guess let me rephrase this. Would that division
I'll answer that question.
One second. You can answer both, but second question is, would that division be what it is today if Chris wasn't part of it?
That's what I was going to say. I think that division will get there eventually without him, but I think it's super fast rise is mainly because of Chris. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, listen, could you ask the same question about the Olympia without Ronnie Coleman, Jay Cutler battles? How recognized would it be?
Yeah.
No, but I feel like this is a little different because let's say Ronnie didn't exist. I feel like
Arnold still was like the character, right? The main guy, right?
Yeah, I guess like because Classic is so new, somebody had to catapult it. And I just wonder if Chris wasn't there, who would be that person?
No, I mean, Chris is kind of the perfect storm here because, I mean, you get someone that is young, good looking, very normal, real person when you like delve into his real life on YouTube and stuff. He's just like a normal dude with normal life problems. You put him with that style of physique in a brand new division that's looking for leadership and for someone to kind of carry the torch. And Chris fit that mold perfectly, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, someone that kind of stepped into that role, helped build that division, and that division helped build him kind of coincidingly at the same time. And I think it was just, you know, that plus his, you know, his affinity for social media really just catapulted him, right? And I think I agree with Jay as well that this last Olympia, especially, you know, defending it for the second time, winning it for the third time, you know, really kind of put him really up in the spotlight there. Yeah.
This guy says Ramon's going to beat Chris.
Maybe not. We'll see.
Maybe if he hangs out long enough. I don't know necessarily about this year, but
No.
it just goes to show, guys, and I want to point this out because I know it's been discussed. Classic physique will not overcome men's open bodybuilding.
No.
Okay. And I know that's like, hey, it's going to diminish. I hear this all the time. Oh, you know, men's bodybuilding is going to disappear. Classic's going to be the thing. But it goes back to like, we're not, I don't know. And I don't think people are necessarily awed by the physiques they see on a classic stage, like they were with men's open bodybuilding. Yeah. And we're still the meat and the potatoes of the Olympia and all these contests, Arnold Classic and everything else. So, you know, coming from the top and someone that's been in the business, I've been in there for 30 years, like classic is not going to overcome the open field, in my opinion. No. And I think people will probably write in and disagree, but like, it's still what people want to see. I mean,
no, I agree. I mean, I always look at it like I see the men's open, like the men's 100 meter at the Olympics, you know, like the Usain Bolt. I think there's other good events that might have a popular figure in them at the current time. You know, there might be a 400 meter guy who's super popular right now and is killing everybody, like a Chris Bumstead, and that class or that division is gaining a lot of popularity. What are you laughing at?
Ben, I'm laughing at the comment to Ben.
But I think at the end of the day, the 100 meter, just like the men's open, is still the pinnacle event, which is the biggest guy in the world or the fastest man in the world or whatever it may be. And, you know, even if the guy that's leading the division isn't the most popular among all the divisions, like, look, clearly Chris is more popular than Ramy, but I still don't think that makes classic more popular than men's open.
No, I've been bodybuilding since 2000, and throughout my whole career, I'm like, people have said bodybuilding's dying, bodybuilding's going to be dead soon. And I would argue that this Olympia is better than, deeper anyway, than most that I've seen.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I don't know. I think people are always going to say that for whatever reason. I'm not sure why, but it has yet to come true or even look like it's coming true. Has it changed? For sure it's changed. I mean, the way it's done now with social media and YouTube and Instagram and all that is for sure different. But I think there's just as many people interested, if not more, than there was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So we're on bikini right now.
Yeah, it's still gonna be a while, man.
You think so?
Yeah. I got
what's after bikini? Can't be much.
Just bodybuilding, I guess. I'm not sure.
That's the only thing left. They've done everything else.
They've done classic, they've done men's physique, they've done wellness. There's no 212 here, right?
I don't think so.
Ben, your sound. It's still your sound, Ben.
You need to restart your computer, Ben.
The Fuad podcast doesn't buy Ben a new computer.
He's a cheap.
Isn't that in the hostile budget?
No, not yet.
I'll take one of those if you're handing them out.
Yeah.
My MacBook's getting a little old.
So Ian, what meal are we on right now, and what's on the meal plan for right now?
I'm on meal 3, and it's ground turkey, 99.1 ground turkey breast, rice, and a little bit of oil, 10 grams of oil.
So that makes it not so dry.
Yeah, and I got a little added fats this meal. So I have some 99.1 meals without the oil. I don't find the 99.1 that bad. Like, I'm okay at cooking it, but yeah, I wouldn't want to eat it without rice. That's for sure.
It's pretty dry, dude.
Yeah. I don't know. I still prefer it more than eating like chicken breast or anything.
Do you eat fish, whitefish, or?
Yeah, I eat whitefish. Yeah. I don't mind whitefish.
Gross. I can't eat fish.
I did it for 10 fucking weeks, man. Like 10 weeks down.
So angry about it.
Well, you're famous for the whitefish thins the skin saying, you know?
Dude. all my, I worked with Hani and Chris, and they were both like, whitefish. And I'm like, a pound of whitefish every meal. And I used to cook it outside on the George Foreman grill. I mean, the things have obviously changed since then, but because it stunk so bad, no matter what it was.
My wife would freak out every time I had to put fish in my diet.
Why? Because it smells?
Yeah, our whole fucking house would stink, man.
Yeah, I mean, Melissa's a pro competitor too, so she's eating the fish as much as I was at some points,
I think it makes a difference.
Oh,
what is that?
It's still Ben.
It's
still your sound, Ben. Restart your computer.
Restart your computer and come back.
Sorry, what were you saying, Jay?
Yeah, I still think it makes a huge difference, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, from experience.
Yeah. Oh, for sure it does. I mean, cutting that little bit of extra fat you're cutting out, just getting to the leanest white fish is makes a difference for sure.
It's even like the cardio on the treadmill, the step mill, and you might disagree, but dude, when Hani put me on a fucking step mill for cardio, it definitely tightened up my backside for sure,
Yeah.
Well, I think you're just burning a lot more calories, right? I think it's just way more. I don't get the same kind of calorie expenditure on a treadmill as I would on a step mill.
No, I mean, especially guys our weight. I mean, if you're getting on a step mill and stepping up 275 pounds every single stair, fucking, that shit's hard.
Do you do that or?
I do. Sometimes if I'm getting close and I need to push the conditioning, like, look, obviously I wouldn't be lying to say for me to get in really good condition does not take a lot of cardio. Like I don't need to push cardio. Like I get intense in my cardio, but I could do recumbent bike for 99% of my cardio and get my glutes in pretty good. But if I'm getting into like the last 4 to 6 weeks and we want to like just push them a little more, then yeah, I'll get on the stepper. Yeah.
You definitely need to just make some special cut trunks, dude, to just show your glutes because you love to show those glutes.
I know. I pull them up my ass as far as I can.
That's all he does, man. All the fucking time.
I opened up Instagram like a week ago and I saw your ass. Like,
bare ass.
Yeah.
You want to hear the irony of that photo or that video that I posted up? That was from Texas Pro. And at the time I didn't want to post, and Patrick sent it to me the other day. He's like, just as a motivation, like this was a great show, blah, blah, blah. But that photo got it's one of the more liked videos I've ever posted. But then I also lost more followers for posting it than I've ever lost from a post.
Yeah, because
like I lost 1,000 followers like instantly, but it got like, a shit ton of likes.
Yeah, but nobody wants to look at your fucking bare ass. That's why.
Well, 40,000 people did, but then some people also didn't,
Yeah.
We all have done it, Fuad.
No, I have not.
Maybe not have posted it, but someone took a picture of you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, sure.
The posting.
Even I knew that one was going to get a little bit of flack when I posted it. I wasn't naive to think that people were going to go a little wild when I posted a full nude post.
Ian's got more balls than all of us, Fuad. That's what I was talking about.
He's got less morals.
This is the thing. I think because my persona is kind of like that, I can get away with these things, Like people expect that kind of bullshit from me.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about getting away with it. I just don't want to.
Yeah. Well, sometimes I run a little dry on posts. I'm like, this is good. I'll throw this.
This will stir up some shit.
Yeah, this will get the algorithm going,
Yeah. Emmanuel wants to know, does Jay use Instacart?
I have, yeah.
You don't like it or you like it?
No, I like it, but I think I still like to go in the grocery store and sometimes cut coupons.
No, you don't.
I have to ask because
wait a minute.
I do it on my Albertsons app. I have a clip and save.
Are you serious?
Fuck yeah, bro.
Jay, you're fucking rich. What are you cutting coupons for?
That's why he's rich.
There's a reason. Listen, it's like someone said the other day, it's not how much you make, it's how much you save, dude, and food ain't fucking cheap now. And, I have Trifecta, which they send me all my a la carte meats and everything else. So I buy just breakfast stuff like the eggs. I mean, dude, I went to buy eggs the other day for 5 dozen. I don't know what it costs where you guys are, but dude, it was $25 for 5 dozen eggs. Is that normal?
$25 for 5 dozen. Yeah, that's normal. $5 a carton if they're good. If like pasture-raised eggs or whatever.
You're talking to Fuad, who spends like $20 a day in Starbucks.
Eggs were like 99 cents a dozen before.
Yeah, when you were 20.
No, I mean, it depends on I think the East Coast is different, but I was kind of like, damn, it's a lot. But yeah, I still like to go, and Angie uses Instacart pretty often just to, if we run out of stuff, but I actually stop and, have to, sometimes I'm picking up stamps or whatever else. Right. So
Yeah.
I'm picking up a couple extra things. But it's Fouad, it's literally not, I could walk to the grocery store from where I live. So does that make sense?
Yeah. But I just
gotta
can't
ask
see
now.
you at the grocery store, like at the cash register with like your phone.
Dude,
like a bunch
I
of
go through and
coupons.
I scan all my own items and I bag them myself, dude.
Fuck, I got to start saving more money.
No, obviously, because I'm with Bumstead a lot and see the kind of, like him going in public can be quite a hassle sometimes when you're going to the grocery store, when you're going to the airport, or like how often are you getting bothered?
Dude, I can't tell you how many times I got stopped on this trip in the airport, and people are polite, dude. So I mean,
they're always polite for sure. Yeah.
And I think with Chris, I mean, it's kind of new to him, and I mean, he's got probably a lot more kids, so and he's not much of a conversationist guy, is he?
No, not really.
You know what I mean?
He's pretty socially awkward. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I've learned to kind of just like be able to carry a conversation, but end it in a light way, right?
Yeah.
Or kind of joke with people. I think that's where Arnold's sarcasm came from also, because Arnold, if you ever notice in a conversation with Arnold, like he kind of jokes a lot and moves on.
Yeah.
So I've kind of had to learn how to do that a little bit, but yeah, definitely public. I mean, I'm not on YouTube as much as he, but it's definitely a different demographic, if that makes sense.
No, but either way, you're still getting stopped plenty. Yeah.
I'll ask Ian and Ben, are you guys getting stopped now from the podcast? Because I've been getting stopped quite a bit. Obviously not Jay's level, but like I was in the grocery store yesterday.
No, like, look, hey. I get stopped a fair amount anyways. And a lot of those instances when I get stopped, they will also say, I love you on the podcast. I watch the podcast, love your podcast, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. What was there was a question up here. So Instacart's okay. The guy was giving me shit for Instacart. He was saying that that's not allowed and it means I'm lazy.
I think you guys have a thing though, because I mean, he just thinks you're a lazy fuck,
Yeah, I think he likes to rip into you for like him working and doing more than you.
I'm just efficient, Jay. I'm just efficient.
Listen, man, like there's nothing, everyone's their own character, and people's opinions should not matter. Like that's one
No, they
thing.
don't. I'm still gonna Instacart. I don't care. I don't care. I'm just
I mean,
asking.
listen, do I have yard people that do my yard? Absolutely. Do I have a pool guy? 100%. Do I have a guy that washes my cars? Yes.
Hey, what about the cars? You got that? What do you got now? You got a new Lambo, or is this the same Lambo that you had done up?
No, I got another one.
A new Urus, right?
Yeah.
What do you think about the Ferrari SUV? No?
I think it's ugly. Yeah.
No, come on, Jay.
The Urus is way nicer though.
No, it's not. Come on. Here, let's see.
Well,
The Tesla is the best vehicle that I have.
Is it really?
What one do you have? The Model X?
The X Plaid, yeah.
Yeah, let me see.
You love the cars, huh?
Me? Yeah.
Waste of money.
Waste of money. You got like 6 of them.
I know, but I bought them to make money with them.
But you're not though.
Yeah, I'll make money with those. So I'm going to sell the Urus in another month or two.
Yeah. You could, in your situation, you can make money with them.
I buy them at sticker. That's why I get.
Yeah.
I'm on the list, so I keep turning cars.
Yeah. This is the Ferrari SUV.
I'm not a fan of it, man. It looks more like a women's car, to be honest.
Yeah. The hood's too long.
See, I always think of what they're going to look like once I trick them out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because everything I have is kind of custom anyway.
Do you have it on your page?
I think I have. I just did a little video of my guy, put one up there on Jay Cutler. Yeah.
Or is it
the blue? The blue Urus.
All right, let's see. There it is.
Yeah, that one, I think.
All right, we're at the top 2 comparison for bikini here.
What'd you do to it? Wheels? What else?
I did calipers, exhaust, all ceramic coating, clear bra, tints.
And you got that. You got the G-Wagons. You got the Rolls Royce.
Yep.
What's your favorite one to drive out of all your cars?
The Tesla. So
That's right.
It's the most practical, bro. You know.
That's right. Come on, man. You got all these fucking awesome cars, and you like the quietest one.
Well, it's also the fastest one, though.
1100 horsepower, I think, or maybe 1200. It's 0 to 60 in 2.3.
Oh my God.
How did you get it to?
That's how fast it is, bro.
That's what that Plaid is like, man.
That stock is like that?
Yeah.
Fuck, I gotta get one of those.
Makes the most sense with your gas prices, dude.
Yeah, I know.
Wait till gas is $10 a gallon. I mean, Texas, it may not be, but.
So in one sentence, first, I gotta save more money. Next sentence, I gotta get me one of those. Fuck you.
This guy says, James won the Tsunami Pro. Why are you not talking about it? We did talk about it.
Already did.
It's just not. We've been on
for 4 hours.
For 4 hours now, and we're waiting for. Jay, what's in your new pre-workout? Tell me. What's so great about it? Why is it so much better than the last one?
Nitrates, more caffeine, more citrulline. Beta alanine, which I didn't have in Prevail.
Yeah.
This is for people that just want to get really amped up.
How much caffeine in this one?
Almost 400.
Jeez.
How much you got in your what's yours? Hostile?
Hostility is 300, but we're I want to do a high stim pre for same thing for the kind of demographic that just wants that. Like,
dude, they're crazy. These people. I heard there's pre-workouts with 750 milligrams of caffeine.
That's not allowed. Canada, though, we're way more limited, right?
Wait, I think we're starting to open, guys. Sorry to interrupt you. Okay, so it looks like Tonio Burton's got. Jay, are you watching the live feed?
No, how do I watch it?
There's a link in the top here. Let me send you the link.
Oh, okay. So live on YouTube or
no. It's I had to pay for the live stream.
It's there in the chat, top right.
I don't think Jay's looking at the chat.
Can I press view?
No, we're not allowed to watch it, right? So I'm just going to send you the link, and then you can log on if you want. I just emailed it to you.
I was too busy placing my bets on the football games today.
All right. So Tonio Burton, Jamie's behind him. Stan.
There's a big height discrepancy there.
Hey, this is what we've been waiting for. Okay, so the first 5 are called out. Stephen Frazier on the end there. I'm not sure who the guy second from the end is.
I hope they don't keep the camera from the side like this. Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Tonio Burton looks great.
Tonio looks great. Yeah.
Stephen Frazier looks pretty good. Legs are down in size. Stan looks good. Jamie's still hard. I feel like Tonio has the best look in this lineup.
Yeah. He's well glazed too. It looks nice.
So for people watching, this isn't a first call out. They're just calling out 5 at a time. Just to
do you like when guys lean forward a little like that on their quarter turns? I don't know if I like it.
I do. I think Tonio is leaning forward a little too much.
His back looks awesome though. This back double.
He's in good condition too.
Yeah, he's good, that guy.
Stephen Frazier on the end looks really good. I mean, he's lost a lot of muscle in his legs from when he first came out.
Your legs are a little smaller,
but his condition is really good. Jamie looks like he could use a little bit of oil on the quads and through the chest. He just looks like a little dry compared to Tonio. Stan's actually really impressive standing there too. He's very complete. Legs look like they filled out a bit.
All right, that's first group. Justin will be in the second one. He's near the end, right?
Second group is, I'm not sure who the first guy is here.
What?
That's Aaron Gawley.
Oh, Aaron, yeah.
Aaron Gawley there.
He's doing the 2018 Ian with the hair there.
Second guy is the Carlos, and then Kenneth Jackson. And on the far right, I'm not sure who that is.
Aaron looks big. Legs obviously need to come up for that gigantic upper body still. Yeah.
Aaron's problem is always going to be the legs because his upper body is so big. The guy second from the left, Emmanuel, I think that is Carlos Emmanuel. Yeah. He looks like his tan is a little messed up, and his oil is kind of.
And Jackson looks good though.
Condition on Emmanuel is a little bit off. Ken Jackson looks really good.
Yeah, that's not Emmanuel.
Is that not the Emmanuel guy? Who is that, Ben?
It's a different Carlos. I don't know who that one is.
Oh, there's 2 Carloses in the lineup, I believe.
Yeah.
Aaron still needs to pull that conditioning in the glutes and hams in a little more. I have Ken winning this group.
Yeah, I would give you that.
Yeah, like Ken's still slight in the legs, but overall, I'd still say he's the best
He's
one.
the most balanced, most conditioned. Yeah.
He was always pretty round, that guy.
Yeah.
Oh, On is doing it. I forgot.
Oh, On wins here.
Never seen On. On's got a great physique. I wonder what his condition looks like.
That's pretty good on that side.
On Jojo Natfuro.
Oh, we got that. We got this
guy.
guy too. What's that monster's name again?
Oh, I remember that guy from. Was he in Texas?
I've competed against him. What the hell's his name again? Rashid Oldiker.
He's
Which
got
guy?
a ton of muscle. The guy second from the right.
Rashid
12.
Oldiker.
Number 12, right?
Yes, number 12.
Uh-huh.
So
He didn't do Texas, I remember.
No, he didn't do Texas last time.
where did I see him?
He's done other. I think he did like Chicago or something this year too.
I think he needs to be a little bit harder, but he's massive.
Yeah, he's a big boy. Yeah. I mean, JoJo's holding it down for what? He must be in his early 50s now.
On looks like he's pretty good condition, but he's just giving up so much size to this guy over here.
Yeah.
I like On shape, but
This is the best I've seen On.
On just always has like a little bit of like
I agree with you, Ian.
his
He's always a
midsection's
small.
off a little. It's always like a little film of something, and I can never quite decipher if it's flatness or water.
This is the best I've seen him though, condition wise, in a long time.
No, it's not the overly. No, this is the guy you're talking about for Emmanuel.
This is
I've not
Emmanuel.
seen in a while that good, but I've seen him better.
Justin
Justin.
second. Who's third there and fourth?
I don't know those two.
Is that Todd Whitting?
Justin's midsection does not look good there.
No, it's not the best Justin I've seen from the front.
I have Tonio winning the show right now.
Yeah. Right now, as it stands,
Who's the guy on the far right? Is that Todd Whitting?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Looks pretty good. Could be thicker, but he's pretty balanced.
Justin does not look as impressive. When he did the Arnold in prejudging, he looked very impressive to me.
The hamstrings and adductors have come up.
That back shot looks good, yeah.
Yeah.
But his back double looks solid.
Back double looks good. He's in pretty good condition. I don't know. I just feel like I don't know what it is. These guys are all glazed a little differently.
It's man, I'm telling you, it's because of this colorful backdrop. It's what it is.
Yeah, but Tonio didn't look like that. Tonio looked like he had extra glaze on.
Yeah, but
Tonio's skin has got that dark.
Tonio's also like super dark skin, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Justin doesn't look like he's got much glaze on him.
Bad. The
Sorry,
lighting's always bad on these live streams.
Yeah. See, and like when you're a darker guy like Tonio, you're still going to create more contrast against that backdrop. Where with a lighter guy, you need a darker backdrop to create that contrast, and they're not. So you're at a disadvantage being a lighter skinned guy with a brighter backdrop, you know? All right, we got Tonio first. Yeah, I mean, Tonio looks to be the front runner to me at this current time.
So Tonio up, legs look great. Condition looks great. Stomach is good. Like everything is balanced. He's not really missing anything.
No, he looks very good.
Arms,
He's
shoulders
full.
around
He's full and hard. He's good.
from the side, chest, glutes, hams, quads are all separated. Shoulders separated from the arms really well.
His chest is popping, like that pop on that fullness on his chest is great.
Yeah, it's just crazy.
I wonder what he weighs here. So from the back, glutes are in, lower back is in.
God,
everything is super hard.
Shit.
Yeah, he needs more hamstrings, but that's really the only knock you can make on him here.
Yeah.
I got him winning this show.
Yeah, he looks fantastic. Yeah. That back double is like Charles Griffin, but crazy, you know?
He's
like
really
crazy detail.
He's really polished, man. Like everything is perfect. This is exactly what you want to peak like.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks great.
He's got a very long,
yeah.
Like his abdominals start very high, you know?
Yeah, right off his chest. It comes
right
down.
up under his pecs. Yeah.
He looks great. He looks very good.
Yeah, he's phenomenal. That's the guy. It's another guy who was a 212 just a couple of years ago. So here comes Jamie up next.
Can you see it, Jay, or no?
Yeah. It's hard to tell to do the comparisons, you know.
Yeah.
Jamie's out.
He's
From
quads
the
look
front,
better than
quads look good.
Jamie looked great in the UK, dude. I was there. I mean, he was awesome.
I don't know if it's you guys can see the same. I feel like he's a little flatter than he was at the last show.
He is. I think they tried to pull the conditioning a little tighter, and he's a little flatter, but a little harder.
Yeah,
He does look sharper.
Yeah, he
He's
is sharper.
sharper. Yeah, sharper for
You can
sure.
see in that glute and that side leg is definitely sharper than the last show.
Yeah, he's for sure sharper, but I don't feel like he's got the same pop in his legs that he did the last one.
Yeah, I feel like for somebody that is stretched out anyway, you got to be full.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, he's definitely flatter, man, for sure.
Yeah, he's harder. That looks good though. That looks nice.
No, he looks great. Like he's definitely like he's on. He's sharp. He just I feel
yeah,
like
but this backdrop and this lighting is making everyone's tans just look shit mud. You know.
Yeah.
Jay, how did this compare to the Arnold for you? I know he's difficult on the stream.
Yeah, it's you know, remember when you're there in person, it's way different. Like he was pretty impressive, actually at the Arnold, you know.
He was big and full at the Arnold, right? This is a different look.
Remember, dude, he's traveled. Like he came here, then he went back, and then he came. Now he's coming back here. He's been in Reno for the week. I know that.
And that was right off of France, right? He did the France and went to the streets of Reno.
And you guys know it's harder to get better and better, especially when you're already that lean and conditioned.
Yeah. So here comes Stan coming out now. This is the best Stan I've seen. His legs look actually pretty good. He looks pretty balanced. I see him in the top 5.
Yeah.
Chest is super full. Tan is good. See,
it's going to take another couple of years for him. But.
See, look at the glaze on his chest, Ian, versus the glaze on the side of his leg, right? Like, see it on his hamstring? See on his hamstring how it's a little bit glazed there? And then if you go to the side of his leg or his glutes, it's not as much glaze. It's almost like, I'm not disagreeing with you about the color of Tonio's skin, but I feel like the glaze is just not even on some of these guys.
Yeah.
Man.
Where's Ian?
Ian went to eat. He's been on for 4.5 hours.
His condition is good though. Stan's condition is excellent though.
No, he's good. He's prepped well. I just can't get over the glaze on his chest and stomach and then not on his quads. I can't.
He looks like he's starting to sweat a little bit though, down onto that.
Yeah, he looks good, man.
Yeah, his V taper is pretty good. Full pecs.
Yeah, he was full.
I'm not sure who this guy is. Sorry.
Yeah, he looks a little moist on his chest. I don't know.
To everybody watching, I'm not sure who this is. Let me see if I can go back to the list.
Jay, what did you do for your tan to make your tan look so fucking good?
Hold on. I started tanning days out, dude.
Yeah, that's what I've started doing too.
Like I did the brush though.
What do you mean?
I brushed it on. I didn't spray.
Yeah, see, what I've started doing is I'll start doing pro tan by hand. Like I'll put it on by hand with a roller or a brush, like on the Wednesday, let's say. And I'll do like a couple coats every day until I get sprayed. And then I'll get sprayed the darker stuff before.
I didn't use moisturizer for like the last week and a half, 2 weeks either. So it would absorb. Really?
Yeah.
I am mixed Dioderm. You know what?
That's what it is. Dioderm. I remember you saying about this in that video I watched.
I mixed it with Protan because it gives it doesn't make you as red. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Did you ever use like a bit of Dream Tan in there as well?
No, because they hate Dream Tan, bro.
Yeah, I know.
They used to, all the European guys used to use it and they hated it.
Yeah. No, but I remember we had Milos on. He was saying he would do like a little bit in between just to like give a little more like sheen to it, you know?
Yeah.
I never used it.
Yeah, it's like makeup, dude.
Yeah.
So I feel it hides some of the striations. Who is this guy, guys?
This is Stephen Fraser is up now.
Yeah.
This is the best Stephen Fraser I've seen in a long time, but he's just missing a little bit in the limbs.
I think
he's a lats as well.
He's a little older, this guy.
Yeah, he's been around for quite a while now.
His lats look a little chewed up.
He had a lot of promise when he first came out. They thought he was going to be, something special, but it just never came to fruition.
I think, Ben, he's from Texas, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Oh, Arlington? Yeah, that's okay. I know the guy. I know. Yeah. Yeah, he's got, it looks like his lats are a little chewed up. When he does that most muscular as well, the lats just fly up and disappear. They've been torn up.
Aaron Golly coming out now. I think he weighs something like 300 or 310 on stage. It's a really,
Really?
big. Yeah, he's a really big guy.
You can't tell when he's stood on his own like this, right?
I know it's very straight. Like, but when you see him in the gym, like he's from Ontario. He's a really big dude.
Oh, okay.
It's just his legs. His legs, even though he trains hard too, you know, it's so fucked up how you see some guys that just can't build legs, but he trains super, super hard, squats heavy, squats with high volume, does everything you would expect for somebody with big legs, but he just can't develop them at the same rate as his upper body.
Genetics matter.
Yeah, genetics matter. There you go.
Big upper body though, for sure.
Yeah, really thick
Aaron?
chest. Yeah.
Mm.
He's still lacking condition quite a bit though too.
Well, but the problem is when you have that discrepancy with your legs,
I know.
how are you going to chase condition? Because you're going to lose them even more, right? So
yeah, if you keep pushing it, then your legs get even worse.
then you lose balance on the physique and the flow. So it's like,
but I still think this is not the right balance for him because his condition seems so far off from the back that you can't even give him a win based on the muscularity.
it's not bad from the front.
No,
No,
but
that
from the
back,
back, it's really holding him back.
Yeah.
Aaron Gawley. After Aaron Gawley was Carlos Rodriguez Hernandez from Costa Rica.
Chris does put on a really good background, and
Whose show is this?
Chris Menez.
Yeah.
He actually spends a lot of money on his production.
It looks you know what, Jay? It looks like a lot of money, and it looks like it's a lot of effort. But I just feel like it's taking away from the physique in some sense because it's so busy.
Jay, what was your favorite show, like from a backdrop and like lighting perspective, that you get the best shots out of?
The Iron Man, dude.
Iron Man, yeah.
But the Olympia, like the Black Curtain days were good. That's me, the Mr. Incredible guy in the background. You see the guy?
Yeah,
That's me.
yeah, it looks like you.
No, it is me. That's my image he's using right there.
Oh, really?
The blue guy looks like David Henry.
Yeah, the guy, the Mr. Incredible guy with the thing on is when he
Yeah,
used,
that is your physique, eh? That's
it is.
crazy.
No, he used
No, I
me.
could tell because with the obliques and the ab structure and everything. Yeah, that's cool.
'Cause I did the appearance for him like 3 years ago or something there.
That's awesome.
He asked me to fly up there today, but I was like, dude, I just came back from Cleveland, you know.
The blue guy is Phil Heath.
Because Tyler's head judge in the show.
So this is, like I said, who is this again? This is Carlos Rodriguez Hernandez. He's lacking a little bit in the shoulders. He's wide structure, but also got a little bit of wide waist, thick legs.
Yeah, he looks good.
Definitely needs bigger arms, more shoulders to match up with the rest of his physique.
Yeah, definitely needs some more arms there.
So Kenneth Jackson's up next. His prep looks really good too. His color looks good. His oil looks pretty good. Patrick, working with Patrick now, looks like he's done well with him.
Yeah. No,
He's
he obviously needs more legs, but he's kind of always needs more legs. Good,
Yeah.
nice bubbly lats. Midsection looks good.
Yeah, quads have always been his area. He's got good hams.
I mean,
Quads
he's
are
getting
always-
older too, and then your legs get so hard to keep as you get a bit older, you know?
I was happy for him. He won the Masters yesterday, though.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
You don't win any money for winning the master shows, right?
Yeah, I think it was like $1,800 or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, he looks good.
It's just his lower body that's not keeping up.
Yeah, his back looks nice, yeah. Yeah,
Well,
but
even
his
when
adductors and legs are just as a
even when me and him used to go train with John, and he was working with John, legs were always his main the main thing he was trying to build.
Is he from Ohio, Fuad, or?
Michigan.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I think he played football at Michigan, if I'm not mistaken.
I used to see him at a few events.
Yeah, great guy. Says Jay, you used to train a lady friend of mine, I believe, Candy. I don't know what that is.
Who?
I don't know. This is one of the comments. This guy, great quads. That is Eric Langloy. Jay, these guys want you to be on Bro Chat.
Huh. I don't know if I can talk about some of the things you guys talk about.
Jay, do you think it's bad that we talk about PEDs?
No, because obviously, you know, I've done my share of discussion on it, but I just think everyone just assumes the wrong things these days, you know, because the bad information is the only thing that's been out there, not the real information, you know.
Yeah.
So you think it's good that we're putting out
I think, you know, I
our
don't know.
thoughts on it?
I don't know if the competitive guys should really discuss it as much, but
Yeah.
You know, Patrick and I were comparing some notes yesterday about how little we use with guys.
Yeah.
And how it wouldn't, people wouldn't believe us if we put anything out like that, you know?
No.
They're like, oh, you're full of shit. You're full of shit. I'm like, okay.
There's always going to be that doubt.
is this Ann?
So on wins up now. I'm telling you, Ian, that's got to be a glaze issue.
Yeah, he looks just really flat and dry. The skin wise, you know. He's in great. That's the best I've seen him.
Yeah, it is.
Conditioning wise, it's one of the better packages I've seen him.
Yeah. Got thick hamstrings, good quads. You always need a little bit more back.
He's got great legs, though.
Yeah.
He,
it's the Asian thing.
Yeah.
He's got the Asian physique with the great legs and great calves.
Because the last time I saw him, he was not in shape on stage. I can't remember what show that was now. We actually did a live, I think, with him on there.
Yeah.
He wasn't in shape.
Yeah, I remember that too.
Oh, that midsection needs to be.
Yeah. How old is he now? He's been competing for quite a while, no?
I think so.
Your stream must be ahead of mine a little bit.
Try and refresh your page, Jay. Maybe it'll catch up. Is he doing
That's a nice shot?
Right
that's
now?
a nice shot for him. That's a great shot for him. That most muscular.
JoJo's coming up now.
Jojo and his brother were both bodybuilders. He used to come see me way before he got a pro card in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Mm-hmm. He looks good. I just, obviously he's a little older, so it doesn't look as good as he used to, but I remember when he turned pro, I think it was at the USA's, I don't remember, but I remember thinking his physique was phenomenal.
He was so good,
Yeah.
Did he do 212 for a while, guys, or?
I don't think so. I'm not sure.
I've done some shows with him.
You can see the age is starting to creep in a bit, but still holding it together pretty good. Let's see, any good questions here while we wait? Who's the next guy up?
I think AJ's in the chat. Have you seen?
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
So this guy is not Jorge Abraham. Who is this guy? We don't know who this guy is. His name?
You got the list.
Ton of muscle. No, he's not on the list. AJ says hello.
Jay Rashid.
AJ says hello.
AJ Sims.
Yeah.
What's up, AJ Ripped? That's his name, AJ Ripped.
As we said, tell Jay Rip says hello.
Yeah.
This guy has a ton of fucking muscle, man. Look at that side tricep.
He's gigantic, yeah.
AJ, are you helping anyone for this show, or?
Didn't Palumbo help this guy turn pro?
Mm-hmm.
Glutes are still covered over a bit. Back looks good.
This is one of the better packages I've seen him bring, but he still needs to bring his conditioning a little bit,
Yeah, but he might be good enough to be like,
yeah, he's got a good
pretty high up at the show, man. He's got a ton of muscles.
Yeah, he's a big point. He's round.
He'll be in the mix here. Yeah.
I need to see him next to Tonio.
No,
Dude, look at that.
He could push Justin, but Tonio looks really good here, I think.
I still think Tonio's a favorite, but I mean, fuck, his condition's pretty good, and he's really heavily muscled. Like
they glaze him up.
He's bigger than everybody in the show.
I promise you, they glaze him up. He'll look better, especially the front.
This is Jorge, I believe.
Yeah.
Jorge Abraham Treo Reyes.
Yeah.
Guy Ciccinino said he took. No, I'm not going to say that. Jay, do you think Phil Heath will come back?
No. No, he won't come back.
AJ says he's got no one in this lineup, just the Olympia.
I thought AJ was prepping Justin.
Used to.
No, he's working with Farah here.
Okay. I'm behind. I don't keep up.
Who's working with Farah now?
Justin Rodriguez.
A lot of people have moved over to Farah recently, eh?
I know.
He's hot this year, dude.
It's funny with coaches. You ever notice that, Jay? Or I
Yeah.
don't know if you guys have ever noticed. It's funny with coaches when someone like does well with an athlete, a bunch of people move over to that person.
Mhm.
Yeah, Cito was hot like a couple years ago, and
Yeah, Cito was really popular. Like, what was that? 3 or 4 years ago, maybe 4 years ago.
17, 18, 19.
This is Carlos Emmanuel Longoria Rodriguez.
Again, I think he needs glaze though, right?
I don't know. I'm starting to think Ian's right because all the black guys look like their glaze is fine.
Yeah. No, it's a light for sure, guys.
Yeah.
I've done shows in this kind of lighting where I was glazed to my fucking like soaking in glaze and saw pictures and I look like I'm dry as a bone, you know? Or you look super muddy. So it's like
He looks bone dry right here.
Are we looking at the same guy?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean his skin looks bone dry? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I meant you could.
No, yeah, no. Yeah, no. I don't mean dry, condition dry. I mean he's on a
okay.
fucking glaze.
Yeah. He's not. His condition though is like pretty far off. I'm like, I don't.
yeah, AJ said his last show with Justin was the Boston Pro.
I get you.
This guy just got back in the chat. He said, "Oh my God, you guys are still alive." This is the longest I've ever been on.
Look at this little fucker on Jay's couch there. Look at this little dog.
Little Yorkie.
Yeah.
All right, who's up now?
I
Justin.
miss my dogs, man.
It's Justin,
What do you mean?
right?
They're in Canada? No, that's not Justin, is it? No, that's yeah.
Yeah, Justin.
Oh, it's the beard threw me off.
Oh, weren't we just talking about these kind of fucking beards?
Yeah. Justin, front double. Stomach is looking like a little washed out. Condition overall looks pretty good, but it's not the best Justin I think I've seen.
No.
From the side. His condition's
His upper body.
his condition's pretty good. It's just his stomach is looking a little washed out for some reason.
Yeah, it's the abs. They just
Yeah, because like from the side, you can see his glutes are hard, the separation's good, skin on the
He's got
thigh
good-
looks
he's
skin
got
on the
good
thigh looks
fullness.
grainy. Yeah.
his full package is nice and full.
From the back, glutes are pretty hard, hamstrings are stripped, back is hard, lower back is pretty dry. Like he's almost there condition wise. It's just the stomach seems to
Yeah,
have
he could be a little tighter through the glutes and hams, but he's pretty close.
I wonder how much size he's gonna have over Antonio.
Yeah, but Tonio's got a really nice like bubbliness that gives him
Yeah.
a little more appearance of size, you know?
his peak is absolutely perfect. Like I don't think it can get better than that.
Well, he could be a touch harder, but I mean, if it would make him look better, I don't know, you know?
Antonio, when he pulls that Christmas tree back, that thing is pretty detailed.
Yeah, the detail in his back is mental.
All right. That's Justin's showing. I don't know. I don't know if that beats Tonio in my opinion.
We'll find out.
We'll
It's
find out
close.
next to each other.
After Justin, we have Pavel Vashchenko.
yeah, Justin has a lot of width. That's what's going to be his advantage.
Yeah, a lot of shoulder width.
Yeah.
Clavicles are super wide.
Jay, when was the last time you had McDonald's? Somebody wants to know.
Never.
No, it's not me. It's not me. Somebody asked the question.
I don't even remember, to be honest.
Really?
I just said to Angie today that there was a kiosk at McDonald's. I had no idea they even had kiosks. You don't even have to order anymore at the window.
Ian, what are you eating?
I just told you guys what I was eating. Jay asked me.
I wasn't paying attention.
Turkey,
90
rice, and a little fats.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm almost done now, but yeah.
99.1 turkey.
I'm starving. All right. This is Todd Whitting, I believe. Yes.
How many more after this?
That's it.
Okay.
Let me start the call outs.
I'm gonna
Bob
take a piss
checks.
real quick.
I'm seeing, huh?
This guy looks pretty good. Obviously a little thin through the legs and through the arms, but condition's good, at least.
This is going to go down in history as the longest time we've ever been on a podcast.
I think I've done a 4-hour one before on the
Well, we're at 4 hours right now.
no, I think I did a 4
Started
hour.
at 12:30.
This guy's conditioning is phenomenal, actually.
It's very good. Yeah.
He's fucking hard as nails.
Yeah. Glutes are fucking right in. Hamstring stripped.
He's need more limbs, need more arms, need more legs, more overall thickness.
His glutes are crazy, this guy.
Quads. Yeah. Midsection's not great, but
Just needs more size, you know.
yeah. And what was that guy's name?
That was Todd Wooding.
Oh, that was Todd.
All right. So
Okay, I just got to address this. This guy in the chat has said 300 times, ask Ian if you would trade his arms for my calves. I'm not trading you anything, and stop asking questions. He's literally must have typed that in 300 times in the chat by now.
if they just copy and paste. All right. So we're gonna start the first call out.
Tom, you don't need calves to win any shows, Ian.
Well, I've won 5 without any, so I'm doing okay.
I hope they see the camera out. It's super bright. You're not gonna see anything.
What, right now? Yeah. It'll zoom in once they do a call out. All right. So what do we have? First call out. We're going to have Tonio, Jamie,
Justin.
maybe Stan, Justin, Rashid.
Tonio, Jamie, Stan, Rashid, and Justin. That's the first call out.
Well, there's 1, 2.
There we go.
Justin.
Did they leave out Stan? Or they're only 4-man call out? That's why.
Doing 4. Yeah.
They're doing a 4-man.
But Jamie's in the first call. That's good.
Yeah.
He's happy with that.
I'm telling you, man, Rashid.
He's a big old boy.
He's fucking
Yeah.
humongous, man.
So they left
He's the
Stan out.
legs.
Yeah, they left
Yeah.
Stan out.
Stan's got to be 5th in that case. He's the next best.
I don't. Okay, so immediately off the hop, I'm like, Tonio and Rashid are first and second.
I agree.
Yeah.
Not sure for sure who's first and second, but those are 1 and 2.
Justin's midsection and his legs look small
His
compared.
legs really, from this angle, he's lost a lot of sweep.
Well, especially because his midsection doesn't look great. And he's so wide in the shoulders. It's making his legs look even worse, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
I
up
think-
his dominance.
So I have Jamie 4th, Justin 3rd. And I think Tonio. So Rashid has more muscle, but Tonio looks way more polished.
Yeah, no,
Tonio wins this in my opinion right now.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
easily.
Yeah, he's just more polished. He just has everything put together perfectly.
He, in my opinion, he's winning every single shot so far.
Yeah, I think I can agree with you, Ben, on that. Yeah. Even though, and Rashid's posing needs a little bit of work. He's not really doing himself any favors in some of those shots.
No, Tonio's just so hard and full.
This is a big win for Jamie, though, guys.
yeah.
For him
That's
to
a
be
good
the
group.
first call out.
Well,
He-
Jamie's
he-
been.
he was-
Jamie was.
He
What
was
was Jamie?
fifth at no. Where was he at the Arnold? Fifth.
I think he was.
He was
Mark,
sixth. He was
at the
sixth
Arnold.
at the Arnold, but this is for him to do as many shows and still get this call. I know the lineup's not a big name lineup, but I mean,
But he placed well in France, and then he's doing well here. He's 2 on the head.
Oh,
So switching Justin and Rashid. Now you got in the
Interesting.
middle. You have Tonio and Justin in the middle. Jamie on the far right, Rashid on the far left. I'm trying to decide who looks better between Rashid and Justin, and my initial reaction is Rashid looks better than Justin.
which seems like the Rashid's stomach's coming out a little bit, guys.
It
or is
looks like he's, yeah, I was going to say, it looks like he's having more trouble posing. He's getting tired.
Yeah. No, he's starting to breathe heavy through that stomach.
And his poses aren't like he's not holding them. Like he's holding it and he's letting it go. He's holding it, letting it go. He seems unsure of himself.
I think Justin's condition might be showing a little better too.
Yeah, I have Tonio as the winner here for sure, though.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah,
Tonio, I know you guys are going to think I'm crazy for saying this, but for some reason, Tonio reminds me of Dexter Jackson. I don't know why.
See it in his physique at all. But
No, I don't see it in his physique, but something about him
Yeah.
reminds
He's
me. I
black.
don't know.
He's black.
Maybe because they're both black. Yeah,
You racist motherfucker.
you guys are fucking assholes.
No, Tony looks great.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of that. That
This
looks
is the
great.
best I've seen him for sure.
I literally can't. I think Justin's going to beat Rashid on posing and presentation
Mm.
because Rashid seems to be like not able to hold his poses properly. They're just like kind of half-ass, and then he lets them go.
Yeah, I still have him winning this ab and thigh over Justin, though.
I mean, look what like that. Rashid's most muscular there is like.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's. That's it, eh? That's it for the first call out.
Yeah. They'll probably come back and do a final one, but
Yeah, no, I know. I just trying to decide if they're going to do a 3-man in the final or 2. So
Oh,
Stan, second call out, Stan, Kenneth, Jackson, Aaron Golly, Todd Whitting.
I can do one more, right? Yeah.
I think I have Stan.
Carlos.
I think I have Stan here rounding out the top 5. Ken looks good too, though. Ken standing next to and then you have in the
Oh, I've got Anne as
they
well.
brought in On and Carlos. So Stan and Aaron in the middle. So at first
Oh, yeah.
glance, I have Stan here in 5th place.
Why is Stan? Okay, I was going to say he was standing like with his hands on his hips for a while.
Todd Whitting holding his own there next to Aaron. Look how big Aaron is though in the center.
yeah,
Yeah,
he's
he's
just a
enormous.
giant.
How tall is he? Gotta be like 6'1",
I
right?
think he's 6'1", if I had to guess.
oh, he's taller than
Yeah.
6'1", man. Chris is 6'1".
He's 6'2", then. I don't know. He's not Jamie's height.
No, he's like 6'2" or 6'3".
Yeah.
It's a big boy.
From the back.
I mean, Todd is
Ken.
I was going to say Todd Whitting's
Ken's
holding his own.
Ken's back double is
Ken's back from the waist up. Ken, yeah.
Yeah, Ken's
Yeah,
having a
yeah.
little trouble from the waist down. That's where I feel like Stan's making up ground on him. Side tricep. I'm going to go with Stan again on that.
Stan looks good there, yeah.
Ab and thigh. Todd Whitting looks good in that shot.
Anyone asking for the live stream? There's a few people here. It's pinned in the top of the chat there. It's something you got to pay for. It's a pay-per-view, guys. So we can't show it. It's in the chat. Go up there. It's $19, I think.
The link is at the top of the chat.
Yeah.
Front double, Kenneth or Stan? What do you think?
damn.
Stan.
Oh, overall, Ken's got
Front
a nice
lat.
shape. But
Front lat, I'm going to go with Stan as well.
Yeah.
I think Ken's legs are just holding him back too much in those shots.
agreed.
Todd Whitting could be up there too if you just need a little bit more in the legs. He looks good otherwise.
Yeah, conditioning, he's the best one up there, him and Stan. Yeah. His back is nice, but he's just a little thin through the appendage, like through the
Yeah,
arms.
the limbs. The limbs
limbs,
are. Ken's got a good back. His back alone, like, is good, but it's the whole shot needs a little bit of work. So I don't know about you guys. I have Stan in 5th.
I have Stan in 5th.
I'd like to see Stan and Jamie compared.
Yeah, that'd be a fair comparison, I think. They might pull it back up. You got some people. You got this friggin' thing in the chat again.
Oh shit.
So Ann's not going to push any of the top.
I don't think On's in the top 5 at all. No.
No, because he was outside of that group, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't
The
move him.
Final group here.
Yeah. Do you think they'll do a? Oh, go on.
No, I was just going to read this comment. Go ahead, man.
I was going to say, do you think they'll do a 1 and 2 call out between Justin and Tonio? That'd be good to see, just the two of them.
Yeah, yeah. Do you have Ben? Do you have Justin in a second?
I think so, just on presentation.
Jay, someone wants to ask here. Can you ask Jay how much time he spent practicing posing?
I tried to do 30 minutes a day the last 4 weeks, but not enough for sure. I guest posed every weekend, so I felt like I was always doing something, but it definitely helped me condition more.
And when you would work with a CETO at the beginning of your career and you'd send pictures, how would you do that? Over email, or are you like fucking putting them in the mail?
I put them in the mail in the beginning, FedEx overnight with a wind up camera.
Yeah.
Holy fuck. Are you serious?
And
Well,
I FedEx.
What else are you doing it?
So I FedExed him over because remember he lived near me, so I used to drive up and see him until I moved to California, and then he was in Maine. But when dude, I would take pictures, send them to him because I didn't know what they looked like. I mean, I'd develop them and then send them off, and he'd be like, "They don't look good enough. You need to retake them." I can't.
Oh my God.
But FedEx was only like $15 overnight then.
Yeah.
For a FedEx envelope.
Costs you like $65 to do that now.
It's ridiculous now, yeah. But I
Alright.
got so excited. Once a week, he'd only review my stuff once a week and make diet changes once a week, which is crazy because he does it like 3 times a day now.
Yeah.
But never cheat meals. He never had me cheat in 16 weeks, not once.
Yeah. Patrick's the same. I've never done a cheat meal with Patrick ever.
Which Chris does now with all the guys, the burgers and shit, which I don't agree with, by the way.
Yeah, I don't do it.
And the Muffin Man at one point, right?
Yeah, I don't believe in any deviation from the foods that you eat. Like,
I agree completely. Yeah.
I wouldn't use any sauces, nothing. I didn't use ketchup, nothing.
The whole prep, or just cut them out like the last 4 or 5
I never used them.
So you just eat your food plain the whole prep?
Plain. I was so basic, it was ridiculous.
In the off season, you'd use them though.
Not so much, dude.
No.
I wouldn't even have anything. I'd have a plain baked potato. We'd go out to eat and I'd have a steak and baked potato, you know.
Jay, do you care about food at all? Or are you
I
like
hate
Ian? Ian doesn't care about food at all.
Wait till he retires. He'll never want to eat out again. He'll be like, whatever, you know.
Yeah.
Like, you know, people talk about, oh, I can't wait to eat this or that. There's not anything that you ask me. I'll take you to the best steak. I could care less, you know.
I'm the exact same. Yeah.
Everybody in the comment section is waiting for me to say something. I love food, Jay. If you haven't,
Well, I mean, I think you like dressing up and going out. It's good for the. I mean,
No,
I
No,
think
he liked eating his,
no, I just love food itself.
he liked eating all over his basement.
He sits there with pizza on his stomach and just.
All
you're
right,
like a fat kid.
guys, we have
here we
another
go.
call out here. We got the 2 man that I wanted to see. We got Stan
Yeah,
and
that's
Jamie.
good.
Oh, and Rashid's come out too.
So he is.
So this
there
is
you
for
go.
4 or 5.
This is
Sorry,
good.
3, 4, 3, 4, 5.
Tyler's
Yeah, so
judging. That's a good call. I'm happy he did that.
Yeah, Justin's definitely top 2 then, right?
Yeah, they have Justin second.
I would have liked to see. I honestly would have liked to see Rashid and Justin.
Yeah.
Together, because I don't think it's as clear cut as
Can
Justin.
Stan move up, guys? Or
No,
Yes,
I think Jamie's pretty handily got this.
I think
don't know.
Jamie. I think Stan can maybe be able to beat Jamie. I don't think he can beat Rashid.
No, I agree. I think he's pushing Jamie in some shots here, though.
but Jamie's structure, guys, is pretty good for a tall guy. You know.
Very good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially certain shots like his front lat shows like a crazy
Oh, yeah.
frame, you know.
His front lat's, phenomenal. That width he has from elbow to elbow is just. And he's in shape. It's not like he's getting smoked on condition.
I think his aesthetics are better than Stan's. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that V taper he has, and
Yeah.
I'd be very surprised if Stan bullies his way ahead of Jamie here. Jamie's
I think
quads are
if Stan's,
enormous.
I think if Stan's legs were a little bigger, he'd be okay. But I think he's just not. He needs a little bit more balance between that chest and his lower body.
Well, Jamie has big quads as well.
Jamie's
No.
popular in the UK, Ben, huh?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Is it because of YouTube or?
It's just a small circuit, and Jamie's been around for a long time and been trying to fill out that frame, and has just gathered. He's a good dude. He's just very down to earth.
Yeah, very nice guy.
I think Stan needs to practice his posing a little bit more. He seems like he's getting a little bit.
Is this a real Nick Walker in the comments here?
I don't know. Is it? I haven't
Yeah,
seen
read it.
No, look at the picture. It's not. That's
No.
not mix.
Fuad still owes me 5K. What the fuck? No, that's not
I
real.
need that, or I'm hiring a lawyer.
Yeah, I know.
Stan's struggling right here, guys.
Yeah, he looks like he's really starting to gas out.
Well, he was shaking a lot on that back leg. It's a little twitchy.
Anybody who wants to worry about me talking about Nick, we already spoke about it earlier in the podcast.
Rashid looks huge though when you put him in the middle here next to Stan.
Rashid needs a little bit more conditioning to be next to Justin, but I still think they should put him there. I want to see what that looks like again.
I think they had it right. I think it's Jamie in third. Jamie in fourth, and then Rashid.
Stan's really
third.
starting to sweat now, eh? It's really coming out.
He's breathing hard.
I liked a little bit fuller look on Jamie.
Yeah, I agree.
I think was he in France? Where did I see him last?
Yeah, France.
Yeah.
France is really full.
The France look is the one I looked like the best, I think.
I don't think someone with that tool that needs to fill out their frame can be not full. I think he has to be.
Yeah, I agree. So the final two are out now, Antonio and Justin. Justin looks like he's hardened up a bit since we first saw him come out.
It's just his lower abdominals kind of fade out to a wash, you know? Like he's clearly way bigger than Tonio, but it's not.
Yeah, he's bigger, but not better. Tonio looks really good.
But like that front lat's Tonio all day right there.
Yeah. And his abs just look great. They're all separated and dry.
They look good.
This side chest is great. Look how hard his chest is. Look, I'm full.
You got Jay? You think Tonio, Jay?
Yeah. I mean, for this angle of the camera, Justin's legs don't look as straight, but yeah, I think Antonio, and listen, we're watching a live stream and he's a lot darker than Justin is.
Yes. Yeah.
But I think we can kind of see the detail, but I'm sure in person it's just that much more relevant.
Yeah.
I mean, you see even that, just the vascularity through that upper back.
And he's confident in his posing too.
Yeah, he's very, very polished. I'm super impressed with that. He's holding his poses for a long time. He's hitting them perfectly.
You guys think I should keep growing my hair and get some braids like that, or what?
Yes,
you should
absolutely.
get some extensions, man. It looks good.
No, I got to grow it. I don't think if I grew my hair forever, it would even get that long at this point.
I'm with Ben on this, man. I don't think I've seen a shot that he's lost yet.
No.
Justin's midsection and his obliques are smooth as well. They're not. When you look at Tonio's, they're sharp and dry.
There you
Now
go.
they're just working them for fun, I think now.
It's crazy. You can really see like the shoulder width on Justin though is just wild.
Yeah.
So wide shoulder to shoulder compared to Tonio, you know.
I think Tonio's weakest shot is his front double because he's torso length.
Know what Tonio's physique kind of looks like to me? How he's kind of like narrow and like thick and compact. He looks like if you took like an NFL running back and like pumped him full of juice.
Yeah. I can see that.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. You can see how much harder he is on that shot there.
Yeah, the angle there,
Yeah.
Justin's back looks like it's fading a little bit from when he started.
Still got a really thick fucking back though.
No, I know, but it looks like his
Okay, there. I thought he wasn't going to get it open there.
Do you remember when he got stuck? Was it in New York? He was stuck with it.
Yeah.
He traps on Tonio as well.
What's the possibility that we're wrong?
Low.
What's on Antonio's face there? Has he cut his beard or something?
Yeah, he's got like a little band-aid on his face. Maybe he's going for like the Nelly, you know? Remember back in like the early 2000s, that he would wear like
The Band-Aid on his cheek. Yeah.
bringing it back, you know?
God, look how much more. No, he's.
Yeah, no, I don't see Tonio losing this.
Are you going to do another call out, or is that it? That's it for prejudge?
That's it for me too.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right,
Get me
boys.
off this thing.
5 hours later, fucking hell.
It's been fun. Thank you, Jay, for coming
Yeah.
by.
I will check you guys out soon, man. Keep going, guys. Okay.
Yeah, thanks for coming on,
Okay,
man.
boys. Thanks for coming on, man. See you guys.